Chapters 31 through 40 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, Vignette. In some ancient papyri, the vignette of this chapter represents the deceased spearing a crocodile, but in the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is attacking 4 crocodiles. Text: the chapter of beating back the crocodile that cometh to carry away the charm from Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhetep, triumphant in the underworld. He saith: Get thee back, return, get thee back, thou crocodile fiend, Sui. Thou shalt not advance to me, for I live by reason of the magical words which I have by me. I do not utter that name of thine to the great God who will cause thee to come to the 2 divine envoys. The name of the one is Beti, and the name of the other is Ra Kenmaat. Heaven hath power over its seasons, and the magical word hath power over that which is in its possession. Let therefore my mouth have power over the magical word which is therein. My front teeth are like unto flint knives, and my jaw teeth are like unto the nome of Tutef. Hail, thou that sittest with thine eyeball upon these my magical words. Thou shalt not carry them away, O thou crocodile that livest by means of magical words. In the Turin Papyrus the following lines are added to this chapter. I am the prince in the field, I, even I, am Osiris, who hath shut in his father Seb together with his mother Nut on the day of the great slaughter. My father is Seb, and my mother is Nut. I am Horus, the firstborn of Ra, who is crowned. I am Anpu, Anubis, on the day of reckoning. I, even I, am Osiris, the prince, who goeth in and declareth the offerings which are written down. I am the guardian of the door of Osiris, even I. I have come, I have become glorious, or a coup. I have been reckoned up, I am strong. I have come, and I avenge mine own self. I have sat in the birth chamber of Osiris, and I was born with him, and I renew my youth along with him. I have laid hold upon the thigh which was by Osiris, and I have opened the mouth of the gods therewith. I sit upon the place where he sitteth, and I write down the number of the things which make strong the heart, thousands of loaves of bread, thousands of vases of beer, which are upon the altars of his father Osiris, numbers of jackals, wolves, oxen, red fowl, geese, and ducks. Horus hath done away with the sacrifices of Thoth. I fill the office of priest in the regions above, and I write down there the things which make strong the heart. I make offerings, or offerings are made to me at the altars of the prince of Tatu, and I have my being through the oblations made to him. I snuff the wind of the east by his head, and I lay hold upon the breezes of the west thereby. I go round about heaven in the 4 quarters thereof. I stretch out my hand and grasp the breezes of the south, which are upon its hair. Grant unto me air among the venerable beings and among those who eat bread. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall come forth by day, he shall rise up to walk upon the earth among the living, and he shall never fail and come to an end, never, never, never. Chapter 32. Vignette: 4 crocodiles advancing against the deceased, who is spearing one of them. Text: the chapter of beating back the crocodile that cometh to carry away the magical words from the Khu in the underworld. Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: The mighty one fell down upon the place where he is, or as others say, upon his belly, but the company of the gods caught him and set him up again. My soul cometh, and it speaketh with its father, and the Mighty One delivereth it from these 8 crocodiles. I know them by their names, and what they live upon, and I am he who hath delivered his father from them. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the west, thou that livest upon the stars which never rest, for that which is an abomination unto thee is in my belly. O thou that hast eaten the forehead of Osiris, I am Set. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the west, for the serpent fiend Naau is in my belly, and I will give him unto thee. Let not thy flame be against me. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the east, who feedest upon those who eat their own filth, for that which is an abomination unto thee is in my belly. I advance, I am Osiris. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the east, the serpent fiend Naau is in my belly, and I will give him unto thee. Let not thy flame be against me. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the south, who feedest upon filth and waste and dirt, for that which is an abomination unto thee is in my belly. Shall not the flame be on thy hand? I am Sept. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the south, for I am safe by reason of my charm. My fist is among the flowers, and I will not give it unto thee. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the north, who feedest upon what is offered within the hours, for that which thou abominatest is in my belly. Let not thy venom be upon my head, for I am Tem. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the north, for the goddess Serqet is in my belly, and I have not yet brought her forth. I am Uach, Maati, or Merti. The things which are created are in the hollow of my hand, and those which have not yet come into being are in my body. I am clothed and wholly provided with thy magical words, O Ra, the which are in heaven above me and in the earth beneath me. I have gained power and exaltation and a full breathing throat in the abode of my father the Mighty One, and he hath delivered unto me the beautiful Amentet, which destroyeth living men and women, but strong is its divine Lord, who suffereth from weakness, or, as others say, exhaustion twofold, therein day by day. My face is open, my heart is upon its seat, and the crown with the serpent is upon me day by day. I am Ra, who is his own protector, and nothing shall ever cast me to the ground. Chapter 33. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu, but in one manuscript the deceased with a knife in his hand is seen attacking 4 serpents, and in another 4 serpents only are given. Text: the chapter of repulsing serpents or worms. Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou serpent Rerek, advance not hither. Behold, Seb and Shu, stand still now, and thou shalt eat the rat, which is an abominable thing unto Ra, and thou shalt crunch the bones of the filthy cat. Chapter 34. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Theban and Saite recensions. Text: the chapter of not letting Osiris Nu, triumphant, be bitten by snakes or worms in the underworld. He saith: O serpent, I am the flame which shineth upon the opener of hundreds of thousands of years, and the standard of the god Tenpu, or, as others say, the standard of young plants and flowers. Depart ye from me, for I am the divine Maftet. Chapter 35. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu, but in the Brocklehurst Papyrus 3 serpents form the vignette. In the Turin Papyrus the vignette shows the deceased in the act of spearing a serpent. Text: the chapter of not letting Nu, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, be devoured by serpents in the underworld. He saith: Hail, thou god Shu! Behold Tatu! Behold Shu! Hail Tatu! Shu hath the headdress of the goddess Hathor. They nurse Osiris. Behold the twofold being who is about to eat me. Alighting from the boat, I depart, and the serpent fiend Seksek passeth me by. Behold, Sam and Aakhet, flowers are kept under guard. This being is Osiris, and he maketh entreaty for his tomb. The eyes of the divine prince are dropped, and he performeth the reparation which is to be done for thee. He giveth unto thee thy portion of right and truth, according to the decision concerning the states and conditions of men. Chapter 36. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu, but in others containing the Theban Recension the vignettes either show the deceased spearing a beetle, or standing with a knife in one hand and a staff in the other before a pedestal upon which stands the insect Apshait, which has been identified with the cockroach. The Apshait is probably the beetle which is often found crushed between the bandages of poorly made mummies, or even inside the body itself, where it has forced its way in search of food. Text: The chapter of driving away Apshait. Osiris Nu, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Depart from me, O thou that hast lips which gnaw, for I am Khnemu, the lord of Peshenu, and bring the words of the gods to Ra, and I report my message to the lord thereof. Chapter 37. Vignette: Two uraei with tails entwined upon the emblem of gold. In the vignette of this chapter in the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is seen spearing a serpent. Text: The chapter of driving back the two Merti goddesses. Nu, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, ye two Rekhet goddesses, ye two sisters, ye two Mert goddesses. I bring a message to you concerning my magical words. I shine from the Sektet boat. I am Horus, the son of Osiris, and I have come to see my father Osiris. Chapter 38a. Vignette: The deceased holding a sail, symbolic of air. Text: The chapter of living by air in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the lord to whom veneration is paid, saith: I am the god Tem, who cometh forth out of Nu into the watery abyss. I have received my habitation of Amentet, and have given commands with my words to the Khus, whose abiding places are hidden, to the Khus, and to the double lion god. I have made journeys round about, and I have sung hymns of joy in the boat of Khepera. I have eaten therein, I have gained power therein, and I live therein through the breezes which are there. I am the guide in the boat of Ra, and he openeth out for me a path. He maketh a passage for me through the gates of the god Seb. I have seized and carried away those who live in the embrace of the god the mighty one. I am the guide of those who live in their shrines, the two brother gods, Horus and Set, and I bring the noble ones with me. I enter in and I come forth, and my throat is not slit. I go into the boat of Maat, and I pass in among those who live in the Atet boat, and who are in the following of Ra, and are nigh unto him in his horizon. I live after my death day by day, and I am strong even as is the double lion god. I live, and I am delivered after my death. I, the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, who filled the earth and come forth like the lily of mother of emerald, of the god Hetep of the two lands. Chapter 38b. Vignette: The deceased holding in his left hand a sail, symbolic of air, and attacking three serpents with a knife which he holds in his right hand. In the Turin Papyrus, the deceased holds a sail in the left hand and the symbol of life in the right. Text: The chapter of living by air in the underworld. Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Amenhetep, triumphant, saith: I am the double lion god, the firstborn of Ra and Tem of Ha Khabti, the gods who dwell in their divine chambers. Those who dwell in their divine abodes have become my guides, and they make paths for me as they revolve in the watery abyss of the sky by the side of the path of the boat of Tem. I stand upon the timbers of the boat of Ra. I recite his ordinances to the beings who have knowledge, and I am the herald of his words to him whose throat stinketh. I set free my divine fathers at eventide. I close the lips of my mouth, and I eat like unto a living being. I have life in Tatu, and I live again after death like Ra, day by day. Chapter 39. Vignette: The deceased spearing a serpent. Text: the chapter of driving back the serpent Rerek in the underworld. Osiris Mesemneter saith: Get thee back, depart, retreat from me, O Apep. Withdraw, or thou shalt be drowned at the pool of Nu, at the place where thy father hath ordered that thy slaughter shall be performed. Depart thou from the divine place of birth of Ra, wherein is thy terror. I am Ra, who dwelleth in his terror. Get thee back, fiend, before the darts of his beams. Ra hath overthrown thy words, the gods have turned thy face backwards, the lynx hath torn open thy breast, the scorpion hath cast fetters upon thee, and Maat hath sent forth thy destruction. Those who are in the ways have overthrown thee. Fall down and depart, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra, O thou that passest over the region in the eastern part of heaven with the sound of the roaring thundercloud. O Ra, who openest the gates of the horizon straightway on thy appearance, Apep hath sunk helpless under thy gashings. I have performed thy will, O Ra, I have performed thy will. I have done that which is fair, I have done that which is fair, I have laboured for the peace of Ra. I have made to advance thy fetters, O Ra, and Apep hath fallen through thy drawing them tight. The gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east, have fastened chains upon him, and they have fettered him with fetters. The god Rekes hath overthrown him, and the god Hertit hath put him in chains. Ra setteth, Ra setteth, Ra is strong at his setting. Apep hath fallen, Apep the enemy of Ra departeth. Greater is the punishment which hath been inflicted on thee than the sting which is in the scorpion goddess, and mightily hath she, whose course is everlasting, worked it upon thee, and with deadly effect. Thou shalt never enjoy the delights of love, thou shalt never fulfil thy desire, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. He maketh thee to go back, O thou who art hateful to Ra. He looketh upon thee, get thee back. He pierceth thy head, he cutteth through thy face, he divideth thy head at the two sides of the ways, and it is crushed in his land. Thy bones are smashed in pieces, thy members are hacked off thee, and the god Acre hath condemned thee, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. Thy mariners are those who keep the reckoning for thee, O Ra, as thou advancest, and thou resteth there wherein are the offerings made to thee. As thou advancest towards the house, the advance which thou hast made towards the house is a prosperous advance. Let not any baleful obstacle proceed from thy mouth against me when thou workest on my behalf. I am Set, who let loose the storm clouds and the thunder in the horizon of heaven, even as doth the god Necheb Ab F. Hail, saith the god Tem, make strong your faces, O soldiers of Ra, for I have driven back the god Nencha in the presence of the divine sovereign princes. Hail, saith the god Seb, make ye firm those who are upon their seats, which are in the boat of Khepera. Take ye your ways, grasping your weapons of war in your hands. Hail, saith Hathor, take ye your armour. Hail, saith Nut, come and repulse the god Tcha, who pursueth him that dwelleth in his shrine, and who setteth out on his way alone, namely Neber Chur, who cannot be repulsed. Hail, say those gods who dwell in their companies and who go round about the turquoise pool. Come, O mighty one, we praise, and we will deliver the mighty one who dwelleth in the divine shrine, from whom proceeds the company of the gods. Let commemorations be made for him. Let praise be given to him. Let words of praise be recited before him by you and by me. Hail, saith Nut, to thy sweet one. Hail, saith those who dwell among the gods. He cometh forth, he findeth his way, he maketh captives among the gods, he hath taken possession of the goddess Nut, and Seb standeth up. Hail, thou terrible one! The company of the gods is on the march. Hathor quaketh with terror, and Ra hath triumphed over Apep. Chapter 40. Vignette: the deceased spearing a serpent which has sprung upon an ass and is biting into his neck. Text: the chapter of driving back the eater of the ass. Osiris Ra, triumphant, saith: 1. Get thee back, Hai, thou impure one, thou abomination of Osiris. Thoth hath cut off thy head, and I have performed upon thee all the things which the company of the gods ordered concerning thee in the matter of the work of thy slaughter. Get thee back, thou abomination of Osiris, from the Neshmet boat, which advanceth with a fair wind. Ye are holy, O all ye gods, and ye have cast down headlong the enemies of Osiris. The gods of Te'er shout for joy. Get thee back, O thou eater of the ass, thou abomination of the god Haas, who dwelleth in the underworld. I know thee, I know thee, I know thee, I know thee. Who art thou? I am. 2. On thy face, O fiend, and devour me not, for I am pure, and I am with the time which cometh of itself. Thou shalt not come to me, O thou that comest without being invoked, and whose time of coming is unknown. I am the Lord of thy mouth. Get thee back, thou and thy desires. Hail, Haos, with his stone knife Horus hath cut asunder thy members, and thou art destroyed within thy company, and thy bend or dwelling place is destroyed for thee by the company of the gods who dwell in the cities of Pe and Tep. He that slayeth thee there is in the form of the Eye of Horus, and I have driven thee away as thou wast advancing, and I have vanquished thee by the winds of my mouth. O thou eater of those who commit sins, who dost plunder and spoil, I have committed no sin. Therefore let my palate and the writings with hostile charges against me upon them be given unto me. I have done no wrong in the presence of the sovereign princes, therefore shoot not thy venom at me. I give, do thou take according to what I order. Snatch me not away, and eat me not, for I am the Lord of life, the Prince, life, health, strength of the horizon. End of chapters 31 through 40. Chapters 41 through 50 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. Vignette: the deceased armed with a knife and a short staff. In the Turin Papyrus the deceased is piercing a serpent which lies writhing on a barred instrument. Text: the chapter of driving away the slaughterings which are performed in the underworld. Nebseni, the scribe and designer in the temples of Upper and Lower Egypt, he to whom fair veneration is paid, the son of the scribe and artist Thena, triumphant, saith: Hail, Tem! I have become glorious, or Aku, in the presence of the double lion god. The great god, therefore, open thou unto me the gate of the god Seb. I smell the earth, I bow down so that my nose toucheth the ground, of the great god who dwelleth in the underworld, and I advance into the presence of the company of the gods who dwell with the beings who are in the underworld. Hail, thou guardian of the divine door of the city of Beta, thou god Neti, who dwellest in Amentet. I eat food, and I have life through the air, and the god Ach Ur leadeth me with him to the mighty boat of Khepera. I hold converse with the divine mariners at eventide. I enter in, I go forth, and I see the being who is there. I lift him up, and I say that which I have to say unto him whose throat stinketh for lack of air. I have life, and I am delivered, having lain down in death. Hail, thou that bringest offerings and oblations, bring forward thy mouth, and make to draw nigh the writings or lists of offerings and oblations. Set thou right and truth firmly upon their throne, make thou the writings to draw nigh, and set thou up the goddesses in the presence of Osiris, the mighty god, the Prince of everlastingness, who counteth his years, who hearkeneth unto those who are in the islands or pools, who raiseth his right shoulder, who judgeth the divine princes, and who sendeth Osiris into the presence of the great sovereign princes who live in the underworld. Chapter 42. Vignette: the deceased standing before Osiris with his left hand raised to his mouth, or the deceased holding a serpent in his hands, or the deceased addressing a serpent which has its head turned away, or the deceased drawing a cord from round the top of a tet, emblem of stability. Text: the chapter of driving back the slaughterings which are performed in Suten henen. Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: O thou land of the scepter, literally wood, O thou white crown of the divine form, O thou resting place of the boat, I am the child, I am the child, I am the child, I am the child. Hail, Abu Ur, thou sayest day by day, the slaughter block is made ready as thou knowest, and thou hast come to decay. I am Ra, the stablisher of those who praise him. I am the knot of the god within the Aser tree, the doubly beautiful one, who is more splendid than yesterday. Say 4 times. I am Ra, the stablisher of those who praise him. I am the knot of the god within the Aser tree, and my going forth is the going forth of Ra on this day. My hair is the hair of Nu, my face is the face of the disk. My eyes are the eyes of Hathor, my ears are the ears of Ap Uat, my nose is the nose of Khenti Kas, my lips are the lips of Anpu, my teeth are the teeth of Serqet, my neck is the neck of the divine goddess Isis, my hands are the hands of Ba Neb Tatu, my forearms are the forearms of Neith, the lady of Sais, my backbone is the backbone of Suti, my phallus is the phallus of Osiris, my reins are the reins of the lords of Kher Aba, my chest is the chest of the mighty one of terror, my belly and back are the belly and back of Sekhet, my buttocks are the buttocks of the Eye of Horus, my hips and legs are the hips and legs of Nut, my feet are the feet of Ptah, my fingers and my leg bones are the fingers and leg bones of the living gods. There is no member of my body which is not the member of some god. The god Thoth shieldeth my body altogether. And I am Ra, day by day. I shall not be dragged back by my arms, and none shall lay violent hold upon my hands, and shall do me hurt, neither men nor gods, nor the sainted dead, nor those who have perished, nor any one of those of ancient times, nor any mortal, nor any human being. I am he who cometh forth, advancing, whose name is unknown. I am yesterday, and seer of millions of years is my name. I pass along the paths of the divine celestial judges. I am the Lord of eternity, and I decree and I judge like the god Khepera. I am the Lord of the Ureret crown. I am he who dwelleth in the Utchat and in the egg, in the Utchat and in the egg, and it is given unto me to live with them. I am he that dwelleth in the Utchat when it closeth, and I exist by the strength thereof. I come forth and I shine. I enter in and I come to life. I am in the Utchat, my seat is upon my throne, and I sit in the abode of splendor before it. I am Horus, and I traverse millions of years. I have given the decree for the establishing of my throne, and I am the ruler thereof. And in very truth my mouth keepeth an even balance both in speech and in silence. In very truth my forms are inverted. I am Un-Nefer, from one season even unto another, and what I have is within me. I am the Only One, who proceedeth from an Only One, who goeth round about in his course. I am he who dwelleth in the Utchat. No evil thing of any form or kind shall spring up against me, and no baleful object, and no harmful thing, and no disastrous thing shall happen unto me. I open the door in heaven, I govern my throne, and I open up the way for the births which take place on this day. I am the child who marcheth along the road of yesterday. I am today for untold nations and peoples. I am he who protecteth you for millions of years, and whether ye be denizens of the heavens, or of the earth, or of the south, or of the north, or of the east, or of the west, the fear of me is in your bodies. I am he whose being has been moulded in his eye, and shall not die again. My moment is in your bodies, but my forms are in my place of habitation. I am he who cannot be known, but the red ones have their faces directed towards me. I am the unveiled one. The season wherein the God created the heavens for me, and enlarged the bounds of the earth, and made great the progeny thereof, cannot be found out, but they fail and are not united again. My name setteth itself apart from all things, and from the great evil which is in the mouths of men, by reason of the speech which I address unto you. I am he who riseth and shineth, the wall which cometh out of a wall, an Only One who proceedeth from an Only One. There is never a day that passeth without the things which appertain unto him being therein. Passing, 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 passing. Verily I say unto thee, I am the sprout which cometh forth from Nu, and my mother is Nut. Hail, O my Creator! I am he who hath no power to walk, the great Knot who is within yesterday. The might of my strength is within my hand. I myself am not known, but I am he who knoweth thee. I cannot be held with the hand, but I am he who can hold thee in his hand. Hail, O egg! Hail, O egg! I am Horus, who lived for millions of years, whose flame shineth upon you, and bringeth your hearts to me. I have the command of my throne, and I advance at this season. I have opened a path, and I have delivered myself from all evil things. I am the dog-headed ape of gold 3 palms and 2 fingers high, which hath neither arms nor legs, and dwelleth in Het Ka Ptah, Memphis, and I go forth as goeth forth the dog-headed ape that dwelleth in Het Ka Ptah. In the Papyrus of Ani, sheet 32, only a portion of this chapter is given, that is, the section which gives the names of the deities with whom the various members of the body of the deceased are identified. This section is arranged in tabular form, and carefully drawn vignettes giving pictures of the gods mentioned are added. The following is the translation. Vignette: the god Nu. Text: the hair of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the hair of Nu. Vignette: Ra, hawk-headed and wearing a disk. Text: the face of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, is the face of Ra. Vignette: the goddess Hathor, with horns and a disk on her head. Text: the eyes of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the eyes of Hathor. Vignette: the god Apuat, jackal-headed, on a standard. Text: the ears of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the ears of Apuat. Vignette: the god Anpu, jackal-headed. Text: the lips of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the lips of Anpu. Vignette: the scorpion goddess Serqet, holding the emblems of life and eternity. Text: the teeth of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the teeth of Serqet. Vignette: the goddess Isis. Text: the neck of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the neck of Isis. Vignette: a ram-headed god having a serpent between his horns. Text: the hands of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the hands of Ba Neb Tatu. Vignette: the goddess Uatchit. Text: the shoulder of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the shoulder of Uatchit. Vignette: the goddess Mert, standing on the symbol of gold, her hands outstretched, and she has on her head a cluster of plants. Text: the throat of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the throat of Mert. Vignette: the goddess Neith. Text: the forearms of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the forearms of the lady of Sais. Vignette: the god Set. Text: the backbone of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the backbone of Set. Vignette: a god. Text: the chest of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the chest of the lords of Kher Aba. Vignette: a god. Text: the flesh of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the flesh of the mighty one of terror. Vignette: a god. Text: the reins and back of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the reins and back of Sekhet. Vignette: an Utchat upon a pylon. Text: the buttocks of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the buttocks of the Eye of Horus. Vignette: Osiris wearing the Atef crown and holding the flail and crook. Text: the phallus of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the phallus of Osiris. Vignette: the goddess Nut. Text: the legs of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the legs of Nut. Vignette: the god Ptah standing on the pedestal of Maat. Text: the feet of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the feet of Ptah. Vignette: the star Orion. Text: the fingers of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the fingers of Orion. Vignette: 3 Ui. Text: the leg bones of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the leg bones of the living Ui. Chapter 43. Vignette: in the Theban Recension this chapter is without a vignette. In the Turin Papyrus the deceased is seen adoring three gods, each of whom holds the emblem of life in his right hand and a scepter in his left. Text: the chapter of not letting the head of a man be cut off from him in the underworld. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith: I am the Great One, son of the Great One. I am Fire, the son of Fire, to whom was given his head after it had been cut off. The head of Osiris was not taken away from him. Let not the head of Osiris Ani be taken away from him. I have knit myself together. I have made myself whole and complete. I have renewed my youth. I am Osiris, the Lord of eternity. Chapter 44. Vignette: the scribe Ani, clothed in white and seated in a chair. He holds in the right hand the Kerp scepter, and in the left a long staff. Before him is a table. In the Turin Papyrus the deceased is seen standing before a funeral coffer or shrine. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time in the underworld. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith: My place of hiding is opened, my place of hiding is revealed. The Khus have fallen into the darkness, but the Eye of Horus hath made me mighty, and the god Apuat hath nursed me like a babe. I have hidden myself with you, O ye stars that never diminish. My brow is like unto that of Ra, my face is open, my heart is upon its throne. I have power over the speech of my mouth, I have knowledge. In very truth I am Ra himself. I am not held to be a person of no account, and violence shall not be done unto me. Thy father liveth for thee, O son of Nut. I am thy son, O Great One, and I have seen the hidden things which belong unto thee. I am crowned king of the gods. I shall not die a second time in the underworld. Chapter 45. Vignette: the mummy of the scribe Ani being embraced by Anubis, jackal-headed, the god of the dead. Text: the chapter of not suffering corruption in the underworld. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith: O thou who canst not move like unto Osiris, O thou who canst not move like unto Osiris, O thou whose limbs cannot move like unto those of Osiris, let not thy limbs be without movement, let them not suffer corruption, let them not pass away, let them not decay, and let them be fashioned for me as if I myself were Osiris. Rubric: if the deceased know this chapter, he shall never suffer corruption in the underworld. Chapter 46. Vignette: the doorway of the tomb. By one post stands the soul of the scribe Ani in the form of a human-headed hawk, and by the other the Bennu bird. Text: the chapter of not perishing and of becoming alive in the underworld. Osiris Ani saith: Hail, ye children of the god Shu! Hail, ye children of the god Shu! The Tuat (underworld) hath gained the mastery over his diadem. Like the Hammemet, beings may I arise, even as Osiris doth arise and fare forth. Chapter 47. Vignette: in the Theban Recension this chapter has no vignette, but in the Turin Papyrus a funeral shrine is depicted with the soul of the deceased on one side of it and the Bennu bird on the other. Text: the chapter of not allowing the seat and throne of Nu, the overseer of the palace and chancellor in chief, to be taken away from him in the underworld. He saith: O my seat, O my throne, come ye to me, and go ye round about me. I am your Lord, O ye gods. Come ye and take up your places in my train. I am the son of your Lord, and ye belong to me through my divine Father, who hath made you. Chapter 47. O my seat, O my throne, come ye to me, and go ye round about me, O ye gods. I am a spiritual body, Sa. Therefore let me rise up among those who follow the great God. I am the son of Maati, and that which he abominateth is the speech of falsehood. I am in triumph. Chapter 48. This chapter is given twice in the Sa'ita Recension, once as Chapter 10 and once as Chapter 48. Chapter 49. This chapter is given twice in the Sa'ite Recension, once as Chapter 11 and once as Chapter 49. Chapter 50. A. Vignette: in the Papyrus of Ani and in the Turin Papyrus the deceased is represented standing with his back to a gory knife which rests on its block. Text: the chapter of not entering in unto the block of the god. Nebseni saith: the four bones or knots of my neck and back have been joined together for me by the guardian of heaven, who stablished the knot for him who lay helpless at the breasts of his mother on the day of cutting off the hair. The bones of my neck and back have been knit together by the god Set and by the company of the gods as strongly as they were in the time that is past. May nothing happen to break them apart. Make ye me strong. The goddess Nut hath joined together the bones of my neck and back, and they are even as they were in the time that is past, when I saw the true birth of the gods in visible forms take place in its true and right order. I am Peti, and I am in the presence of the great God. Chapter 50b. Text: the chapter of not entering in unto the block. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I have joined up my head and neck in heaven and in earth. Behold, it is Ra, who day by day stablisheth the knot for him who stood helpless upon his legs on the day of cutting off the hair. The god Suti and the company of the gods have joined together my neck and my back strongly, and they are even as they were in the time that is past. May nothing happen to break them apart. Make ye me strong against the slaughterer of my divine father. I have gotten power over my two lands. The goddess Nut hath joined together the bones of my neck and back, and I behold them as they were in the time that is past, when as yet I had not seen Maat, and when the gods were not born in visible forms. I am Penti, and I am in the form of the destroyer of the great gods. End of chapters 41 through 50. Chapters 51 through 60 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Theban Recension. In the Turin Papyrus, an upright figure of the deceased forms the vignette. Text: The chapter of not marching to be overthrown in the underworld. The overseer of the palace Nu, triumphant, saith: That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, let me not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth. Let me not eat it in the place of the sepulchral cakes which are offered unto the Kas. Let me not be destroyed thereby. Let me not be compelled to take it into my hands, and let me not be compelled to walk thereon in my sandals. Chapter 52. Vignette: This chapter is without a vignette in the Theban Recension. In the Turin Papyrus the deceased is seated on a chair, and his left hand is stretched out over a table. Text: The chapter of not eating filth in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, saith: That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, let me not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth. Let me not eat it in the place of the sepulchral cakes which are offered unto the Kas. Let it not light upon my body. Let me not be obliged to take it into my hands, and let me not be obliged to walk thereon in my sandals. What now wilt thou live upon in the presence of the gods? Let food come unto me from the place whither thou wilt bring food, and let me live upon the 7 loaves of bread which shall be brought as food before Horus, and upon the bread which is brought before Thoth. The gods shall say unto me, What manner of food wouldst thou have given unto thee? And I reply, Let me eat my food under the sycamore tree of my lady, the goddess Hathor, and let my times be among the divine beings who have alighted thereon. Let me have the power to order my own fields in Tatu, and my own growing crops in Anu. Let me live upon bread made of white barley, and let my beer be made from red grain, and may the persons of my father and mother be given unto me as guardians of my door, and for the ordering of my territory. Let me be sound and strong, let me have a large room, and let me be able to sit wheresoever I please. Chapter 53. Vignette: This chapter is without a vignette in the Theban Recension. In the Turin Papyrus the deceased is seated on a chair with a table of offerings before him, and his left hand with a bowl therein is stretched out over it. Text: The chapter of not eating filth and of not drinking foul water in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the bull with 2 horns, and I lead along the heavens. I am the lord of the risings of the heavens, the great illuminer, who cometh forth out of flame, the bestower of years, the far extending one, the double lion god, and there hath been given to me the journey of the god of splendor, Khu. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, let me not eat. Let me not eat filth, and let me not drink foul water, and let me not be tripped up and fall in the underworld. I am the lord of cakes in Anu, and my bread is in heaven with Ra, and my cakes are on the earth with the god Seb, for the Sektet boat and the Atet boat have brought them to me from the house of the great god who is in Anu. I have put away from me my associates, and I have united myself to the boat of heaven. I eat of what they, the gods, or the divine boatmen, eat there. I live upon what they live upon there, and I eat of the cakes which are in the hall of the Lord of sepulchral offerings. I, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant. Chapter 54. Vignette: The deceased, arrayed in white and holding a sail symbolic of air in his left hand. Text: the chapter of giving air to the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant in the underworld. He saith: Hail, thou god Temu! Grant unto me the sweet breath which dwelleth in thy nostrils. I am the egg which is in Kenkenur, the great cackler, and I watch and guard that mighty thing which hath come into being, and with which the god Seb hath opened the earth. I live, and it liveth. I become old, I live, and I snuff the air. I am the god Utja Abet, the god who trieth hostility, and I resolve behind to protect his egg. I shine at the moment of Horus, the mighty god Suti, whose strength is twofold. Hail, thou who makest sweet the seasons of the two earths, thou dweller among Tchefau food, thou dweller in the cerulean heights of heaven, keep watch over the babe that dwelleth in his cot when he cometh forth to you. Chapter 55. Vignette: the deceased holding a sail in each hand. Text: the chapter of giving air in the underworld. Saith Nu, triumphant: I am the jackal of jackals. I am Shu, and I draw air from the presence of the god of light, Khu, to the bounds of heaven, and to the bounds of earth, and to the bounds of the uttermost limits of the flight, literally feather, of the Neba bird. May air be given unto these young divine beings. Chapter 56. Vignette: the deceased holding in his hand a sail symbolic of air. Text: the chapter of snuffing the air among the waters in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou god Tem! Grant thou unto me the sweet breath which dwelleth in thy nostrils. I embrace that great throne which is in the city of Hermopolis, and I keep watch over the egg of Kenken-ur, great cackler. I germinate as it germinateth, I live as it liveth, and my breath is its breath. Chapter 57. Vignette: the deceased standing in a stream of water and holding a sail in his left hand. Text: the chapter of snuffing the air and of having the mastery over the water in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, Hapur, god of heaven, in thy name of divider of heaven, grant thou unto me that I may have dominion over the water, even as the goddess Sekhet had power over Osiris on the night of the storms and floods. Grant thou that I may have power over the divine princes who have their habitations in the place of the god of the inundation, even as they have power over their own holy god, of whose name they are ignorant. And may they let me have power even as he hath let them have power. My nostrils are opened in Tatu, or as others say, my mouth and my nostrils are opened in Tatu, and I have my place of peace in Anu, which is my house. It was built for me by the goddess Sesheta, and the god Khnemu set it up for me upon its walls. If to this heaven it cometh by the north, I sit at the south. If to this heaven it cometh by the south, I sit at the north. If to this heaven it cometh by the west, I sit at the east. And if to this heaven it cometh by the east, I sit at the west. I draw the hair of my nostrils, and I make my way into every place in which I wish to sit. In the papyrus of Nefer Uben F, this chapter ends quite differently, and reads: I am strong in my mouth and in my nostrils, for behold, Tem has stablished them. Behold, O ye gods and Khus, rest thou then, O Tem. Behold the staff which blossometh, and which cometh forth when a man crieth out in your names. Behold, I am Tem, the tree of the gods in their visible forms. Let me not be turned back. I am the Am Kent, Nefer Uben F, triumphant. Let neither my flesh nor my members be gashed with knives. Let me not be wounded by knives by you. I have come, I have been judged, I have come forth therein. I have power with my father, the old man Nu. He hath granted that I may live. He hath given strength unto me, and he hath provided me with the inheritance of my father therein. Chapter 58. Vignette: Ani and his wife Thuthu standing in a pool of running water. Each holds a sail, the symbol of air, in the left hand, and scoops up water to the mouth with the right hand. On the edges of the pool are palm trees, from the largest of which hang great clusters of dates. Text: the chapter of breathing the air and of having dominion over the water in the underworld. Osiris Ani saith, "Open to me. Who art thou? Whither goest thou? What is thy name? I am one of you." "Who are those with thee?" "The two serpent goddesses Merti. Separate thou from him, head from head, when thou goest into the divine Meskin chamber. He letteth me set out for the temple of the gods who have found their faces. Assembler of souls is the name of my boat. Making the hair to stand on end is the name of the oars. Goad is the name of the hold. Making straight for the middle is the name of the rudder. Likewise the boat is a type of my being borne onward in the pool. Let there be given unto me vessels of milk together with cakes and loaves of bread and cups of drink and flesh in the temple of Anpu. Rubric: if he, the deceased, knoweth this chapter, he shall go into, after coming forth from, the underworld of the beautiful Amentet. Chapter 59. Vignette: Ani kneeling beside a pool of water wherein grows a sycamore tree. In the tree appears the goddess Nut, pouring out water for him from a vessel with the right hand, and giving him cakes with the left. Text: the chapter of snuffing the air and of having dominion over the waters in the underworld. Osiris Ani saith, "Hail, thou sycamore tree of the goddess Nut! Grant thou to me of the water and of the air which dwell in thee. I embrace the throne which is in Unnu (Hermopolis), and I watch and guard the egg of Nekek-ur, the great cackler. It groweth, I grow; it liveth, I live; it snuffeth the air, I snuff the air. I, the Osiris Ani, in triumph." Chapter 60. Vignette: the deceased holding in his left hand a sail, symbolic of air. Text: another chapter. Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, "Let the gates of heaven be opened for me by the god Thoth and by Hapi, and let me pass through the doors of Ta Qeb into the great heaven," or as others say at the time, or as others say with the strength of Ra. "Grant ye, O Thoth and Hapi, that I may have power over the water, even as Set had power over his enemies on the day when there were storms and rain upon the earth. Let me have power over the divine beings who have mighty arms in their shoulders, even as the god who is apparelled in splendor and whose name is unknown had power over them. And may I have power over the beings whose arms are mighty." End of chapters 51 through 60. Chapters 61 through 70 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 61. Vignette. The scribe Ani, clothed in white, clasping to his breast his soul, which is in the form of a human-headed hawk. Text. The chapter of not letting the soul of a man be taken from him in the underworld. Osiris, the scribe Ani, saith, I, even I, am he who came forth from the water flood, which I make to overflow, and which becometh mighty as the river Nile. Chapter 62. Vignette. The deceased scooping up running water out of a stream into his mouth with both hands. Text. The chapter of drinking water in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni saith, May be open to me the mighty flood by Osiris, and may the abyss of water be open to me by Tahuti Hapi, the Lord of the horizon, in my name of opener. May there be granted to me mastery over the water courses as over the members of Set. I go forth into heaven. I am the lion god Ra. I am the bull. I have eaten the thigh, and I have divided the carcass. I have gone round about among the islands or lakes of Sekhet Aru. Indefinite time without beginning and without end hath been given to me. I inherit eternity, and everlastingness hath been bestowed upon me. The last 3 chapters with a single vignette are grouped in one of the papyrus of Nefer Uben F, but the order of them as there given is 61, 60, 62. In the Turin papyrus the vignette of each is the same, that is, the deceased holding a sail in his left hand. Chapter 63a. Vignette. The deceased drinking water from a running stream, or the deceased kneeling by the side of a pool of water and receiving water in a bowl which he holds in his left hand from a vessel which the goddess of the sycamore tree, Nut, is emptying into it. In the Turin papyrus the deceased is pouring out water from 2 vessels before the symbol of flame. Text. The chapter of drinking water and of not being burnt by fire in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, bull of Amentet! I am brought unto thee. I am the oar of Ra, wherewith he ferried over the divine aged ones. Let me neither be burnt up nor destroyed by fire. I am Bet, the firstborn son of Osiris, who doth meet every god within his eye in Anu. I am the divine heir, the exalted one, the mighty one, the resting one. I have made my name to germinate. I have delivered it, and thou shalt live through me day by day. Chapter 63b. Vignette. The deceased standing before 2 symbols of fire, or the deceased sitting at a table of offerings and smelling of flour. Text. The chapter of not being scalded with water. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am the oar made ready for rowing, wherewith Ra transported the boat containing the divine ancestors, and lifted up the moist emanations of Osiris from the lake of fire, and he was not burned. I lie down like a divine Khu, and like Khnemu, who dwelleth among lions. Come, break away the restraints from him that passeth by the side of this path, and let me come forth by it. Chapter 64. The 64th chapter is probably one of the oldest of all, and 2 versions of it seem to have existed in the earliest times. The longer version is called the chapter of coming forth by day in the underworld, and the shorter the chapter of knowing the chapters of coming forth by day in a single chapter. On a coffin of the 11th dynasty both versions occur. The rubric of one version says that it was discovered in the reign of Hesepti, that is, about B.C. 4266, while the rubric of the other attributes its discovery to the time of Mentu-hetep, which is clearly a mistake, for Men-kau-ra, Mycerinus. Thus, in the 11th dynasty, it was believed that the chapter might even be as ancient as the time of the first dynasty. There is little doubt that the chapter was looked upon as an abridgment of all the chapters of Coming Forth by Day, and that it had a value which was equivalent to them all. Chapter 64. Vignette: the deceased adoring the sun's disk, which rises above the top of a tree. Text: the chapter of Coming Forth by Day in the underworld. Nebseni, Lord of Reverence, saith: I am yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and I have the power to be born a second time. I am the divine hidden soul who createth the gods, and who giveth sepulchral meals unto the denizens of the Tuat underworld, Amentet, and heaven. I am the rudder of the east, the possessor of two divine faces, wherein his beams are seen. I am the lord of the men who are raised up, the lord who cometh forth from out of the darkness, and whose forms of existence are of the house wherein are the dead. Hail, ye two hawks, who are perched upon your resting places, who hearken unto the things which are said by him, who guide the bier to the hidden place, who lead along Ra, and who follow him into the uppermost place of the shrine which is in the celestial heights. Hail, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the middle of the earth. He is I, and I am he, and Ptah hath covered his sky with crystal. Hail, Ra, thou who art content, thy heart is glad by reason of the beautiful law of the day. Thou enterest in by Kemenu, and comest forth at the east, and the divine firstborn beings who are in thy presence cry out with gladness unto thee. Make thou thy roads glad for me, and make broad for me thy paths, when I shall set out from earth for the life in the celestial regions. Send forth thy light upon me, O soul unknown, for I am one of those who are about to enter in, and the divine speech is in my ears in the Tuat underworld. And let no defects of my mother be imputed unto me. Let me be delivered, and let me be safe from him whose divine eyes sleep at eventide, when he gathereth together and finisheth the day in night. I flood the land with water, and Kemur is my name, and the garment wherewith I am clothed is complete. Hail, thou divine prince Ati Shef, cry out unto those divine beings who dwell in their hair at the season when the god is lifted upon the shoulder, saying: Come, thou who dwellest above thy divine abyss of water, for verily the thigh of the sacrifice is tied to the neck, and the buttocks are laid upon the head of Amentet. May the Urti goddesses, that is, Isis and Nephthys, grant such gifts unto me when my tears start from me, as I see myself journeying with the divine Tenna in Abydos, and the wooden fastenings which fasten the four doors above thee are in thy power within thy garment. Thy face is like that of a greyhound which scenteth with his nose the place whither I go on my feet. The god Akau transporteth me to the chamber, and my nurse is the divine double lion god himself. I am made strong, and I come forth like him that forceth a way through the gate, and the radiance which my heart hath made is enduring. I know the abysses is thy name. I work for you, O ye Khus. 4,600,000, 1,200 are they, concerning the things which are there. I am over their affairs, working for hours and days in setting straight the shoulders of the 12 Sa gods, and joining the hands of their company each to each. The sixth, who is at the head of the abyss, is the hour of the defeat of the fiends. I have come there in triumph, and I am he who is in the halls or courtyards of the underworld, and I am he who is laid under tribute to Shu. I rise as the Lord of Life through the beautiful law of this day, and it is their blood and the cool water of their slaughter which make the union of the earth to blossom. I make a way among the horns of all those who make themselves strong against me, and among those who in secret make themselves adversaries unto me, and who are upon their bellies. I have come as the envoy of my Lord of Lords to give counsel concerning Osiris. The eye shall not absorb its tears. I am the divine envoy of the house of him that dwelleth in his possessions, and I have come from Sekhem to Anu to make known to the Bennu bird therein concerning the events of the Tuat (underworld). Hail, thou Aukert, that is, underworld, which hidest thy companion who is in thee, thou creator of forms of existence like the god Khepera. Grant thou that Nebseni, the scribe and designer to the temples of the south and of the north, may come forth to see the disk, and that his journeyings forth may be in the presence of the great god, that is to say, Shu, who dwelleth in everlastingness. Let me journey on in peace, let me pass over the sky, let me adore the radiance of the splendour which is in my sight. Let me soar like a bird to see the companies of the Khus in the presence of Ra day by day, who vivifieth every human being that walketh upon the regions which are upon the earth. Hail, Hemti, that is, runner. Hail, Hemti, who carriest away the shades of the dead and the Khus from earth. Grant thou unto me a prosperous way to the Tuat (underworld), such as is made for the favoured ones of the god, because I am helpless to gather together the emanations which come from me. Who art thou, then, who consumest in its hidden place? I am the chief in Re stau, and he that goeth in his own name and cometh forth in that of Hehi, the Lord of millions of years and of the earth, is my name. The pregnant goddess hath deposited upon the earth her load, and hath given birth to Hit straightway. The closed door which is by the wall is overthrown, it is turned upside down, and I rejoice thereat. To the Mighty One hath his eye been given, and it sendeth forth light from his face when the earth becometh light, or at daybreak. I shall not become corrupt, but I shall come into being in the form of the Lion God, and like the blossoms of Shu. I am the being who is never overwhelmed in the waters. Happy, yea, happy is he that looked upon the funeral couch, which hath come to its place of rest, upon the happy day of the god whose heart resteth, who maketh his place of alighting thereon. I am he who cometh forth by day, the Lord of the bier which giveth life in the presence of Osiris. In very truth the things which are thine are stable each day, O scribe, artist, child of the Seshet chamber, Nebseni, Lord of veneration. I clasp the sycamore tree, I myself am joined unto the sycamore tree, and its arms are opened unto me graciously. I have come, and I have clasped the Uchat, and I have caused it to be seated in peace upon its throne. I have come to see Ra when he setteth, and I absorb into myself the winds which arise when he cometh forth, and both my hands are clean to adore him. I have gathered together all my members, I have gathered together all my members. I soar like a bird, and I descend upon the earth, and mine eye maketh me to walk thereon in my footsteps. I am the child of yesterday, and the Akeru gods of the earth have made me to come into being, and they have made me strong for my moment of coming forth. I hide with the god Aba Ayu, who will walk behind me, and my members shall germinate, and my khu shall be as an amulet for my body, and as one who watcheth to protect my soul, and to defend it, and to converse therewith. And the company of the gods shall hearken unto my words. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall be victorious both upon earth and in the underworld. He shall do whatsoever a man doeth who is upon the earth, and he shall perform all the deeds which those do who are alive. Now it is a great protection given by the god. This chapter was found in the city of Kemenu, inscribed upon the block of iron in letters of lapis lazuli, which was under the feet of this god. In the rubric to this chapter, as found in the papyrus of Mesemneter, the chapter is said to have been discovered in the foundations of the shrine of the divine Hennu boat by the chief mason in the time of the king of the north and of the south, Hesepti triumphant, and it is there directed that it shall be recited by one who is ceremonially pure and clean, and who hath not touched women, and who hath not eaten flesh of animals or fish. Chapter 64. Vignette. In the papyrus of Nu this chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of knowing the chapters of coming forth by day in a single chapter. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Osiris Nu, triumphant, begotten of the overseer of the palace, Amen Hetep, triumphant, saith: I am yesterday and tomorrow, and I have the power to be born a second time. I am the divine hidden soul who createth the gods, and who giveth sepulchral meals to the divine hidden beings in the Tuat (underworld). In Amenti and in heaven I am the rudder of the east, the possessor of two divine faces wherein his beams are seen. I am the lord of those who are raised up, the lord who cometh forth from out of the darkness. Hail, ye two divine hawks, who are perched upon your resting places, and who hearken unto the things which are said by him. The thigh of the sacrifice is tied to the neck, and the buttocks are laid upon the head of Amentet. May the Urti goddesses, that is, Isis and Nephthys, grant such gifts unto me when my tears start from me as I look on. I know the abysses is thy name. I work for you, O ye Khus, who are in number 4,601,200, and they are in height 12 cubits. Ye travel on, joining the hands each to each, but the sixth hour, which belongeth at the head of the Tuat (underworld), is the hour of the overthrow of the fiend. I have come there in triumph, and I am he who is in the hall or courtyard of the Tuat, and the seven come in his manifestations. The strength which protecteth me is that which hath my Khu under its protection, that is, the blood, and the cool water, and the slaughterings which abound. I open a way among the horns of all those who would do harm unto me, who keep themselves hidden, who make themselves adversaries unto me, and those who are upon their bellies. The eye shall not eat or absorb the tears of the goddess Aukert. Hail, goddess Aukert, open thou unto me the enclosed place, and grant thou unto me pleasant roads whereupon I may travel. Who art thou, then, who consumest in the hidden places? I am the chief in Re Stau, and I go in and come forth in my name of Hehi, the lord of millions of years and of the earth. I am the maker of my name. The pregnant one hath deposited upon the earth her load, the door by the wall is shut fast, and the things of terror are overturned and thrown down upon the backbone of the Bennu bird by the two Samaet goddesses. To the mighty one hath his eye been given, and his face emitteth light when he illumineth the earth. My name is his name. I shall not become corrupt, but I shall come into being in the form of the Lion God. The blossoms of Shu shall be in me. I am he who is never overwhelmed in the waters. Happy, yea, happy is the funeral couch of the still heart. He maketh himself to alight upon the pool, and verily he cometh forth therefrom. I am the Lord of my life. I have come to this place, and I have come forth from Re-a-urt, the city of Osiris. Verily the things which are thine are with the Sariu deities. I have clasped the sycamore tree, and I have divided it. I have opened a way for myself among the Sekhu gods of the Tuat. I have come to see him that dwelleth in his divine uraeus, face to face and eye to eye, and I draw to myself the winds which rise when he cometh forth. My two eyes are weak in my face, O Lion God, babe, who dwellest in Utent. Thou art in me, and I am in thee, and thy attributes are my attributes. I am the god of the inundation, Ba, and Qem-ur-Shi is my name. My forms are the forms of the god Khepera, the hair of the earth of Tem, the hair of the earth of Tem. I have entered in as a man of no understanding, and I shall come forth in the form of a strong Khu, and I shall look upon my form, which shall be that of men and women for ever and for ever. Rubric 1. If this chapter be known by a man, he shall come forth by day, and he shall not be repulsed at any gate of that Tuat underworld, either in going in or in coming out. He shall perform all the transformations which his heart shall desire for him, and he shall not die. Behold, the soul of this man shall flourish, and moreover, if he know this chapter, he shall be victorious upon earth and in the underworld, and he shall perform every act of a living human being. Now it is a great protection which hath been given by the God. This chapter was found in the foundations of the shrine of Hennu by the chief mason during the reign of His Majesty the King of the North and of the South, Hesepti Triumphant, who carried it away as a mysterious object which had never before been seen or looked upon. The chapter shall be recited by a man who is ceremonially clean and pure, who hath not eaten the flesh of animals or fish, and who hath not had intercourse with women. Rubric 2. If this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall be victorious both upon earth and in the underworld, and he shall perform every act of a living human being. Now it is a great protection which hath been given by the God. This chapter was found in the city of Kemenu upon a block of iron of the south, which had been inlaid with letters of real lapis lazuli, under the feet of the god during the reign of His Majesty the King of the North and of the South, Men Kau Ra, Mycerinus, triumphant, by the royal son Heru Tata F, triumphant. He found it when he was journeying about to make an inspection of the temples. One Nekut was with him, who was diligent in making him to understand it, and he brought it to the king as a wonderful object when he saw that it was a thing of great mystery, which had never before been seen or looked upon. This chapter shall be recited by a man who is ceremonially clean and pure, who hath not eaten the flesh of animals or fish, and who hath not had intercourse with women. And behold, thou shalt make a scarab of green stone, with a rim plated with gold, which shall be placed in the heart of a man, and it shall perform for him the opening of the mouth, and thou shalt anoint it with anti unguent, and thou shalt recite over it these enchantments. Chapter 65. Vignette: the deceased kneeling in adoration before Ra, hawk-headed and having a disk encircled by an uraeus on his head. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day and of gaining the mastery over enemies. The Chancellor in Chief Nu saith: Ra sitteth in his habitation of millions of years, and he hath gathered together the company of the gods, with those divine beings whose faces are hidden, who dwell in the temple of Khepera, who eat the god Ba, and who drink the drink offerings which are brought into the celestial regions of light, and conversely. Grant that I may take possession of the captives of Osiris, and never let me have my being among the fiends of Suti. Hail, let me sit upon his folds in the habitation of the god Usur Ba, that is, he of the strong soul. Grant thou that I may sit upon the throne of Ra, and let me have possession of my body before the god Seb. Grant thou that Osiris may come forth triumphant over Suti, and over the night watchers of Suti, and over the night watchers of the crocodile, yea, the night watchers of the crocodile, whose faces are hidden, and who dwell in the divine temple of the King of the North, in the apparel of the gods on the 6th day of the festival, whose snares are like unto everlastingness, and whose cords are like unto eternity. I have seen the god Abet Ka placing the cord. The child is laid in fetters, and the rope of the god Ab Ka is drawn tight. Behold me, I am born, and I come forth in the form of a living Khu, and the human beings who are upon the earth ascribe praise unto me. Hail, Mer, who doest these things for me, and who art put an end to by the vigour of Ra. Grant thou that I may see Ra. Grant thou that I may come forth against my enemies, and grant thou that I may be victorious over them in the presence of the sovereign princes of the great God, who are in the presence of the great God. If, repulsing me, thou dost not allow me to come forth against my enemy, and to be victorious over him before the sovereign princes, then may Hapi, who liveth upon law and order, not come forth into heaven. Now he liveth by Maat, and may Ra, who feedeth upon fish, not descend into the waters, and then verily shall Ra, who feedeth upon right and order, come forth into heaven, and then verily shall Hapi, who feedeth upon fish, descend into the waters, and then verily the great day upon the earth shall not be in its season. I have come against my enemy. He hath been given unto me. He hath come to an end, and I have gotten possession of him before the sovereign princes. Chapter 65. Vignette: The deceased standing up and holding a staff in his left hand. Text: The chapter of coming forth by day and of gaining the mastery over enemies. Hail, thou who shinest from the moon, and who sendest forth light therefrom! Thou comest forth among thy multitudes, and thou goest round about. Let me rise, or, as others say, let me be brought in among the Khus, and let the underworld be opened unto me. Behold, I have come forth on this day, and I have become a Khu, or a shining being. Therefore shall the Khus let me live, and they shall cause my enemies to be brought to me in a state of misery in the presence of the divine sovereign princes. The divine Ka, double of my mother, shall rest in peace because of this, and I shall stand upon my feet, and have a staff of gold, or, as others say, a rod of gold in my hand, wherewith I shall inflict cuts on the limbs of mine enemy, and shall live. The legs of Sothis are stablished, and I am born in their state of rest. Chapter 66. Vignette: In the only papyrus known to contain this chapter, it has no vignette. Text: The chapter of coming forth by day. The scribe Mahu saith: I have knowledge. I was conceived by the goddess Sekhet, and the goddess Neith gave birth to me. I am Horus, and I have come forth from the Eye of Horus. I am Uchit, who came forth from Horus. I am Horus, and I fly up and perch myself upon the forehead of Ra in the bows of his boat, which is in heaven. Chapter 67. Vignette: This chapter is without a vignette. Text: The chapter of opening the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: The chamber of those who dwell in Nu is opened, and the footsteps of those who dwell with the god of light are set free. The chamber of Shu is opened, and he cometh forth, and I shall come forth outside, and I shall advance from my territory. I shall receive, and I shall lay firm hold upon the tribute in the house of the chief of his dead. I shall advance to my throne, which is in the boat of Ra. I shall not be molested, and I shall not suffer shipwreck from my throne, which is in the boat of Ra, the mighty one. Hail, thou that shinest and givest light from Hentchi. Chapter 68. Vignette: The deceased kneeling before a goddess seated by a tree, or the deceased standing by the side of a table of offerings and adoring a goddess who stands in a shrine. Text: The chapter of coming forth by day. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: The doors of heaven are open for me, the doors of earth are open for me, the bars and bolts of Seb are open for me, and the first temple hath been unfastened for me by the god Petra. Behold, I was guarded and watched, but now I am released. Behold, his hand had tied cords round me, and his hand had darted upon me in the earth. Re-hent hath been opened for me, and Re-hent hath been unfastened before me. Re-hent hath been given unto me, and I shall come forth by day unto whatsoever place I please. I have gained the mastery over my heart. I have gained the mastery over my breast. I have gained the mastery over my 2 hands. I have gained the mastery over my 2 feet. I have gained the mastery over my mouth. I have gained the mastery over my whole body. I have gained the mastery over sepulchral offerings. I have gained the mastery over the waters. I have gained the mastery over the air. I have gained the mastery over the canal. I have gained the mastery over the river and over the land. I have gained the mastery over the furrows. I have gained the mastery over the male workers for me. I have gained the mastery over the female workers for me in the underworld. I have gained the mastery over all the things which were ordered to be done for me upon the earth, according to the entreaty which ye spake for me, saying, Behold, let him live upon the bread of Seb. That which is an abomination unto me I shall not eat, nay, I shall live upon cakes made of white grain, and my ale shall be made of the red grain of Hapi, that is, the Nile. In a clean place shall I sit on the ground beneath the foliage of the date palm of the goddess Hathor, who dwelleth in the spacious disk, as it advanceth to Annu (Heliopolis), having the books of the divine words of the writings of the god Thoth. I have gained the mastery over my heart. I have gained the mastery over my heart's place, or breast. I have gained the mastery over my mouth. I have gained the mastery over my 2 hands. I have gained the mastery over the waters. I have gained the mastery over the canal. I have gained the mastery over the river. I have gained the mastery over the furrows. I have gained the mastery over the men who work for me. I have gained the mastery over the women who work for me in the underworld. I have gained the mastery over all the things which were ordered to be done for me upon earth and in the underworld. I shall lift myself up on my left side, and I shall place myself on my right side. I shall lift myself up on my right side, and I shall place myself on my left side. I shall sit down, I shall stand up, and I shall place myself in the path of the wind like a guide who is well prepared. Rubric. If this composition be known by the deceased, he shall come forth by day, and he shall be in a position to journey about over the earth among the living, and he shall never suffer diminution, never, never. Chapter 69. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette both in the Theban and Sa'ite recensions of the Book of the Dead. Text. Another chapter. I am the fire god, the divine brother of the fire god, and I am Osiris, the brother of Isis. My divine son, together with his mother Isis, hath avenged me on mine enemies. My enemies have wrought every kind of evil, therefore their arms and hands and feet have been fettered by reason of their wickedness which they have wrought upon me. I am Osiris, the firstborn of the divine womb, the firstborn of the gods, and the heir of my father Osiris Seb. I am Osiris, the lords of the heads that live, mighty of breast and powerful of back, with a phallus which goeth to the remotest limits where men and women live. I am Sa, Orion, who travelleth over his domain, and who journeyeth along before the stars of heaven, which is the belly of my mother Nut. She conceived me through her love, and she gave birth to me because it was her will so to do. I am Anpu, Anubis, on the day of the god Sepa. I am the bull at the head of the meadow. I, even I, am Osiris, who imprisoned his father together with his mother on the day of making the great slaughter. Now his father is Seb, and his mother is Nut. I am Horus, the firstborn of Ra of the risings. I am Anpu, Anubis, on the day of the god Sepa. I, even I, am the Lord Tem. I am Osiris. Hail, thou divine firstborn, who dost enter and dost speak before the divine scribe and doorkeeper of Osiris, grant that I may come. I have become a Khu, I have been judged, I have become a divine being, I have come, and I have avenged mine own body. I have taken up my seat by the divine birth chamber of Osiris, and I have destroyed the sickness and suffering which were there. I have become mighty, and I have become a divine being by the side of the birth chamber of Osiris. I am brought forth with him. I renew my youth, I renew my youth. I take possession of my two thighs, which are in the place where is Osiris, and I open the mouth of the gods therewith. I take my seat by his side, and Thoth cometh forth, and I am strengthened in heart with thousands of cakes upon the altars of my divine father, and with my beasts, and with my cattle, and with my red-feathered fowl, and with my oxen, and with my geese, and with my ducks, for Horus my chieftain, and with the offerings which I make to Thoth, and with the sacrifices which I offer up to An-Heri Ur-Teitsa. Chapter 70. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette both in the Theban and Sa'ite recensions of the Book of the Dead. Text. Another chapter. I have sacrificed unto An-Heri Ur-Teitsa, and I am decreed to be strengthened in heart, for I have made offerings at the altars of my divine father Osiris. I rule in Tatu, and I lift myself up over his land. I sniff the wind of the east by its hair. I lay hold upon the north wind by its hair. I seize and hold fast to the west wind by its body, and I go round about heaven on its four sides. I lay hold upon the south wind by its eye, and I bestow air upon the venerable beings who are in the underworld, along with the eating of cakes. Rubric. If this composition be known by the deceased upon earth, he shall come forth by day, and he shall have the faculty of travelling about among the living, and his name shall never perish. End of chapters 61 through 70. Chapters 71 through 80 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 71. Vignette. The deceased kneeling with both hands raised in adoration. before the goddess Maert. The legend reads, the homage of the scribe Nebseni to the goddess Maert, lady of heaven and mistress of earth. Elsewhere the deceased is seen adoring Ra in the presence of Thoth and Osiris. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day. The libationer, the lord of reverence Nebseni, saith: Hail, thou hawk who risest in heaven, thou lord of the goddess Maert, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon the earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the god of one face is with me. I am the hawk which is within the shrine, and I open that which is upon the hangings thereof. Behold, Horus, the son of Isis. Behold, Horus, the son of Isis, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the god of one face is with me. I am the hawk in the southern heaven, and I am Thoth in the northern heaven. I make peace with the raging fire, and I bring Maat to him that loveth her. Behold, Thoth, even Thoth, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the god of one face is with me. I am the plant of the region where nothing sprouteth, and the blossom of the hidden horizon. Behold, Osiris, yea, Osiris, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the god of one face is with me. Hail, thou who standest upon thy legs in thine hour, or as others say, Hail, thou who art victorious upon thy legs in thine hour, thou lord of the two divine Tchafi, who livest in the two divine Tchafi, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the god of one face is with me. Hail, thou Nekhen, who art in thine egg, thou lord of the goddess Maert, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the god of one face is with me. The god Sepek hath stood up within his ground, and the goddess Neith hath stood up within her plantation. O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, show thyself upon earth, and let thy will be done. Behold, the god of one face is with me. Hail, ye seven beings who make decrees, who support the scales on the night of the judgment of the Utchat, who cut off heads, who hack necks in pieces, who take possession of hearts by violence, and rend the places where hearts are fixed, who make slaughterings in the lake of fire. I know you, and I know your names. Therefore know ye me, even as I know your names. I come forth to you, therefore come ye forth to me, for ye live in me, and I would live in you. Make ye me to be vigorous by means of that which is in your hands, that is to say, by the rod of power which is in your hands. Decree ye for me life by your speech year by year. Give me multitudes of years over and above my years of life, and multitudes of months over and above my months of life, and multitudes of days over and above my days of life, and multitudes of nights over and above my nights of life. And grant that I may come forth and shine upon my statue, and grant me air for my nose, and let my eyes have the power to see among those divine beings who dwell in the horizon on the day when evil doing and wrong are justly assessed. Rubric: if this chapter be recited for the deceased, he shall be strong upon earth before Ra, and he shall have a comfortable burial or tomb with Osiris, and it shall be of great benefit to a man in the underworld. Sepulchral bread shall be given unto him, and he shall come forth into the presence of Ra, day by day, and every day regularly and continually. Chapter 72. Vignette: the deceased standing and holding a staff in his left hand. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day and of opening up a way through the Amahet. Behold the scribe Nebseni triumphant, who saith: Homage to you, O ye lords of Kaz, ye who are without sin, and who live for the limitless and infinite aeons of time which make up eternity. I have opened up a way for myself to you. I have become a Khu in my forms. I have gained the mastery over my enchantments, and I am decreed to be a Khu. Therefore deliver ye me from the crocodile which liveth in this country of right and truth. Grant ye to me my mouth, that I may speak therewith, and cause that my sepulchral meals be placed in my hands in your presence. For I know you, and I know your names, and I know also the name of the mighty God, before whose nose ye set your tchefau food, and the name is Tekem. When he openeth up his path in the eastern horizon of heaven, and when he fluttereth down in the western horizon of heaven, may he carry me along with him, and may I be safe and sound. Let not the Mesqet make an end of me. Let not the fiend gain the mastery over me. Let me not be turned back at your portals, and let not your doors be shut in my face, because my cakes are in the city of Pe, and my ale is in the city of Tep. And there in the celestial mansions of heaven, which my divine father Tem hath stablished, let my hands lay hold upon the wheat and the barley, which shall be given unto me therein in abundant measure. And may the son of mine own body make ready for me my food therein, and grant ye unto me therein sepulchral meals, and incense, and wax, and all the beautiful and pure things whereon the God liveth, in very deed for ever in all the transformations which it pleaseth me to perform. And grant me the power to float down and to sail up the stream in Sekhet Aru, and may I reach Sekhet Hetep. I am the double lion God. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased upon earth, or if it be done in writing upon his coffin, he shall come forth by day in all the forms which he is pleased to take, and he shall enter into his place and shall not be driven back, and cakes and ale and joints of meat upon the altar of Osiris shall be given unto him, and he shall enter in peace into Sekhet Aru to know the decree of him who dwelleth in Tatu. There shall wheat and barley be given unto him, there shall he flourish as he did upon earth, and he shall do whatever it pleaseth him to do, even as the company of the gods which is in the underworld continually and regularly for millions of times. Chapter 73. This chapter is given twice in the Turin Papyrus, once with a vignette and once without. The vignette in the Theban Recension is quite different from that in the Sa'ite Recension, where the deceased is seen standing and holding a staff in his left hand. Chapter 74. Vignette: the deceased kneeling with both hands raised in adoration before the Seker boat placed upon its sledge. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is standing near a two-legged serpent. Text: the chapter of lifting up the feet and of coming forth upon the earth. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Perform thy work, O Seker! Perform thy work, O Seker! O thou who dwellest in thy house, and who standest on thy feet in the underworld! I am the God who sendeth forth rays of light over the thigh of heaven, and I come forth to heaven, and I sit myself down by the God of light, Khu. Hail, I have become helpless. Hail, I have become helpless, but I go forward. I have become helpless. I have become helpless in the regions of those who plunder in the underworld. Chapter 75. Vignette: in the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is standing before the emblem of Annu, Heliopolis. Text: the chapter of journeying to Annu, Heliopolis, and of receiving a throne therein. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I have come forth from the uttermost parts of the earth, and I have received my apparel at the will of the ape. I penetrate into the holy habitations of those who are in their shrines or coffins. I force my way through the habitations of the god Remrem, and I arrive in the habitations of the god Akhsisef. I travel on through the holy chambers, and I pass into the temple of the god Kemkem. The buckle hath been given unto me, it hath placed its hands upon me, it hath decreed to my service its sister Kebent and its mother Kekhet. It placeth me in the eastern part of heaven, wherein Ra riseth, and is exalted every day, and I rise therein and travel onward, and I become a spiritual body, Sa, like the god, and they set me on that holy way on which Thoth journeyeth when he goeth to make peace between the two fighting gods, that is, Horus and Set. He journeyeth to the city of Pe, and he cometh to the city of Tepu. Chapter 76. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Theban Recension, but in the Sa'ite Recension a figure of the deceased is given above the chapter. Text. The chapter of a man transforming himself into whatever form he pleaseth. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have come into the house of the king by means of the mantis (Abit), which led me hither. Homage to thee, O thou who fliest into heaven, and dost shine upon the sun of the white crown, and dost protect the white crown. Let me have my existence with thee. I have gathered together the great gods. I am mighty. I have made my way, and I have travelled along thereon. Chapter 77. Vignette. A golden hawk holding a flail, emblematic of rule. Text. The chapter of performing the transformation into a hawk of gold. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have risen like the mighty hawk of gold that cometh forth from his egg. I fly and I alight like the hawk which hath a back 4 cubits wide, and the wings of which are like unto the mother of emerald of the south. I have come forth from the interior of the Sektet boat, and my heart hath been brought unto me from the mountain of the east. I have alighted upon the Atet boat, and those who were dwelling in their companies have been brought unto me, and they bowed low in paying homage unto me, and in saluting me with cries of joy. I have risen, and I have gathered myself together like the beautiful hawk of gold, which hath the head of a Bennu bird, and Ra entereth in day by day to hearken unto my words. I have taken my seat among those firstborn gods of Nut. I am stablished, and the divine Sekhet Hetep is before me. I have eaten therein, I have become a khu therein, I have an abundance therein, as much as I desire. The god Nepra hath given to me my throat, and I have gained the mastery over that which guardeth or belongeth to my head. Chapter 78. Vignette. A hawk, painted green, holding a flail, and standing upon a pylon-shaped pedestal. Text. The chapter of making the transformation into a divine hawk. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, great God, come now to Tatu. Make thou smooth for me the ways, and let me go round about to visit my thrones. I have renewed myself, and I have raised myself up. O grant thou that I may be feared, and make thou me to be a terror. Let the gods of the underworld be afraid of me, and may they fight for me in their habitations which are therein. Let not him that would do me harm draw nigh unto me, or injure me in the house of darkness, that is, he that clotheth and covereth the feeble one, and whose name is hidden. And let not the gods act likewise towards me. Hail, ye gods, who hearken unto my speech. Hail, ye rulers, who are among the followers of Osiris. Be ye therefore silent, O ye gods, when one god speaketh unto another, for he hearkeneth unto right and truth. And what I speak unto him, do thou also speak for me then, O Osiris. Grant thou that I may journey round about according to that which cometh forth from thy mouth concerning me, and grant that I may see thine own form or forms, and the dispositions of thy souls. Grant thou that I may come forth, and that I may have power over my legs, and that I may have my existence there, like unto that of Neber Tcher, who is over all. May the gods of the underworld fear me, and may they fight for me in their habitations. Grant thou that I may move along therein together with the divine beings who journey onwards, and may I be stablished upon my resting place like the Lord of life. May I be joined unto Isis, the divine lady, and may she protect me from him that would do an injury unto me. And let not any one come to see the divine one naked and helpless. May I journey on, may I come into the uttermost parts of heaven. I exchange speech with the god Seb. I make supplication for divine food from Neber Chur. The gods of the underworld have fear of me, and they fight for me in their habitations when they see that thou hast provided me with food, both of the fowl of the air and of the fish of the sea. I am one of those Khus who dwell with the divine Khu, and I have made my form like unto his divine form when he cometh forth and maketh himself manifest in Tatu. I am a spiritual body, Saw, and possess my soul, and will speak unto thee the things which concern me. O grant thou that I may be feared, and make thou me to be a terror. Let the gods of the underworld be afraid of me, and may they fight for me in their habitations. I, even I, am the Khu who dwelleth with the divine Khu, whom the god Tem himself hath created, and who hath come into being from the blossom, that is, the eyelashes of his eye. He hath made to have existence, and he hath made to be glorious, that is, to be Khus, and he hath made mighty thereby those who have their existence along with him. Behold, he is the only one in Nu, and they sing praises or do homage unto him when he cometh forth from the horizon, and the gods and the Khus who have come into being along with him ascribe the lordship of terror unto him. I am one of those worms which the eye of the Lord, the only one, hath created, and behold, when as yet Isis had not given birth to Horus, I had germinated and had flourished, and I had become aged, and I had become greater than those who dwelt with the divine Khu, and who had come into being along with him, and I had risen up like the divine hawk, and Horus made for me a spiritual body containing his own soul, so that I might take possession of all that belonged unto Osiris in the underworld. The double Lion God, the governor of the things which belong to the temple of the Nemes crown, who dwelleth in his secret abode, saith unto me, Get thee back to the uttermost parts of heaven, for behold, inasmuch as through thy form of Horus thou hast become a spiritual body, Saw, the Nemes crown is not for thee. But behold, thou hast the power of speech, even to the uttermost parts of heaven. And I, the guardian, took possession of the things of Horus, which belonged unto Osiris in the underworld, and Horus told aloud unto me the things which his divine father Osiris spake unto him in years gone by, on the day of his own burial. I have given unto thee the Nemes crown through the double Lion God, that thou mayest pass onward, and mayest come to the heavenly path, and that those who dwell in the uttermost parts of the horizon may see thee, and that the gods of the underworld may see thee, and may fight for thee in their habitations. And of them is the Auhet, the gods, each and all of them, who are the warders of the shrine of the Lord, the only one, have fallen before my words. Hail! He that is exalted upon his tomb is on my side, and he hath bound upon my head the Nemes crown, by the decree of the double Lion God, on my behalf, and the god Auhet hath prepared a way for me. I, even I, am exalted in my tomb, and the double Lion God hath bound the Nemes crown upon my head, and he hath also given unto me the double hairy covering of my head. He hath stablished my heart through his own backbone. He hath stablished my heart through his own great and exceeding strength, and I shall not fall through Shu. I make my peace with the beautiful divine brother, the lord of the two Uriai. Adored be he. I, even I, am he who knoweth the roads through the sky, and the wind thereof is in my body. The bull which striketh terror into men shall not drive me back, and I shall pass on to the place where lieth the shipwrecked mariner on the border of the Sekhet Neheh, that is, field of illimitable time. And I shall journey on to the night and sorrow of the regions of Amenti. O Osiris, I shall come each day into the house of the double Lion god, and I shall come forth therefrom into the house of Isis, the divine lady. I shall behold sacred things which are hidden, and I shall be led on to the secret and holy things, even as they have granted unto me to see the birth of the great god. Horus hath made me to be a spiritual body through his soul, and I see what is therein. If I speak near the mighty ones of Shu, they repulse my opportunity. I am the guardian, and I take possession of the things which Horus had from Osiris in the underworld. I, even I, am Horus, who dwelleth in the divine Khu. I have gained power over his crown. I have gained power over his radiance, and I have travelled over the remote illimitable parts of heaven. Horus is upon his throne, Horus is upon his royal seat. My face is like unto that of the divine hawk, my strength is like unto that of the divine hawk, and I am one who hath been fully equipped by his divine Lord. I shall come forth to Tatu, I shall see Osiris, I shall pay homage to him on the right hand and on the left. I shall pay homage unto Nut, and she shall look upon me, and the gods shall look upon me together with the eye of Horus, who is without sight. They, the gods, shall make their arms to come forth unto me. I rise up as a divine power, and I repulse him that would subject me to restraint. They open unto me the holy paths, they see my form, and they hear that which I speak. Down upon your faces, ye gods of the Tuat underworld, who would resist me with your faces and oppose me with your powers, who lead along the stars which never rest, and who make the holy paths unto the Hamati abode, where is the Lord of the exceedingly mighty and terrible soul. Horus hath commanded that ye lift up your faces so that I may look upon you. I have risen up like the divine hawk, and Horus hath made for me a spiritual body through his own soul to take possession of that which belongeth to Osiris in the Tuat underworld. I have bound up the gods with divine tresses, and I have travelled on to those who ward their chambers, and who were on both sides of me. I have made my roads, and I have journeyed on, and have reached those divine beings who inhabit their secret dwellings, and who are warders of the temple of Osiris. I have spoken unto them with strength, and have made them to know the most mighty power of him that is provided with 2 horns to fight against Suti, and I make them to know concerning him that hath taken possession of the divine food, and who is provided with the might of Tem. May the gods of the underworld order a prosperous journey for me. O ye gods who inhabit your secret dwellings, and who are warders of the temple of Osiris, and whose numbers are great and multitudinous, grant ye that I may come unto you. I have bound up and I have gathered together the powers of Kesemu Enenet, or as others say, Kesemiu Enenet, and I have made holy the powers of the paths of those who watch and ward the roads of the horizon, and who are the guardians of the horizon of Humati, which is in heaven. I have stablished habitations for Osiris. I have made the ways holy for him. I have done that which hath been commanded. I have come forth to Tatu. I have seen Osiris. I have spoken unto him concerning the matters of his firstborn son, whom he loveth, and concerning the wounding of the heart of Suti. And I have seen the divine one who is without life. Yea, I have made them to know concerning the counsels of the gods which Horus carried out, while his father Osiris was not with him. Hail, Lord, thou most mighty and terrible soul! Verily, I, even I, have come. Look thou upon me, and do thou make me to be exalted. I have made my way through the Tuat underworld, and I have opened up the paths which belong to heaven, and also those which belong to earth, and I have suffered no opposition therein. Exalted be thou upon thy throne, O Osiris. Thou hast heard fair things, O Osiris. Thy strength is vigorous, O Osiris. Thy head is fastened unto thee, O Osiris. Thy brow is stablished, O Osiris. Thy heart is glad, O Osiris. Thy speech is stablished, O Osiris, and thy princes rejoice. Thou art stablished like the bull of Amentet. Thy son Horus hath risen like the sun upon thy throne, and all life is with him. Millions of years minister unto him, and millions of years hold him in fear. The company of the gods are his servants, and the company of the gods hold him in fear. The god Tem, the governor, and only one of the gods hath spoken these things, and his word passeth not away. Horus is both the divine food and the sacrifice. He hath passed on to gather together the members of his divine father. Horus is his deliverer. Horus is his deliverer. Horus hath sprung from the water of his divine father, and from his decay. He hath become the governor of Egypt. The gods labor for him, and they toil for him for millions of years, and he hath made to live millions of years through his eye, the only one of its lord, or Nebes, Nebeter-Tcher. Chapter 79. Vignette: The deceased kneeling in adoration before three gods. Text: The chapter of being transformed into the governor of the sovereign princes. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the god Tem, the maker of heaven, the creator of things which are, who cometh forth from the earth, who maketh to come into being the seed which is sown, the lord of things which shall be, who gave birth to the gods. I am the great god who made himself, the lord of life, who maketh to flourish the company of the gods. Homage to you, O ye lords of divine things, or of creation, ye pure beings whose abodes are hidden. Homage to you, O ye everlasting lords, whose forms are hidden, and whose shrines are hidden in places which are unknown. Homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in the Tenait. Homage to you, O ye gods of the circuit of the flooded lands of Kebu. Homage to you, O ye gods who live in Amentet. Homage to you, O ye company of the gods who dwell in Nut. Grant ye that I may come unto you, for I am pure, I am divine, I am a Khu, I am strong, I am endowed with a soul, or I am mighty, and I have brought unto you incense, and sweet-smelling gums, and natron. I have made an end of the spittle which floweth from your mouth upon me. I have come, and I have made an end of the evil things which are in your hearts, and I have removed the faults which ye kept laid up against me. I have brought to you the things which are good, and I make to come into your presence right and truth. I, even I, know you, and I know your names, and I know your forms, which are unknown, and I come into being along with you. My coming is like unto that of the god who eateth men, and who liveth upon the gods. I am mighty with you like the god who is exalted upon his resting place. The gods come to me in gladness, and goddesses make supplication unto me when they see me. I have come unto you, and I have risen like your two divine daughters. I have taken my seat in the horizon, and I receive my offerings upon my tables, and I drink offerings at eventide. My coming is received with shouts of joy, and the divine beings who dwell in the horizon ascribe praises unto me, the divine spiritual bodies, Sa, the lord of divine beings. I am exalted like the holy God who dwelleth in the great temple, and the gods rejoice when they see me in my beautiful coming forth from the body of Nut, when my mother Nut giveth birth unto me. Chapter 80. Vignette: A god with the disk of the sun upon his head. Text: The chapter of making the transformation into the god who giveth light in the darkness. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant: I am the girdle of the robe of the god Nu, which shineth and sheddeth light upon that which belongeth to his breast, which sendeth forth light into the darkness, which uniteth the two fighting deities who dwell in my body through the mighty spell of the words of my mouth, which raiseth up him that hath fallen, for he who was with him in the valley of Abtu (Abydos) hath fallen, and I rest. I have remembered him. I have taken possession of the god Hu in my city, for I found him therein, and I have led away captive the darkness by my might. I have rescued the eye of the sun when it waned at the coming of the festival of the 15th day, and I have weighed Sut in the celestial houses against the aged one who is with him. I have endowed Thoth with what is needful in the temple of the moon god for the coming of the 15th day of the festival. I have taken possession of the Ureret crown. Maat, right and truth, is in my body. Its mouths are of turquoise and rock crystal. My homestead is among the furrows which are of the color of lapis lazuli. I am Hemnu, who sheddeth light in the darkness. I have come to give light in the darkness, which is made light and bright by me. I have given light in the darkness, and I have overthrown the destroying crocodiles. I have sung praises unto those who dwell in the darkness. I have raised up those who wept, and who had hidden their faces, and had sunk down in wretchedness, and they did look then upon me. Hail then, ye beings, I am Hem Nu, and I will not let you hear concerning the matter. I have opened the way. I am Hem Nu. I have made light the darkness. I have come, having made an end of the darkness, which hath become light indeed. End of chapters 71 through 80. Chapters 81 through 90 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 81a. Vignette in the Papyrus of Nebseni. The vignette of this chapter is simply a lotus flower in full bloom. But in the Papyrus of Ani a human head is seen springing from the lotus which is growing in a pool of water. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into a lotus. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief Nu, saith, I am the pure lotus which springeth up from the divine splendor that belongeth to the nostrils of Ra. I have made my way, and I follow on seeking for him who is Horus. I am the pure one who cometh forth out of the field. Chapter 81b. Vignette: a human head springing from a lotus. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into a lotus. Saith Osiris Pakwer, Hail, thou lotus, thou type of the god Nefer Temu! I am the man that knoweth you, and I know your names among those of the gods, the lords of the underworld, and I am one of you. Grant ye that I may see the gods who are the divine guides in the Tuat (underworld), and grant ye unto me a place in the underworld, near unto the lords of Amentet. Let me arrive at a habitation in the land of Tchesert, and receive me, O all ye gods, in the presence of the lords of eternity. Grant that my soul may come forth whithersoever it pleaseth, and let it not be driven away from the presence of the great company of the gods. Chapter 82. Vignette: the god Ptah in a shrine, before which is a table of offerings. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into Ptah, of eating cakes, and of drinking ale, and of unfettering the steps, and of becoming a living being in Annu (Heliopolis). The chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, saith, I fly like a hawk, I cackle like the smen goose, and I perch upon that abode of the underworld, Aat, on the festival of the great being. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, I have not eaten. Filth is an abomination unto me, and I have not eaten thereof. And that which is an abomination unto my ka hath not entered into my belly. Let me then live upon that which the gods and the Khus decree for me. Let me live, and let me have power over cakes. Let me eat them before the gods and the Khus who have a favor unto me. Let me have power over these cakes, and let me eat of them under the shade of the leaves of the palm tree of the goddess Hathor, who is my divine lady. Let the offering of the sacrifice and the offering of cakes and vessels of libations be made in Annu. Let me clothe myself in the ta'au garment which I shall receive from the hand of the goddess Ta'it. Let me stand up, and let me sit down wheresoever I please. My head is like unto that of Ra, and when my members are gathered together, I am like unto Tem, the four sides of the domain of Ra, and the width of the earth 4 times. I come forth. My tongue is like unto that of Ptah, and my throne is like unto that of the goddess Hathor, and I make mention of the words of Tem, my father, with my mouth. He it is who constraineth the handmaid, the wife of Seb, and before him are bowed all heads, and there is fear of him. Hymns of praise are repeated for me by reason of my mighty acts, and I am decreed to be the divine hair of Seb, the lord of the earth, and to be the protector therein. The god Seb refresheth me, and he maketh his risings to be mine. Those who dwell in Annu bow down their heads unto me, for I am their lord, and I am their bull. I am more powerful than the lord of time, and I shall enjoy the pleasures of love, and shall gain the mastery over millions of years. Chapter 83. Vignette: a Bennu bird. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into a Bennu bird. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I came into being from unformed matter. I came into existence like the god Khepera. I have germinated like the things which germinate, that is, plants. And I have dressed myself like the tortoise. I am of the germs of every god. I am yesterday of the 4 quarters of the world, and of those 7 uraei which came into existence in Amentet, that is to say, Horus, who emitteth light from his divine body. He is the god who fought against Suti, but the god Thoth cometh between them through the judgment of him that dwelleth in Sekhem, and of the souls who are in Annu, and there is a stream between them. I have come by day, and I have risen in the footsteps of the gods. I am the god Khensu, who driveth back all that oppose him. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall come forth pure by day after his death, and he shall perform whatsoever transformations his heart desireth. He shall be in the following of Un-Nefer, and he shall be satisfied with the food of Osiris and with sepulchral meals. He shall see the disk. He shall be in good case upon earth before Ra, and he shall be triumphant before Osiris, and no evil thing whatsoever shall have dominion over him for ever and ever. Chapter 84. Vignette: a heron. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into a heron. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I have gotten dominion over the beasts that are brought for sacrifice, with the knives which are held at their heads, and at their hair, and at their Hail, aged ones! Hail, Khus, who are provided with the opportunity! The Chancellor-in-Chief, the overseer of the palace, Nu, triumphant, is upon the earth, and what he hath slaughtered is in heaven. And what he hath slaughtered is in heaven, and he is upon the earth. Behold, I am strong, and I work mighty deeds to the very heights of heaven. I have made myself pure, and I make the breadth of heaven a place for my footsteps as I go into the cities of Aukert. I advance, and I go forward into the city of Unu, Hermopolis. I have set the gods upon their paths, and I have roused up the exalted ones who dwell in their shrines. Do I not know Nu? Do I not know Tatunen? Do I not know the beings of the color of fire who thrust forward their horns? Do I not know every being having incantations unto whose words I listen? I am the Samam, bull for slaughter, which is written down in the books. The gods crying out say, Let your faces be gracious to him that cometh onward. The light is beyond your knowledge, and ye cannot fetter it, and times and seasons are in my body. I do not utter words to the god Hu. I do not utter words of wickedness instead of words of right and truth, and each day right and truth come upon my eyebrows. At night taketh place the festival of him that is dead, the aged one who is in ward in the earth. Chapter 85. Vignette: a soul. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into a living soul, and of not entering into the chamber of torture. Whosoever knoweth it shall not see corruption. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the divine soul of Ra, proceeding from the god Nu, that divine soul which is God. I am the creator of the divine food, and that which is an abomination unto me is sin whereon I look not. I proclaim right and truth, and I live therein. I am the divine food which is not corrupted in my name of soul. I gave birth unto myself together with Nu in my name of Khepera, in whom I come into being day by day. I am the Lord of light, and that which is an abomination unto me is death. Let me not go into the chamber of torture which is in the Tuat underworld. I ascribe honor unto Osiris, and I make to be at peace the hearts of those beings who dwell among the divine things which I love. They cause the fear of me to abound, and they create awe of me in those beings who dwell in their divine territories. Behold, I am exalted upon my standard, and upon my seat, and upon the throne which is a judge to me. I am the god Nu, and the workers of iniquity shall not destroy me. I am the firstborn god of primeval matter. that is to say, the divine soul, even the souls of the gods of everlastingness, and my body is eternity. My form is everlastingness, and is the Lord of years, and the Prince of eternity. I am the creator of the darkness, who maketh his habitation in the uttermost parts of the sky, which I love, and I arrive at the confines thereof. I advance upon my feet, I become master of my vine. I sail over the sky which formeth the division betwixt heaven and earth. I destroy the hidden worms that travel nigh unto my footsteps, which are towards the Lord of the two hands and arms. My soul is the soul of the souls of everlastingness, and my body is eternity. I am the divine exalted being, who is the Lord of the land of Tebu. I am the boy in the city, and the young man in the plain is my name. He that never suffereth corruption is my name. I am the soul, the creator of the god Nu, who maketh his habitation in the underworld. My place of incubation is unseen, and my egg is not cracked. I have done away with all my iniquity, and I shall see my divine Father, the Lord of eventide, whose body dwelleth in Anu. I travel to the god of night, who dwelleth with the god of light, by the western region of the Ibis. Thoth. Chapter 86. Vignette: a swallow perched upon a conical object. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into a swallow. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am a swallow, I am a swallow, I am the scorpion, the daughter of Ra. Hail, ye gods, whose scent is sweet! Hail, ye gods, whose scent is sweet! Hail, flame, which cometh forth from the horizon! Hail, thou who art in the city! I have brought the warden of his bite therein. O stretch out unto me thy hand, so that I may be able to pass my days in the pool of double fire, and let me advance with my message, for I have come with words to tell. O open thou the doors to me, and I will declare the things which have been seen by me. Horus hath become the divine prince of the boat of the sun, and unto him hath been given the throne of his divine father Osiris, and Set, that son of Nut, lieth under the fetters which he had made for me. I have made a computation of what is in the city of Sekhem. I have stretched out both my hands and arms at the word of Osiris. I have passed on to judgment, and I have come that I may speak. Grant that I may pass on and declare my tidings. I enter in, I am judged, and I come forth worthy at the gate of Nebbercher. I am pure at the great place of the passage of souls. I have done away with my sins, I have put away mine offences, and I have destroyed the evil which appertained unto my members upon earth. Hail, ye divine beings who guard the doors, make ye for me a way, for, behold, I am like unto you. I have come forth by day, I have journeyed on my legs, I have gained the mastery over my footsteps before the god of light. I know the hidden ways and the doors of the Sekhet Aaru. Verily, I, even I, have come. I have overthrown mine enemies upon earth, and yet my perishable body is in the grave. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall come forth by day. He shall not be turned back at any gate in the underworld, and he shall make his transformation into a swallow regularly and continually. Chapter 87. Vignette: the serpent Sata with human legs. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into the serpent Sata. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the serpent Sata, whose years are many. I die, and I am born again each day. I am the serpent Sata, which dwelleth in the uttermost parts of the earth. I die, and I am born again, and I renew myself, and I grow young each day. Chapter 88. Vignette: a crocodile upon a pylon or gateway. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into a crocodile. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the divine crocodile which dwelleth in his terror. I am the divine crocodile, and I seize my prey like a ravening beast. I am the great and mighty fish which is in the city of Kemur. I am the Lord to whom bowing and prostrations are made in the city of Sekhem. Chapter 89. Vignette: the mummy of the deceased lying upon a bier. Above is his soul in the form of a human-headed bird, holding Shen, the emblem of eternity, in its claws. Text: the chapter of causing the soul to be united to its body in the underworld. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, Hail, thou god An-Iu, that is bringer. Hail, thou god Peirer, that is runner, who dwellest in thy hall. Hail, great God, grant thou that my soul may come unto me from wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, then let my soul be brought unto me from wheresoever it may be, for thou shalt find the Eye of Horus standing by thee, like unto those beings who are like unto Osiris, and who never lie down in death. Let not the Osiris Ani, triumphant, lie down in death among those who lie down in Annu, the land wherein souls are joined unto their bodies even in thousands. Let me have possession of my Ba, soul, and of my Khu, and let me triumph therewith in every place wheresoever it may be. Observe these things which I speak, for it hath staves with it. Observe then, O ye divine guardians of heaven, my soul, wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, do thou make my soul look upon my body, for thou shalt find the Eye of Horus standing by thee, like those beings who are like unto Osiris. Hail, ye gods, who tow along the boat of the Lord of millions of years, who bring it above the underworld, and who make it to travel over Nut, who make souls to enter into their spiritual bodies, whose hands are filled with your ropes, and who clutch your weapons tight, destroy ye the enemy. Thus shall the boat of the sun be glad, and the great God shall set out on his journey in peace. And behold, grant ye that the soul of Osiris Ani, triumphant, may come forth before the gods, and that it may be triumphant along with you in the eastern part of the sky, to follow unto the place where it was yesterday, and that it may have peace, peace and Amentet. May it look upon its material body, may it rest upon its spiritual body, and may its body neither perish nor suffer corruption forever. Rubric. These words are to be said over a soul of gold, inlaid with precious stones, and placed on the breast of Osiris. Chapter 90. Vignette. A jackal walking towards the funeral mountain, or the deceased standing upright in the presence of the god Thoth, who is about to give unto him a roll of papyrus. Text. The chapter of driving evil recollections from the mouth. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Amenhetep, triumphant, saith, Hail, thou that cuttest off heads and slittest brows, thou being who puttest away the memory of evil things from the mouth of the Khus by means of the incantations which they have within them. Look not upon me with the same eyes with which thou lookest upon them. Go thou round about on thy legs, and let thy face be turned behind thee, so that thou mayest be able to see the divine slaughterers of the god Shu, who are coming up behind thee to cut off thy head and to slit thy brow by reason of the message of violence sent by thy Lord, and to see that which thou sayest. Work thou for me, so that the memory of evil things shall dart from my mouth. Let not my head be cut off, let not my brow be slit, and let not my mouth be shut fast by reason of the incantations which thou hast within thee, according to that which thou doest for the Khus through the incantations which they have within themselves. Get thee back and depart at the sound of the two speeches which the goddess Isis uttered when thou didst come to cast the recollection of evil things into the mouth of Osiris by the will of Suti his enemy, saying, Let thy face be towards thy privy parts, and look upon that face which cometh forth from the flame of the Eye of Horus against thee from within the Eye of Tem, and the calamity of that night which shall consume thee. And Osiris went back, for the abomination of thee was in him, and thou didst go back, for the abomination of him is in thee. I have gone back, for the abomination of thee is in me, and thou shalt go back, for the abomination of me is in thee. Thou wouldst come unto me, but I say that thou shalt not advance to me, so that I come to an end. And I say then to the divine slaughterers of the god Shu, Depart. End of chapters 81 through 90. Chapters 91 through 100 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 91. Vignette: The soul of the deceased in the form of a human-headed bird standing in front of a pylon. Text: the chapter of not letting the soul of Nu, triumphant, be captive in the underworld. He saith, Hail, thou who art exalted! Hail, thou who art adored! O thou mighty one of souls, thou divine soul, thou possessor of terrible power, who dost put the fear of thyself into the gods, thou who art crowned upon thy throne of majesty, I pray thee to make a way for the Ba, soul, and for the Khu, and for the Khaibit, shade, of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, and let him be provided therewith. I am a perfect Khu, and I have made my way unto the place wherein dwell Ra and Hathor. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall be able to transform himself into a Khu, provided with his soul and with his shade in the underworld, and he shall never be held captive at any door in Amentet, in entering in or in coming out. Chapter 92. Vignette: the soul of the deceased in the form of a human-headed bird flying out from the doorway of the tomb. Variant vignettes represent the deceased as having opened the door of the tomb and having his soul by his side, or as standing before the open door with hands stretched out to embrace his soul. An interesting vignette represents the disk of the sun, with rays shooting forth from it above the tomb, and the soul of the deceased hovering over his shade, drawn in solid black color, which has just emerged therefrom. Text: the chapter of opening the tomb to the soul and to the shade of Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the Lord of Reverence, born of the lady of the house Mut Restha, triumphant, so that he may come forth by day and have dominion over his feet. He saith, that which was shut fast hath been opened, that is to say, he that lay down in death hath been opened. That which was open hath been shut to my soul through the command of the Eye of Horus, which hath strengthened me, and which maketh to stand fast the beauties which are upon the forehead of Ra, whose strides are long as he lifteth up his legs in journeying. I have made for myself a way, my members are mighty and are strong. I am Horus the avenger of his divine father. I am he who bringeth along his divine father, and who bringeth along his mother by means of his scepter. And the way shall be opened unto him who hath gotten dominion over his feet, and he shall see the great God in the boat of Ra, when souls are counted therein at the bows, and when the years also are counted up. Grant that the Eye of Horus, which maketh the adornments of light to be firm upon the forehead of Ra, may deliver my soul for me, and let there be darkness upon your faces, O ye who would hold fast Osiris. O keep not captive my soul, O keep not ward over my shade, but let a way be opened for my soul and for my shade, and let them see the great God in the shrine on the day of the judgment of souls. And let them recite the utterances of Osiris, whose habitations are hidden, to those who guard the members of Osiris, and who keep ward over the Khus, and who hold captive the shades of the dead, who would work evil against me, so that they shall not work evil against me. May a way for thy double Ka along with thee and along with thy soul be prepared by those who keep ward over the members of Osiris, and who hold captive the shades of the dead. Heaven shall not keep thee, the earth shall not hold thee captive. Thou shalt not have thy being with the divine beings who make slaughter, but thou shalt have dominion over thy legs, and thou shalt advance to thy body straightway in the earth, and to those who belong to the shrine, and guard the members of Osiris. Chapter 93. Vignette: a buckle with human hands and arms, which grasp the deceased by his left arm. In the Ani Papyrus and in the Sa'ite Recension, the vignette shows the deceased standing with both hands raised in adoration before a god who is seated in a boat and who has his head turned so that his face looks backwards. Text: the chapter of not sailing to the east in the underworld. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, phallus of Ra, who departest from thy calamity which ariseth through opposition. The cycles have been without movement for millions of years. I am stronger than the strong, I am mightier than the mighty. If I sail away, or if I be snatched away to the east through the two horns, or, as others say, if any evil and abominable thing be done unto me at the feast of the devils, the phallus of Ra shall be swallowed up, along with the head of Osiris. And behold me, for I journey along over the fields wherein the gods mow down those who make reply unto their words. Now verily the two horns of the god Khepera shall be thrust aside, and verily pus shall spring into being in the Eye of Tem, along with corruption, if I be kept in restraint, or if I have gone towards the east, or if the feast of devils be made in my presence, or if any malignant wound be inflicted upon me. Chapter 94. Vignette: the deceased seated with a table before him on which rest an ink pot and the palette of a scribe. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is offering an ink pot and a palette to the god Thoth. Text: the chapter of praying for an ink pot and for a palette. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, aged God, who dost behold thy divine Father, and who art the guardian of the Book of Thoth. Behold, I have come, I am endowed with glory, I am endowed with strength, I am filled with might, and I am supplied with the books of Thoth, and I have brought them to enable me to pass through the god Aker, who dwelleth in Set. I have brought the ink pot and the palette as being the objects which are in the hands of Thoth. Hidden is that which is in them. Behold me in the character of a scribe. I have brought the offal of Osiris, and I have written thereon. I have made, that is, copied, the words of the great and beautiful God each day fairly. O Heru Khuti, thou didst order me, and I have made, that is, copied, what is right and true, and I do bring it unto thee each day. Chapter 95. Vignette: the deceased standing before Thoth, with both hands raised in adoration of the god. In the papyrus of Usur-hat, which probably belongs to the period of the 18th dynasty, the vignette is a goose, but this arises from the fact that the chapter is there called the chapter of making the transformation into a goose. Text: the chapter of being nigh unto Thoth. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am he who sendeth forth terror into the powers of rain and thunder, and I ward off from the great divine lady the attacks of violence. I have smitten like the god Shat, that is, the god of slaughter, and I have poured out libations of cool water like the god Ashu, and I have worked for the great divine lady to ward off the attacks of violence. I have made to flourish my knife along with the knife which is in the hand of Thoth in the powers of rain and thunder. Chapters 96 and 97. Vignette: the deceased standing behind the god Thoth. Text: the chapter of being nigh unto Thoth, and of giving glory unto a man in the underworld. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the god Her Abmeat, that is, he that is within his eye, and I have come to give right and truth to Ra. I have made Suti to be at peace with me by means of offerings made to the god Aker and to the Tesheru deities, and by making reverence unto Seb. The following words are to be recited in the Sektet boat: Hail, scepter of Anubis! I have made the four Khus who are in the train of the Lord of the universe to be at peace with me, and I am the Lord of the fields through their decree. I am the divine Father Ba, that is, the god of the water flood, and I do away with the thirst of him that keepeth ward over the lakes. Behold ye me, then, O great gods of majesty, who dwell among the souls of Anu, for I am lifted up over you. I am the god Menk, that is, gracious one, who dwelleth among you. Verily, I have cleansed my soul. O great God of majesty, set not before me the evil obstacles which issue from thy mouth, and let not destruction come round about me or upon me. I have made myself clean in the lake of making to be at peace, and in the lake of weighing in the balance, and I have bathed myself in Netert Uchat, which is under the holy sycamore tree of heaven. Behold, I am bathed, and I have triumphed over all mine enemies straightway, who come forth and rise up against right and truth. I am right and truth in the earth. I, even I, have spoken with my mouth, which is the power of the Lord, the only one, Ra the mighty, who liveth upon right and truth. Let not injury be inflicted upon me, but let me be clothed on the day of those who go forward to every good thing. Chapter 98. Vignette in the Theban Papyri. This chapter has no vignette. In the Sa'ite Recension, the vignette represents the deceased standing with his right hand outstretched in the act of addressing a god who is seated in a boat. Text: the chapter of bringing along a boat in heaven. The Chancellor in Chief, triumphant, saith: Hail to thee, O thou Thigh, which dwellest in the northern heaven in the great lake, which art seen and which diest not. I have stood up over thee when thou didst rise like a god. I have seen thee, and I have not lain down in death. I have stood over thee, and I have risen like a god. I have cackled like a goose, and I have alighted like the hawk by the divine clouds and by the great dew. I have journeyed from the earth to heaven. The god Shu hath made me to stand up. The god of light hath made me to be vigorous by the two sides of the ladder, and the stars which never rest set me on my way and bring me away from slaughter. I bring along with me the things which drive back calamities, as I advance over the passage of the god Pen. Thou comest, how great art thou, O god Pen! I have come from the pool of flame which is in the Sekhet Sasa, that is, the field of fire. Thou livest in the pool of flame in Sekhet Sasa, and I live upon the staff of thy holy god. Hail, thou god Ka, who dost bring those things which are in the boats by thee. I stand up in the boat, and I guide myself over the water. I have stood up in the boat, and the god hath guided me. I have stood up, I have spoken, I am master of the crops. I sail round about us as I go forward. And the gates which are in Sekhem, Letopolis, are opened unto me, and fields are awarded unto me in the city of Unnu, Hermopolis, and labors are given unto me, together with those of my own flesh and bone. Chapter 99. Vignette: the deceased and a boatman in a boat. Text: the chapter of bringing along a boat in the underworld. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, ye who bring along the boat over the evil back of Apepi! Grant that I may bring the boat along, and coil up its ropes in peace, in peace. Come, come, hasten, hasten, for I have come to see my father Osiris, the lord of the Ansi garment, who hath gained the mastery with joy of heart. Hail, Lord of the rain storm, thou male, thou sailor! Hail, thou who dost sail over the evil back of Apep! Hail, thou that dost bind up heads, and dost stablish the bones of the neck when thou comest forth from the knives! Hail, thou who art in charge of the hidden boat, who dost fetter Apep! Grant that I may bring along the boat, and that I may coil up the ropes, and that I may sail forth therein. This land is baleful, and the stars have overbalanced themselves, and have fallen upon their faces therein, and they have not found anything which will help them to ascend again. Their path is blocked by the tongue of Ra. Antebu is the guide of the two lands. Seb is stablished through their rudders, the power which openeth the disk. The prince of the red beings, I am brought along like him that hath suffered shipwreck. Grant that my Khu, my brother, may come to me, and that I may set out for the place whereof thou knowest. Tell me my name, saith the wood whereat I would anchor. Lord of the two lands, who dwellest in the shrine, is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the rudder. Leg of Hapiu is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the rope. Hair with which Anpu, Anubis, finisheth the work of my embalmment, is thy name. Tell us our name, say the Ores. Pillars of the underworld is your name. Tell me my name, saith the hold. Akar is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the mast. He who bringeth back the great lady after she hath gone away is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the lower deck. Standard of Apuat is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the upper post. Throat of Mestha is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the sail. Nut is thy name. Tell us our name, say the pieces of leather. Ye who are made from the hide of the Menevis bull which was burned by Suti is your name. Tell us our name, say the paddles. Fingers of Horus, the firstborn, is your name. Tell me my name, saith the Machebet. The hand of Isis, which wipeth away the blood from the eye of Horus, is thy name. Tell us our names, say the planks which are in its hulk. Mesthi, Hapi, Tuamatef, Queb Senef, Hakwa, that is he who leadeth away captive. Thetem Awa, that is he who seizeth by violence. Mea Antef, that is he who seeth what the Father bringeth. And Ari Neth Teseth, that is he who made himself, are your names. Tell us our name, say the bows. He who is at the head of his gnomes is your name. Tell me my name, saith the hull. Mert is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the rudder. Aqua, that is true one, is thy name. O thou who shinest from the water, hidden beam is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the keel. Thigh or leg of Isis, which Ra cut off with the knife to bring blood into the Sektet boat, is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the sailor. Traveller is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the wind by which thou art borne along. The north wind, which cometh from Tem to the nostrils of Khenti Amenti, is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the river. If thou wouldst travel upon me, those which can be seen is thy name. Tell us our name, say the river banks. Destroyer of the god Iua, that is he of the spacious hand, in the waterhouse is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the ground, if thou wouldst walk upon me. The nose of heaven, which proceedeth from the god Utu, who dwelleth in the Sekhet Aaru, and who cometh forth with rejoicing therefrom, is thy name. Then shall be recited before them these words: Hail to you, O ye divine beings with splendid Kas, ye divine lords of things, who exist and who live forever, and whose double period of an illimitable number of years is eternity. I have made a way unto you. Grant ye me food and sepulchral meals for my mouth, and grant that I may speak therewith, and that the goddess Isis may give me loaves and cakes in the presence of the great God. I know the great God before whose nostrils ye place Tchefau food, and his name is Thechem. Both when he maketh his way from the eastern horizon of heaven, and when he journeyeth into the western horizon of heaven, may his journey be my journey, and his going forth my going forth. Let me not be destroyed at the Mesket chamber, and let not the devils gain dominion over my members. I have my cakes in the city of Pe, and I have my ale in the city of Tepu, and let the offerings which are given unto you be given unto me this day. Let my offerings be wheat and barley. Let my offerings be anti, unguent, and linen garments. Let my offerings be for life, strength, and health. Let my offerings be a coming forth by day in any form whatsoever, in which it may please me to appear in Sekhet Aru. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall come forth into Sekhet Aru, and bread and wine and cakes shall be given unto him at the altar of the great God, and fields and an estate sown with wheat and barley, which the followers of Horus shall reap for him, and he shall eat of that wheat and barley, and his limbs shall be nourished therewith, and his body shall be like unto the bodies of the gods, and he shall come forth into Sekhet Aru in any form whatsoever he pleaseth, and he shall appear therein regularly and continually. Chapters 100 and 129. Vignette: a boat wherein stand the deities Isis, Thoth, Khepera, and Shu, and the deceased sailing on a stream. The vignette in the Sa'ite Recension shows the deceased poling along a boat wherein are Ra and the Bennu bird, and in front of the boat stand the emblem of the East, the god Osiris, and the Tet, that is, the emblem of Osiris and of stability. The four short lines of text written over the boat read: The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, raiseth up the Tet and establisheth the buckle, and he saileth with Ra into any place that he pleaseth. Text: The book of making perfect the Khu and of causing him to go forth into the boat of Ra along with those who are in his following. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I have brought the divine Bennu to the east, and Osiris to the city of Tatu. I have opened the treasure houses of the god Hop. I have made clean the roads of the Disk, and I have drawn the god Sekeri along upon his sledge. The mighty and divine lady hath made me strong at her hour. I have praised and glorified the Disk, and I have united myself unto the divine apes who sing at the dawn, and I am a divine being among them. I have made myself a counterpart of the goddess Isis, and her power Khu hath made me strong. I have tied up the rope, I have driven back Apep, I have made him to walk backwards. Ra hath stretched out to me both his hands, and his mariners have not repulsed me. My strength is the strength of the Utchat, and the strength of the Utchat is my strength. If the overseer of the house, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, be separated from the boat of Ra, then shall he, that is Ra, be separated from the egg and from the Abtu fish. Rubric: This chapter shall be recited over the design which hath been drawn above, and it shall be written upon papyrus which hath not been written upon, with ink made of grains of greens, a butt mixed with anti water, and the papyrus shall be placed on the breast of the deceased. It shall not enter into, that is, touch his members. If this be done for any deceased person, he shall go forth into the boat of Ra in the course of the day every day, and the god Thoth shall take account of him as he cometh forth from and goeth in the course of the day every day, regularly and continually into the boat of Ra, as a perfect Khu, and he shall set up the Tet, and shall stablish the buckle, and shall sail about with Ra into any place he wisheth. In the Sa'ite Recension, Chapter 100 is repeated as 129, and both texts have the same vignette. The rubric of Chapter 129 is, however, fuller than that of Chapter 100, and it may conveniently be divided into two parts, the first of which refers to the picture which is ordered to be written upon a piece of new papyrus, and the second to the chapter itself. End of chapters 91 through 100. Chapters 101 through 110 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 101. Vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. This chapter has no vignette in the Sa'ite Recension. The deceased is seen poling along a boat wherein are the god Ra and the Bennu bird. Text: The chapter of protecting the boat of Ra. O thou that cleavest the water as thou comest forth from the stream, and dost sit upon thy place in thy boat, sit thou upon thy place in thy boat as thou goest forth to thy station of yesterday, and do thou join the Osiris, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, the perfect Khu, unto thy mariners, and let thy strength be his strength. Hail Ra, in thy name of Ra, if thou dost pass by the eye of 7 cubits, which hath a pupil of 3 cubits, then verily do thou strengthen the Osiris, Nu, triumphant, the perfect Khu, and let him be among thy mariners, and let thy strength be his strength. Hail Ra, in thy name of Ra, if thou dost pass by those who are overturned in death, then verily do thou make the Osiris, Nu, triumphant, the perfect soul, to stand up upon his feet, and may thy strength be his strength. Hail Ra, in thy name of Ra, if the hidden things of the underworld are opened unto thee, and thou dost gratify the heart of the cycle of thy gods, then verily do thou grant joy of heart unto the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, and let thy strength be his strength. Thy members, O Ra, are established by this chapter. Rubric: This chapter shall be recited over a bandlet of the fine linen of kings, upon which it hath been written with Anti, which shall be laid upon the neck of the perfect Khu on the day of the burial. If this amulet be laid upon his neck, he shall do everything which he desireth to do, even like the gods. And he shall join himself unto the followers of Horus, and he shall be stablished as a star face to face with Septet, Sothis, and his corruptible body shall be as a god along with his kinsfolk forever, and the goddess Menkhet shall make plants to germinate upon his body, and the majesty of the god Thoth lovingly shall make the light to rest upon his corruptible body at will, even as he did for the majesty of the king of the north and of the south, the god Osiris triumphant. Chapter 102. Vignette: the boat of Ra, with the god seated therein and holding a paddle. Before him kneels the god Isis, and behind him the deceased. Sometimes Ra is accompanied by the gods Thoth and Khepera, and sometimes by Anubis alone. In the Sa'ite Recension the deceased is kneeling before Ra at a table of offerings. Text: the chapter of going into the boat of Ra. The chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou great god who art in thy boat, bring thou me into thy boat. I have come forward to thy steps, let me be the director of thy journeyings, and let me be among those who belong to thee, and who are among the stars which never rest. The things which are an abomination unto thee, and the things which are an abomination unto me, I will not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, is filth, and I will not eat thereof. But sepulchral offerings and holy food will I eat, and I shall not be overthrown thereby. I will not draw nigh unto filth with my hands, and I will not walk thereon with my sandals, because my bread is made of white barley, and my ale is made of red barley. And behold, the Sektet boat and the Atet boat have brought these things, and have laid the gifts of the lands upon the altar of the souls of Anu. Hymns of praise be to thee, O Aritz, as thou travellest through heaven. Let there be food for thee, O dweller in the city of Teni. This. And when the dogs gather together, let me not suffer harm. I myself have come, and I have delivered the god from the things which have been inflicted upon him, and from the grievous sickness of the body, of the arm, and of the leg. I have come, and I have spit upon the body. I have bound up the arm, and I have made the leg to walk. I have entered the boat, and I sail round about by the command of Ra. Chapter 103. Vignette: the goddess Hathor, having a disk and horns upon her head, and a scepter in her left hand. Behind her stands the deceased. Text: the chapter of being with the goddess Hathor. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the pure traveller. Behold As Ahi, behold As Ahi. Let me be among those who follow the goddess Hathor. Chapter 104. Vignette: two great gods seated on thrones facing each other. On the ground between them sits the deceased. In the Sa'ite Recension the deceased is seated on a low pedestal before three gods. Text: the chapter of sitting among the great gods. Behold Nebseni, who saith: I sit among the great gods, and I have made a way for myself through the house of the Sektet boat, and behold, the mantis hath brought me to see the great gods who dwell in the underworld, and I shall be triumphant before them, for I am pure. Chapter 105. Vignette: the deceased standing before a ka on a pedestal. With his right hand he pours out a libation, and with his left he makes an offering of incense. Text: the chapter of making offerings to the Ka in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O my Ka, who art my period of life. Grant thou that I may come before thee, and let me rise up like the sun, and let me be strong, and let me have my soul, and let me gain the mastery over mine enemies. For I have brought to thee an offering of incense, and I have made myself pure therewith, and I will purify that which issueth from thee therewith. The evil things which I have spoken, and the hateful transgressions which I have committed, lay thou not upon me, for I am the mother of Emerald Amulet, which belongeth unto the neck of Ra, and which hath been placed there by those who dwell in the double horizon, that is, the eastern and western parts of the sky. Their vigor is my vigor, their vigor is my vigor. My ka is like unto their kas, and the tchefau food of my ka is like unto the tchefau food of their kas. O thou who liftest up the scales, and who exaltest right and truth to the nostrils of Ra this day, let not my head fall away from me. For behold, am I not the eye which looketh upon thee? Am I not the ear which hearkeneth unto thee? For behold, am I not the bull of those who have fallen down in death? And have not sepulchral meals been made for me? And are not those who live in the heights, or according to another reading, those who are chiefs of Nut, for me? Grant thou that I may go forward by thee, for I, even I, am pure, and I have made Osiris to triumph over his enemies. Chapter 106. Vignette: a table of offerings. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is making offerings to the god Ptah. Text: the chapter of giving sepulchral meals unto the Osiris Nu, triumphant, in Het Ptah Ka, that is, Memphis, and the underworld. The chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, great God, thou Lord of Tchefau food! Hail, great God, thou Prince of the celestial habitations, which supply bread for the god Ptah! Hail, mighty one, who dwellest in the great house! Grant ye unto me bread, grant ye unto me ale, and let me cleanse myself by means of the haunch and by the offerings of cakes. Hail, thou divine boat of Sekhet Aaru! Let these cakes be brought to me by thy stream, even as thy divine father, the mighty one, passed thereon in the divine bark. Chapter 107. There is no equivalent for this chapter in the papyri containing the Theban Recension. In the Sa'ite Recension, this chapter is called the chapter of going into and of coming out from the gate of the gods of the West, of being among the followers of Ra, and of knowing the souls of the West. And the vignette represents the deceased standing, with both hands raised in adoration, before Ra, Sebek, Hathor, and a serpent, who rest on the slope of a mountain. The text is actually the first line and a half of chapter 109, which is entitled the chapter of knowing the souls of the East. Chapter 108. Vignette: the deities Temu, Sebek, and Hathor seated. Text: the chapter of knowing the souls of the West. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Now the mountain of Bakau, that is, the mountain of the sunrise, whereupon this heaven supports itself, is situated in the eastern part of heaven, and it hath dimensions of 300 Ket, that is, 30,000 cubits in length, and 150 Kehet, that is, 150,000 cubits in breadth. Sebek, the lord of Bakau, dwelleth to the east of the mountain, and his temple is on the earth there. There is a serpent on the brow of that mountain, and he measureth 30 cubits in length. The first 8 cubits of his length are covered with flints and with shining metal plates. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, knoweth the name of this serpent which dwelleth on his hill. Dweller in his fire is his name. Now after Ra hath stood still, he inclineth his eyes towards him, and a stoppage of the boat of Ra taketh place, and a mighty sleep cometh upon him that is in the boat, and he gulpeth down 7 cubits of the great waters. Thereby he maketh Suti to depart having the harpoon of iron in him, and thereby he is caused to throw up everything which he hath eaten, and thereby is set put into his place of restraint. And then I recite before him the enchantment, saying, Get thee back to the sky, for that which is in my hand is ready. I stand up in thy place of restraint. The boat advanceth, taking heed to the way. Thy head is covered up, while I sail on and turn back thy steps. I am the man who covereth thy head, and who poureth cold water upon thy palm. I have strength, and I am strong. I am the divine one, who is mighty in enchantments, namely, the son of Nut, and my splendour hath therefore been delivered unto me. Who, then, is this venerable Khu, who advanceth walking upon his belly, and upon his tail, and upon the joints of his back? Verily, it is I myself who do walk over thee, and thy strength is in my power. I am he who lifteth up strength, and I have come, and I have become master of the serpents of Ra, when he setteth in my sight at eventide. I go round about heaven, but thou art fettered with fetters, which thing was ordained for thee formerly when Ra set in life in his horizon. I, even I, know how to guide the matters whereby the serpent Apep is driven back, and I know the divine souls of the West, that is to say, Tem and Sebek, the lord of Bakau, and Hathor, the lady of the evening. Chapter 109. Vignette: The god Heru Khuti Harmarchus seated. Before him is a spotted calf, behind which stands the deceased with both hands raised in adoration of the god. Above is the morning star. Elsewhere the deceased is seen standing with both hands raised in adoration before three seated ibis-headed deities. In the Sa'ite Recension the vignette is quite different. The god Ra Harmarchus, hawk-headed and wearing a disk which is encircled by a serpent, is seated in a boat. Above the disk is the emblem of air, and he holds on his knees the emblem of life. Before him in the boat is a calf, above which is a star, and behind him stands the deceased. The boat is about to sail between two sycamore trees, in front of which stands the deceased with both hands raised in adoration. Text: The chapter of knowing the souls of the East. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I, even I, know the eastern gate of heaven. Now its southern part is at the lake of Karu, and its northern part is at the canal of the geese, where out Ra cometh with winds which make him to advance. I am he who is concerned with the tackle which is in the divine bark. I am the sailor who ceaseth not in the boat of Ra. I, even I, know the two sycamores of turquoise between which Ra showeth himself when he strideth forward over the supports of Shu towards the gate of the Lord of the East, through which Ra cometh forth. I, even I, know the Sektet Aaru of Ra, the walls of which are of iron. The height of the wheat therein is 5 cubits, of the ears thereof 2 cubits, and of the stalks thereof 3 cubits. The barley therein is in height 7 cubits, the ears thereof are 3 cubits, and the stalks thereof are 4 cubits. And behold, the Khus, each one of whom therein is 9 cubits in height, reap it near the divine souls of the East. I, even I, know the divine souls of the East, that is to say, Heru Khuti Harmarchus, and the calf of the goddess Kera, and the morning star daily. A divine city hath been built for me, I know it, and I know the name thereof. Sekhet Aaru is its name. Chapter 110. Vignette: The Sekhet Hetepet, or Fields of Peace, commonly called the Elysian Fields, surrounded and intersected by streams. The divisions contain the following: A. Nebseni, the scribe and artist of the temple of Ptah, with his arms hanging by his sides, entering the Elysian Fields. B. The scribe Nebseni, making an offering of incense to the great company of the gods. C. Nebseni, seated in a boat, paddling. Above the boat are 3 symbols for city. D. The deceased addressing a bearded mummied figure. E. 3 pools or lakes called Urti, Hetep, and Ketket, respectively. F. Nebseni reaping in Sekhet Hetepet. G. Nebseni grasping the Bennu bird, which is perched upon a stand. In front are 3 Kas and 3 Khus. H. Nebseni seated and smelling a flower. The text reads, thousands of all good and pure things to the Ka of Nebseni. I. A table of offerings. J. 4 pools of lakes called Nebtau, E, Uaka, Ka, and Hetep. K. Nebseni ploughing with oxen by the side of a stream which is 1,000 measures in length, and the width of which cannot be said. In it there are neither fish nor worms. L. Nebseni ploughing with oxen on an island, the length of which is the length of heaven. M. A division shaped like a bowl, in which is inscribed the birthplace of the god of the city Kenket Nebt. N. An island whereon are 4 gods and a flight of steps. The legend reads, the great company of the gods who are in Sekhet Hetep. O. The boat Tetchetfet with 8 oars, 4 at the bows and 4 at the stern, floating at the end of a canal. In it is a flight of steps. The place where it lies is called the domain of Neth. P. 2 pools, the names of which are illegible. The vignette in the Papyrus of Ani has some interesting variants and may be thus described. 1. Ani making an offering before a hare-headed god, a snake-headed god, and a bull-headed god. Behind him stands Thoth, holding his reed and palette. Ani paddling a boat. Ani addressing a hawk, before which are a table of offerings, 3 ovals, and the legend, being at peace in the field of peace, and having air for the nostrils. 2. Ani reaping corn. Ani driving the oxen which tread out the corn. Ani addressing or adoring a Bennu bird perched on a stand. Ani seated, holding the Kerp scepter, a heap of red and a heap of white corn, 3 Kas and 3 Khus, which are perhaps to be read the food of the Khus, and 3 pools. 3. Ani ploughing a field near a stream which contains neither fish nor serpents. 4. The birthplace of the god of the city. An island on which is a flight of steps, a region called the place of the Khus, who are 7 cubits high. The wheat is 3 cubits high, and it is the Sahu who have become perfect, who reap it. The region Ashet, the god who dwelleth therein, being Unifer. A boat with 8 oars, lying at the end of a canal, and a boat floating on a canal. The name of the first boat is Bahutu Tcheser, and the name of the second Tchefau. In the Papyrus of Nebseni are 2 scenes, one on each side of Sekhet Hetepet, or the Elysian Fields. In the first, A. Nebseni stands with both hands raised in adoration, and adores the company of the gods who dwell in Sekhet Hetep, saying, homage to you, O ye lords of food. I have come in peace to your field to receive Tchefau food. Grant ye that I may come to the great god daily, and grant that I may attain to the offerings, that is to say, to the cakes and ale and oxen and ducks and bread, which are offered unto his Ka. The 3 short lines of hieroglyphics be in front of Nebseni read, Nebseni, the lord of reverence, the scribe and artist in the temples of the south and of the north, ascribeth praise to the company of the gods, and adoreth the great god. In the second scene, Nebseni is standing upright, and a youth is pouring a libation over him. At the same time another youth is bringing to him an offering of raiment. The text above him, C, reads, may the god Osiris and all the company of the gods who dwell in Sekhet Hetep grant offerings of cakes and ale and oxen and ducks and bread, and all good things, and linen garments, and incense each day, and an offering on the altar each day, and the receiving of cakes of various kinds, and milk and wine, and Tchefau food, and the following of the god at his coming forth during his festivals of Restau, along with the favored ones of the great god to the Ka of the scribe Nebseni, etc. Text: here begin the chapters of Sekhet Hetepet, and the chapters of coming forth by day, of going into and of coming out from the underworld, of coming to Sekhet Aaru, of being in Sekhet Hetepet, the mighty land, the lady of winds, of having power there, of becoming a Khu there, of ploughing there, of reaping there, of eating there, of drinking there, of making love there, and of doing everything even as a man doeth upon earth. Behold the scribe and artist of the temple of Ptah, Nebseni, who saith, Set hath taken possession of Horus, who looked with the 2 eyes upon the building round Sekhet Hetep, but I have unfettered Horus, and taken him from Set, and Set hath opened the ways of the 2 eyes which are in heaven. Set hath cast his moisture to the winds upon the soul that hath his day or his eye, and who dwelleth in the city of Mert, and he hath delivered the interior of the body of Horus from the gods of Akert. Behold me now, for I make this mighty boat to travel over the lake of Hetep, and I brought it away with might from the palace of Shu. The domain of his stars groweth young and reneweth its former strength. I have brought the boat into the lakes thereof, so that I may come forth into the cities thereof, and I have sailed into their divine city Hetep. And behold, it is because I, even I, am at peace with his seasons, and with his guidance, and with his territory, and with the company of the gods who are his firstborn, he maketh the two divine fighters, that is, Horus and Set, to be at peace with those who watch over the living ones whom he hath created in fair form, and he bringeth peace with him. He maketh the two divine fighters to be at peace with those who watch over them. He cutteth off the hair from the divine fighters, he driveth away storm from the helpless, and he keepeth away harm from the Khus. Let me gain dominion within that field, for I know it, and I have sailed among its lakes so that I might come into its cities. My mouth is strong, and I am equipped with weapons to use against the Khus. Let them not have dominion over me. Let me be rewarded with thy fields, O thou god Hetep. That which is thy wish shalt thou do, O Lord of the winds. May I become a Khu therein. May I eat therein. May I drink therein. May I plow therein. May I reap therein. May I fight therein. May I make love therein. May my words be mighty therein. May I never be in a state of servitude therein, but may I be in authority therein. Thou hast made strong the mouth and the throat of the god Hetep. Ketebu is its name. He is stablished upon the watery supports of the god Shu, and is linked unto the pleasant things of Ra. He is the divider of years. He is hidden of mouth. His mouth is silent. That which he uttereth is secret. He fulfilleth eternity, and taketh possession of everlastingness of existence, as Hetep, the Lord Hetep. The god Horus maketh himself to be strong like unto the hawk, which is 1,000 cubits in length, and 2,000 cubits in width. In life he hath equipments with him, and he journeyeth on, and cometh where the seat of his heart wisheth, in the pools thereof, and in the cities thereof. He was begotten in the birth chamber of the god of the city. He hath offerings made unto him of the food of the god of the city. He performeth that which it is meet to do therein, and the union thereof, in the matter of everything of the birth chamber of the divine city. When he setteth in life like crystal, he performeth everything therein, and these things are like unto the things which are done in the lake of double fire, wherein there is none that rejoiceth, and wherein are all manner of evil things. The god Hetep goeth in, and cometh out, and goeth backwards in that field which gathereth together all manner of things for the birth chamber of the god of the city. When he setteth in life like crystal, he performeth all manner of things therein, which are like unto the things which are done in the lake of double fire, wherein there is none that rejoiceth, and wherein are no evil things whatsoever. Let me live with the god Hetep, clothed and not despoiled by the lords of the north, and may the lords of divine things bring food unto me. May he make me to go forward, and may I come forth, and may he bring my power to me there, and may I receive it, and may my equipment be from the god Hetep. May I gain the mastery over the great and mighty word which is in my body, in this my place, and by it I will remember, and I will forget. Let me go forward on my journey, and let me plow. I am at peace in the divine city, and I know the waters, cities, nomes, and lakes which are in Sekhet Hetep. I exist therein, I am strong therein, I become a Khu therein, I eat therein, I sow seed therein, I reap the harvest therein, I plow therein, I make love therein, I am at peace with the god Hetep therein. Behold, I scatter seed therein, I sail about among its lakes, and I come forward to the cities thereof. O divine Hetep, behold, my mouth is equipped with my horns for teeth. Grant me an overflowing supply of the food whereon the Kas and Khus live. I have passed the judgment of Shu upon him that knoweth him, so that I may go forth to the cities thereof, and may sail about among its lakes, and may walk about in Sekhet Hetep. And behold, Ra is in heaven, and behold, the god Hetep is its double offering. I have come onward to its land. I have put on my girdle. I have come forth so that the gifts which are about to be given unto me may be given. I have made gladness for myself. I have laid hold upon my strength, which the god Hetep hath greatly increased for me. O Unen em Hetep, I have entered into thee, and my soul followeth after me, and my divine food is upon both my hands. O Lady of the two lands, who stablishest my word whereby I remember and forget. I would live without injury, without any injury being done unto me. O grant to me, O do thou grant to me joy of heart. Make thou me to be at peace. Bind thou up my sinews and muscles, and make me to receive the air. O Unen en Hetep, thou Lady of the winds, I have entered into thee, and I have opened, that is, shown my head. Ra falleth asleep, but I am awake, and there is the goddess Hast at the gate of heaven. By night obstacles have been set before me, but I have gathered together what he hath emitted. I am in my city, O Nut Urt. I have entered into thee, and I have counted my harvest, and I go forward to Uak. I am the bull enveloped in turquoise, the lord of the field of the bull, the lord of the divine speech of the goddess Septet, Sothis, at her hours. O Uak, I have entered into thee. I have eaten my bread. I have gotten the mastery over choice pieces of the flesh of oxen and of feathered fowl, and the birds of Shu have been given unto me. I follow after the gods, and I come after the divine cause. O Tchet Fet, I have entered into thee. I array myself in apparel, and I gird myself with the Sa garment of Ra. Now behold, he is in heaven, and those who dwell therein follow Ra, and I follow Ra in heaven. O Unen em Hetep, Lord of the two lands, I have entered into thee, and I have plunged into the lakes of Tchetsert. Behold me, for all filth hath departed from me. The great God groweth therein, and behold, I have found food therein. I have snared feathered fowl, and I feed upon the finest of them. O Kentet, I have entered into thee, and I have seen the Osiris, my father, and I have gazed upon my mother, and I have made love. I have caught the worms and serpents, and I am delivered, and I know the name of the god who is opposite to the goddess Tchetsert, and who hath straight hair, and is equipped with two horns. He reapeth, and I both plow and reap. O Hast, I have entered into thee. I have driven back those who would come to the turquoise sky, and I have followed the winds of the company of the gods. The great God hath given my head unto me, and he who hath bound on me my head is the mighty one who hath turquoise eyes, namely Ari an Abet, that is, he doeth as he pleaseth. O Usert, I have come into thee at the head of the house wherein divine food is brought for me. O Smam, I have come into thee. My heart watcheth. My head is equipped with the white crown. I am led into celestial regions, and I make to flourish terrestrial objects. And there is joy of heart for the bull, and for celestial beings, and for the company of the gods. I am the god who is the bull, the lord of the gods, as he goeth forth from the turquoise sky. O divine nome of wheat and barley, I have come into thee. I have come forward to thee, and I have taken up that which followeth me, namely, the best of the libations of the company of the gods. I have tied up my boat in the celestial lakes. I have lifted up the post at which to anchor. I have recited the prescribed words with my voice, and I have ascribed praises unto the gods who dwell in Sekhet Hetep. End of chapters 101 through 110. Chapters 111 through 120 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 111. In the Theban Recension, this chapter has not as yet been found. In the Sa'ite Recension, it is called the chapter of knowing the souls of Pe, but an examination of the text shows that it is identical with that of chapter 108. It has no vignette. Chapter 112. Vignette: the gods Horus, hawk-headed, Meshtha, and Hapi seated. Text: Another chapter of knowing the souls of Pe. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, Khat, who dwelleth in Khat, in Anpet, and in the nome of Khat! Hail, ye goddesses of the chase, who dwell in the city of Pe! Ye celestial lands, ye stars, and ye divine beings who give cakes and ale! Do ye know for what reason the city of Pe hath been given unto Horus? I, even I, know, though ye know it not. Behold, Ra gave the city unto him in return for the injury in his eye, for which cause Ra said to Horus, "Let me see what is coming to pass in thine eye," and forthwith he looked thereat. Then Ra said to Horus, "Look at that black pig," and he looked, and straightway an injury was done unto his eye, namely, a mighty storm took place. Then said Horus unto Ra, "Verily my eye seems as if it were an eye upon which Suti had inflicted a blow," and thus saying he ate his heart. Then said Ra to those gods, "Place ye him in his chamber, and he shall do well." Now the black pig was Suti, who had transformed himself into a black pig, and he it was who had aimed the blow of fire which was in the eye of Horus. Then said Ra unto those gods, "The pig is an abominable thing unto Horus. Oh, but he shall do well, although the pig is an abomination unto him." Then the company of the gods who were among the divine followers of Horus when he existed in the form of his own child said, "Let sacrifices be made to the gods of his bulls, and of his goats, and of his pigs." Now the father of Mesthi, Hapi, Tuamautef, and Qebhennuf is Horus, and their mother is Isis. Then said Horus to Ra, "Give me two divine brethren in the city of Pe, and two divine brethren in the city of Nekhen, who have sprung from my body, and who shall be with me in the guise of everlasting judges. Then shall the earth blossom, and thunder clouds and rain be blotted out." And the name of Horus became Her Uatchef, that is, prince of his emerald stone. I, even I, know the souls of Pe, namely Horus, Mesthi, and Hapi. Chapter 113. Vignette: The gods Horus, Tuamautef, and Qebhsennuf. Text: The chapter of knowing the souls of Nekhen. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I know the hidden things of the city of Nekhen, that is to say, the things which the mother of Horus did for him, and how she made her voice to go forth over the waters, saying, "Speak ye unto me concerning the judgment which is upon me, and show me the path behind you, and let me discover it." And how Ra said, "This son of Isis hath perished," and what the mother of Horus did for him when she cried out, saying, "Sebek, the lord of the papyrus swamp, shall be brought to us." And Sebek fished for them, and he found them, and the mother of Horus made them to grow in the places to which they belonged. Then Sebek, the lord of his papyrus swamp, said, "I went and I found the place where they had passed with my fingers on the edge of the waters, and I enclosed them in my net, and strong was that net." And Ra said, "So then there are fish with the god Sebek, and he hath found the hands and arms of Horus for him in the land of fish." And that land became the land of the city of Remu, that is, fish. And Ra said, "A land of the pool, a land of the pool to this net." Then were the hands of Horus brought to him at the uncovering of his face at the festivals of the month and half month in the land of Remu. And Ra said, "I give the city of Nekhen to Horus for the habitation of his two arms and hands, and his face shall be uncovered before his two hands and arms in the city of Nekhen. And I give unto his power the slaughtered beings who are in them at the festivals of the month and half month." Then Horus said, "Let me carry off Tuamautef and Qebhsennuf, and let them watch over my body, and if they are allowed to be there, then shall they be subservient to the god of the city of Nekhen." And Ra said, "It shall be granted unto thee there, and in the city of Senqet, that is, Sati." And there shall be done for them what hath been done for those who dwell in the city of Nekhen, and verily they shall be with thee. And Horus said, They have been with thee, and now they shall be with me, and shall hearken unto the god Suti when he calleth upon the souls of Nekhen. Grant to me that I, even I, may pass on to the souls of Nekhen, and that I may unloose the bonds of Horus. I, even I, know the souls of Nekhen, namely, Horus, Tuamautef, and Qeb Senuf. Chapter 114. Vignette: Three ibis-headed gods. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is standing with both hands raised in adoration before the gods Thoth, Sa, and Tem. Text: The chapter of knowing the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis. The goddess Maat is carried by the arm at the shining of the goddess Neith in the city of Mentchat, and at the shining of the eye when it is weighed. I am carried over by it, and I know what it bringeth from the city of Kesi, and I will neither declare it unto men nor tell it unto the gods. I have come, being the envoy of Ra, to stablish Maat upon the arm at the shining of Neith in the city of Mentchat, and to adjudge the eye to him that shall scrutinize it. I have come as a power, through the knowledge of the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis, who love to know what ye love. I know Maat, which hath germinated, and hath become strong, and hath been judged, and I have joy in passing judgment upon the things which are to be judged. Homage to you, O ye souls of Kemenu! I, even I, know the things which are unknown on the festivals of the month and half-month. Ra knoweth the hidden things of the night, and know ye that it is Thoth who hath made me to have knowledge. Homage to you, O ye souls of Kemenu, since I know you each day. Chapter 115. Vignette: In the Papyrus of Nu. This chapter has no vignette. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is standing with both hands raised in adoration before the gods Ra, Shu, and Tefnut. Text: The chapter of coming forth from heaven, and of making a way through the Amenhet, and of knowing the souls of Annu, Heliopolis. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I have passed the day since yesterday among the great divine beings, and I have come into being along with the god Khepera. My face is uncovered before the Eye, the only One, and the orbit of the night hath been opened. I am a divine being among you. I know the souls of Annu. Shall not the god Ma pass over it as he journeyeth forward with vigor? Have I not overcome, and have I not spoken to the gods? Behold, he that is the heir of Annu hath been destroyed. I, even I, know for what reason was made the lock of hair of the man. Ra spake unto the god Amihaf, and an injury was done unto his mouth, that is to say, he was wounded in that mouth. And Ra spake unto the god Amihaf, saying, O heir of men, receive thy harpoon. And the harpoon house came into being. Behold, O god Amihaf, two divine brethren have come into being, that is to say, Senti Ra came into being, and Setem Ansi F came into being, and his hand stayed not, and he made his form into that of a woman with a lock of hair, which became the divine lock in Annu, and which became the strong and mighty one in this temple. And it became the strong one of Annu, and it became the heir of Maat-F, that is, the mighty one of the two eyes. And it became before him the god Irma of Annu. I know the souls of Annu, namely, Ra, Shu, and Tefnut. Chapter 116. Vignette: The deceased adoring three ibis-headed gods. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is standing with both hands raised in adoration before the gods Thoth, Sa, and Tem. Text: Another chapter of knowing the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: The goddess Neith shineth in Matchat, and the goddess Maat is carried by the arm of him who eateth the eye, and who is its divine judge, and the Sem priest carrieth me over upon it. I will not declare it unto men, and I will not tell it unto the gods. I will not declare it unto men, and I will not tell it unto the gods. I have entered in being an ignorant man, and I have seen the hidden things. Homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in Khemennu. Ye know me even as I know the goddess Neith, and ye give to the eye the growth which endureth. There is joy to me at the judgment of the things which are to be judged. I, even I, know the souls of Anu. They are great at the festival of the month, and are little at the festival of the half-month. They are Thoth, the hidden one, and Sa and Tem. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, awful shall be an abomination unto him, and he shall not drink filthy water. Chapter 117. Vignette: the deceased holding a staff in his left hand, about to walk up one side of a hill of the horizon. In the Sa'ite Recension, the god Anubis is leading the deceased to a shrine which is set on a hill. Text: the chapter of receiving paths whereon to walk in Re stau. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: the paths which are above me lead to Re stau. I am he who is girt about with his girdle, and who cometh forth from the goddess of Ureret crown. I have come, and I have stablished things in Abtu (Abydos), and I have opened out paths in Re stau. The god Osiris hath eased my pains. I am he who maketh the waters to come into being, and who setteth his throne thereon, and who maketh his path through the funeral valley and through the great lake. I have made my path, and indeed I am Osiris. Osiris was victorious over his enemies, and the Osiris Nebket is victorious over his enemies. He hath become as one of yourselves, O ye gods. His protector is the Lord of eternity. He walketh even as ye walk. He standeth even as ye stand. He sitteth even as ye sit. And he talketh even as ye talk, in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amentet. Chapter 118. Vignette: the deceased holding a staff in his left hand. In the Sa'ite Recension, this chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of coming forth from Re stau. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I was born in Re stau, and splendor hath been given unto me by those who dwell in their spiritual bodies, Sahu, in the habitation where libations are made unto Osiris. The divine ministers who are in Re stau shall receive me when Osiris is led into the twofold funeral region of Osiris. O let me be a divine being whom they shall lead into the twofold funeral region of Osiris. Chapter 119. Vignette: the deceased adoring the god Osiris, who stands in a shrine. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is walking away from a shrine which is set upon a hill. Text: the chapter of coming forth from Re stau. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the great god who maketh his light. I have come to thee, O Osiris, and I offer praise unto thee. I am pure from the issues which are carried away from thee. Thy name is made in Re stau, and thy power is in Abtu (Abydos). Thou art raised up, then, O Osiris, and thou goest round about through heaven with Ra, and thou lookest upon the generations of men. O thou one who circlest, thou Ra, behold, verily, I have said unto thee, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body of the god, and I say, let it come to pass that I shall never be repulsed before thee, O Osiris. The following is the chapter in a fuller form. The chapter of knowing the name of Osiris, and of entering into and of going out from Re stau, in all the forms wherein he willeth to come forth. The scribe Mesem Neter, triumphant, saith: I am the great name who maketh his light. I have come to thee, O Osiris, and I offer praise unto thee. I am pure from the issues which are carried away from thee. Thy name hath been made in Re stau when it hath fallen therein. Homage to thee, O Osiris, in thy strength and in thy power. Thou hast obtained the mastery in Re stau. Thou art raised up, O Osiris, in thy might and in thy power. Thou art raised up, O Osiris, and Thy might is in Re stau, and thy power is in Abtu (Abydos). Thou goest round about through heaven, and thou sailest before Ra, and thou lookest upon the generations of men, O thou being who circlest, thou Ra. Behold, verily, I have said unto thee, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body of the god. And I say, let it come to pass that I shall never be repulsed before thee, O Osiris. Chapter 120. Vignette. This Chapter is without a vignette both in the Theban and Sa'ite Recensions. Text. In the Sa'ite Recension, this Chapter is given twice. End of Chapters 111 through 120. Chapters 121 through 130 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 121 through 130. Chapter 121. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette both in the Theban and Sa'ite Recensions. Text. In the Sa'ite Recension, this chapter is given twice. Chapter 122. Vignette. The Papyrus of Nu is the only document containing the Theban Recension which is known at present to give a text of this chapter, but it is without a vignette. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is bowing before a shrine which is set upon a hill. Text. The chapter of going in after coming forth from the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Open unto me. Who then art thou? Whither goest thou? What is thy name? I am one of you. Assembler of souls is the name of my boat. Making the hair to stand on end is the name of the oars. Watchful one is the name of its bows. Evil is it is the name of the rudder. Steering straight for the middle is the name of the Machabet. So likewise the boat is a type of my sailing onward to the pool. Let there be given unto me vessels of milk, together with cakes and loaves of bread, and cups of drink, and pieces of meat in the temple of Anpu, or, as others say, grant thou me these things wholly. Let it be so done unto me that I may enter in like a hawk, and that I may come forth like the Bennu bird, and like the morning star. Let me make my path so that I may go in peace into the beautiful Amentet, and let the lake of Osiris be mine. Let me make my path, and let me enter in, and let me adore Osiris, the Lord of life. Chapter 123 or 139. Vignette. The deceased or his soul standing before a palace or shrine. In the Sa'ite Recension, this chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of entering into the great house. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O Thoth. I am Thoth, who have weighed the two divine fighters, that is, Horus and Set. I have destroyed their warfare, and I have diminished their wailings. I have delivered the Atu fish in his turning back, and I have performed that which thou didst order concerning him, and afterwards I lay down within my eye. I am he who hath been without opposition. I have come. Do thou look upon me in the temple of Nemhra, or Uhemhra. I give commands in the words of the divine aged ones, and moreover I guide for thee the lesser deities. Chapter 124. Vignette. The deceased adoring Meshtha-hapi, Tu-Amaltef, and Kebsenuf. Text. The chapter of going into the presence of the divine sovereign princes of Osiris. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, My soul hath built for me a habitation in the city of Tatu. I sow seed in the city of Pe, and I plough my field with my labourers, and for this reason my palm tree is like Amsu. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, I shall not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth. I shall not eat thereof. By sepulchral meals and food I shall not be destroyed. The abominable thing I shall not take into my hands. I shall not walk upon it in my sandals, because my cakes are made of white grain, and my ale is made of red grain. And behold, the Sektet boat and the Matet boat bring them to me, and I eat thereof under the branches of the trees, the beautiful arms of which I know. O let splendor be prepared for me with the white crown which is lifted up upon me by the Uraei goddesses. Hail, thou guardian of the divine doors of the god Sehetep Taui, that is, he who maketh the world to be at peace. Bring thou to me that of which they make sepulchral meals. Grant thou that I may lift up the branches. May the god of light open to me his arms, and may the company of the gods keep silence, whilst the denizens of heaven talk with the chancellor in chief, Nu triumphant. I am the leader of the hearts of the gods which strengthen me, and I am a mighty one among the divine beings. If any god or any goddess shall come forth against me, he shall be judged by the ancestors of the year who live upon hearts, and who make cakes for me, and Osiris shall devour him at his coming forth from Abtu Abydos. He shall be judged by the ancestors of Ra, and he shall be judged by the god of light, who clotheth heaven among the divine princes. I shall have bread in my mouth at stated seasons, and I shall enter in before the gods Ahu. He shall speak with me, and I shall speak with the followers of the gods. I shall speak with the disk, and I shall speak with the denizens of heaven. I shall put the terror of myself into the blackness of night, which is in the goddess Maert, who is near him that dwelleth in might. And behold, I shall be there with Osiris. My condition of completeness shall be his condition of completeness among the divine princes. I shall speak unto him with the words of men, and he shall repeat unto me the words of the gods. A Khu who is equipped with power shall come. I am a Khu who is equipped with power. I am equipped with the power of all the Khus, being the form of the Sahu, that is, spiritual bodies, of Anu, Tatu, Satin Benen, Abtu, Apu, and Senu. The Osiris of Alf Ankh is victorious over every god and every goddess who are hidden in Neter Kertet. Chapter 125. The 125th chapter consists of 3 parts: the introduction, the negative confession, and a concluding text. The introduction was said when the deceased arrived at the hall of double Maati. The negative confession was recited by him before the 42 gods who were in this hall, and the concluding text when he came into the underworld. The introduction. Vignette. The god Osiris, bearded and wearing the white crown, stands in a shrine, the roof of which is surmounted by a hawk's head and by uraei. He holds the usual emblems of sovereignty and domination. Behind him is the goddess Isis, and before him, standing upon a lotus flower, are the 4 children of Horus: Mestha, Hapi, Tuamautef, and Qebhsennuf. Vignette. Ani and his wife, Thu, standing with hands raised in adoration of Osiris before a table of offerings. Text: the chapter of entering into the hall of double Maati, a hymn of praise to Osiris, the governor of Amentet. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith: I have come, and I have drawn nigh to see thy beauties. My hands are raised in adoration of thy name, right and truth. I came, and I drew nigh unto the place where the acacia tree groweth not, where the tree thick with leaves existeth not, and where the ground yieldeth neither herb nor grass. Then I entered into the hidden place, and I spake with the god Set. and my protector advanced to me, and his face was clothed or covered, and he fell upon the hidden things. He entered into the temple of Osiris, and he looked upon the hidden things which were therein, and the sovereign chiefs of the pylons were in the form of Khus. And the god Anpu spake to those who were on both sides of him with the speech of a man as he came from Ta Mera. He knoweth our paths and our cities. I make offerings, and I smell the odor of him as if he were one among you. And I say unto him, I am Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, triumphant. I have come, and I have drawn nigh to see the great gods, and I feed upon the offerings which are among their food. I have been to the borders of the territory of Ba Neb Tetep, that is, the soul, the lord of Tatu, or Osiris, and he hath caused me to come forth like a Bennu bird, and to utter words. I have been in the water of the stream, and I have made offerings of incense. I have guided myself to the Shentet tree of the divine children. I have been in Abu, or Abu, that is elephantine, in the temple of the goddess Satet. I have submerged the boat of mine enemies, whilst I myself have sailed over the lake in the Neshmet boat. I have seen the Sahu, that is, the spiritual bodies, in the city of Khem-ur. I have been in the city of Tatu, and I have brought myself to silence therein. I have caused the god to have the mastery over his 2 feet. I have been in the temple of Tep-tu-f, that is, he that is on his hill, or Anubis, and I have seen him that is lord of the divine temple. I have entered into the temple of Osiris, and I have arrayed myself in the apparel of him that is therein. I have entered into Re Stau, and I have seen the hidden things which are therein. I was shrouded therein, but I found a way for myself. I have gone into the city of An Araret, that is, the place where nothing groweth, and I covered my nakedness with the garments which were therein. There was given unto me the anti unguent, such as women use along with the powder of human beings. Verily, Sut hath spoken unto me the things which concern himself, and I said, let thy weighing be in us. The majesty of the god Anpu saith, knowest thou the name of this door, so as to declare it unto me? And Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, triumphant, saith, destroyer of the god Shu is the name of this door. The majesty of the god Anpu saith, knowest thou the name of the upper leaf and of the lower leaf? Lord of Maat, upon his 2 feet is the name of the upper leaf, and Lord of twofold strength, the subduer of cattle, is the name of the lower leaf. The majesty of the god Anpu saith, since thou knowest, pass on, O Osiris, the scribe, the teller of the divine offerings of all the gods of Thebes, Ani, triumphant, the lord of reverence. The introduction. Vignette: the deceased and his wife standing with both hands raised in adoration. Text: the following shall be said when the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, cometh forth into the hall of double Maati, so that he may be separated from every sin which he hath done, and may behold the faces of the gods. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O great God, thou Lord of double Maati. I have come to thee, O my Lord, and I have brought myself hither that I may behold thy beauties. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the names of the 42 gods who exist with thee in this hall of double Maati, who live as warders of sinners, and who feed upon their blood on the day when the lives of men are taken into account in the presence of the god Un Nefer. In truth, Rekti Merteneb Maati, that is, twin sisters with 2 eyes, ladies of double Maati, is thy name. In truth, I have come to thee, and I have brought Maat, that is, right and truth, to thee, and I have destroyed wickedness for thee. I have not done evil to mankind. I have not oppressed the members of my family. I have not wrought evil in the place of right and truth. I have had no knowledge of worthless men. I have not wrought evil. I have not made to be the first consideration of each day that excessive labor should be performed for me. I have not brought forward my name for exaltation to honors. I have not ill-treated servants. I have not thought scorn of God. I have not defrauded the oppressed one of his property. I have not done that which is an abomination unto the gods. I have not caused harm to be done to the servant by his chief. I have not caused pain. I have made no man to suffer hunger. I have made no one to weep. I have done no murder. I have not given the order for murder to be done for me. I have not inflicted pain upon mankind. I have not defrauded the temples of their oblations. I have not purloined the cakes of the gods. I have not carried off the cakes offered to the Khus. I have not committed fornication. I have not polluted myself in the holy places of the God of my city, nor diminished from the bushel. I have neither added to nor filched away land. I have not encroached upon the fields of others. I have not added to the weights of the scales to cheat the seller. I have not misread the pointer of the scales to cheat the buyer. I have not carried away the milk from the mouths of children. I have not driven away the cattle which were upon their pastures. I have not snared the feathered fowl of the preserves of the gods. I have not caught fish with bait made of fish of their kind. I have not turned back the water at the time when it should flow. I have not cut a cutting in a canal of running water. I have not extinguished a fire or light when it should burn. I have not violated the times of offering, the chosen meat offerings. I have not driven off the cattle from the property of the gods. I have not repulsed God in his manifestations. I am pure, I am pure, I am pure, I am pure. My purity is the purity of that great Bennu, which is in the city of Sutenhenen, Heracleopolis. For behold, I am the nose of the god of the winds, who maketh all mankind to live on the day when the eye, Uchat of Ra, is full in Anu, Heliopolis, at the end of the second month of the season Pert, that is, the season of growing, in the presence of the divine Lord of this earth. I have seen the eye of Ra when it was full in Anu. Therefore let not evil befall me in this land and in this hall of double Maati, because I, even I, know the names of these gods who are therein, and who are the followers of the great God. The negative confession. Vignette: the hall of double Maati, that is to say, the hall of the goddesses Isis and Nephthys, who symbolize right and truth. Herein are seated or stand 42 gods, to each of whom the deceased must address a prescribed negative statement. At each end is one half of a folding door, one having the name of Neb Maat Heri Tef Retuif, and the other Neb Peti Kesu Men Menet. On the center of the roof, which has a cornice of uraei, typifying divinity, and feathers, symbolic of Maat, is a seated deity, painted bluish green, with hands extended, the right over the eye of Horus and the left over a pool. At the end of the hall are 4 small vignettes in which are depicted the Maati goddesses, each seated upon a throne and holding a scepter in her right hand and the emblem of life in her left. The deceased, arrayed in white, standing before the god Osiris with both hands raised in adoration, a balance with the heart, symbolizing the conscience of the deceased, in one scale, and the feather, emblematic of right and truth, in the other. The god Anubis is testing the tongue of the balance, and close by stands the monster Ammet. Thoth, ibis-headed, seated upon a pylon-shaped pedestal, painting a large feather of Maat. Text: the scribe Nebseni, triumphant, saith: 1. Hail, thou whose strides are long, who comest forth from Anu, Heliopolis, I have not done iniquity. 2. Hail, thou who art embraced by flame, who comest forth from Kher Aba, I have not robbed with violence. 3. Hail, thou divine nose, Fenti, who comest forth from Kemenu, Hermopolis, I have not done violence to any man. 4. Hail, thou who eatest shades, who comest forth from the place where the Nile riseth, I have not committed theft. 5. Hail, Neha, Hau, who comest forth from Re stau, I have not slain man or woman. 6. Hail, thou double-lying god, who comest forth from heaven, I have not made light the bushel. 7. Hail, thou whose 2 eyes are like flint, who comest forth from Sechem Letopolis, I have not acted deceitfully. 8. Hail, thou flame, who comest forth as thou goest back, I have not purloined the things which belong unto God. 9. Hail, thou crusher of bones, who comest forth from Sutton Benin, Heracleopolis, I have not uttered falsehood. 10. Hail, thou who makest the flame to wax strong, who comest forth from Hetekapatah, Memphis, I have not carried away food. 11. Hail, Kerti, that is, the 2 sources of the Nile, who come forth from Amentet, I have not uttered evil words. 12. Hail, thou whose teeth shine, who comest forth from Tashi, that is, the Fayum, I have attacked no man. 13. Hail, thou who dost consume blood, who comest forth from the house of slaughter, I have not killed the beasts which are the property of God. 14. Hail, thou who dost consume the entrails, who comest forth from the Mabit chamber, I have not acted deceitfully. 15. Hail, thou god of right and truth, who comest forth from the city of double Maati, I have not laid waste the lands which have been plowed. 16. Hail, thou who goest backwards, who comest forth from the city of Bubastis, I have never pried into matters to make mischief. 17. Hail, Aati, who comest forth from Anu, Heliopolis, I have not set my mouth in motion against any man. 18. Hail, thou who art doubly evil, who comest forth from the nome of Ati, I have not given way to wrath concerning myself without a cause. 19. Hail, thou serpent Ua Memti, who comest forth from the house of slaughter, I have not defiled the wife of a man. 20. Hail, thou who lookest upon what is brought to him, who comest forth from the temple of Amsu, I have not committed any sin against purity. 21. Hail, chief of the divine princes, who comest forth from the city of Nahatu, I have not struck fear into any man. 22. Hail, Kemiu, that is, destroyer, who comest forth from the lake of Kaui, I have not encroached upon sacred times and seasons. 23. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who comest forth from Urit, I have not been a man of anger. 24. Hail, thou child, who comest forth from the lake of Hekut, I have not made myself deaf to the words of right and truth. 25. Hail, thou disposer of speech, who comest forth from the city of Unis, I have not stirred up strife. 26. Hail, Basti, who comest forth from the secret city, I have made no man to weep. 27. Hail, thou whose face is turned backwards, who comest forth from the dwelling, I have not committed acts of impurity, neither have I lain with men. 28. Hail, leg of fire, who comest forth from Akku, I have not eaten my heart. 29. Hail, Kenemti, who comest forth from the city of Kenemet, I have abused no man. 30. Hail, thou who bringest thine offering, who comest forth from the city of Sais, I have not acted with violence. 31. Hail, thou god of faces, who comest forth from the city of Techefet, I have not judged hastily. 32. Hail, thou who givest knowledge, who comest forth from Unth, I have not, and I have not taken vengeance upon the god. 33. Hail, thou lord of 2 horns, who comest forth from Satiu, I have not multiplied my speech overmuch. 34. Hail, Nefertem, who comest forth from Het-ka-patah, Memphis, I have not acted with deceit, and I have not worked wickedness. 35. Hail, Temset, who comest forth from Tatu, I have not uttered curses on the king. 36. Hail, thou whose heart doth labor, who comest forth from the city of Tebti, I have not fouled water. 37. Hail, Ahi of the water, who comest forth from Nu, I have not made haughty my voice. 38. Hail, thou who givest commands to mankind, who comest forth from Sau, I have not cursed the god. 39. Hail, Neheb Nefert, who comest forth from the lake of Nefer, I have not behaved with insolence. 40. Hail, Neheb Kau, who comest forth from thy city, I have not sought for distinctions. 41. Hail, thou whose head is holy, who comest forth from thy habitations, I have not increased my wealth, except with such things as are justly mine own possessions. 42. Hail, thou who bringest thine own arm, who comest forth from Aukert, underworld, I have not thought scorn of the god who is in my city. Address to the gods of the underworld. Vignette: the deceased standing with both hands raised in adoration. Text: Then shall the heart which is righteous and sinless say. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the hall of double Maati. I, even I, know you, and I know your names. Let me not fall under your knives of slaughter, and bring ye not forward my wickedness unto the god in whose train ye are, and let not evil hap come upon me by your means. O declare ye me right and true in the presence of Nebertcher, because I have done that which is right and true in Tamara, Egypt. I have not cursed God, and let not evil hap come upon me through the king who dwelleth in my day. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the hall of double Maati, who are without evil in your bodies, and who live upon right and truth, and who feed yourselves upon right and truth in the presence of the god Horus, who dwelleth in his divine disk. Deliver ye me from the god Baba, who feedeth upon the entrails of the mighty ones upon the day of the great judgment. O grant ye that I may come to you, for I have not committed faults, I have not sinned, I have not done evil, I have not borne false witness, therefore let nothing evil be done unto me. I live upon right and truth, and I feed upon right and truth. I have performed the commandments of men, as well as the things whereat are gratified the gods. I have made the god to be at peace with me by doing that which is his will. I have given bread to the hungry man, and water to the thirsty man, and apparel to the naked man, and a boat to the shipwrecked mariner. I have made holy offerings to the gods, and sepulchral meals to the Khus. Be ye then my deliverers, be ye then my protectors, and make ye not accusation against me in the presence of the great God. I am clean of mouth and clean of hands, therefore let it be said unto me by those who shall behold me, come in peace, for I have heard that mighty word which the spiritual bodies, Sahu, spake unto the cat in the house of Hapt Re. I have been made to give evidence before the god Hraf, that is, he whose face is behind him, and he hath given a decision concerning me. I have seen the things over which the Persea tree spreadeth its branches within Re stau. I am he who hath offered up prayers to the gods, and who knoweth their persons. I have come and I have advanced to make the declaration of right and truth, and to set the balance upon what supporteth it within the region of Aukert. Hail, thou who art exalted upon thy standard, thou lord of the Atafu crown, whose name is proclaimed as the Lord of the Winds. Deliver thou me from thy divine messengers, who cause dire deeds to happen, and who cause calamities to come into being, and who are without coverings for their faces. For I have done that which is right and true for the Lord of right and truth. I have purified myself and my breast with libations, and my hinder parts with the things which make clean, and my inner parts have been in the pool of right and truth. There is no single member of mine which lacketh right and truth. I have been purified in the pool of the south, and I have rested in the northern city which is in the field of the grasshoppers, wherein the divine sailors of Ra bathe at the second hour of the night and at the third hour of the day. And the hearts of the gods are gratified after they have passed through it, whether it be by night or whether it be by day. And they say unto me, Let thyself come forward. And they say unto me, Who then art thou? And they say unto me, What is thy name? I am he who is equipped under the flowers, and I am the dweller in his olive tree, is my name. And they say unto me straightway, Pass thou on. And I passed on by the city to the north of the olive tree. What then didst thou see there? The leg and the thigh. What then didst thou say unto them? Let me see rejoicings in those lands of the Tenku. And what did they give unto thee? a flame of fire, and a tablet or scepter of crystal. What then didst thou do therewith? I buried them by the furrow of Maat as things for the night. What then didst thou find by the furrow of Maat? A scepter of flint, the name of which is giver of winds. What then didst thou do to the flame of fire and the tablet or scepter of crystal after thou hadst buried them? I uttered words over them in the furrow, and I dug them out therefrom. I extinguished the fire, and I broke the tablet or scepter, and I created a pool of water. Come then, they say, and enter in through the door of this hall of double Maati, for thou knowest us. We will not let thee enter in through us, say the bolts of the door, unless thou tellest us our names. Tongue of the balance of the place of right and truth is your name. I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the right lintel of the door, unless thou tellest me thy name. Balance of the support of right and truth is thy name. I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the left lintel of the door, unless thou tellest me my name. Balance of wine is thy name. I will not let thee pass over me, saith the threshold of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Ox of the god Seb is thy name. I will not open unto thee, saith the fastening of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Flesh of his mother is thy name. I will not open unto thee, saith the socket of the fastening of the door, unless thou tellest me my name. Living eye of the god Sebek, the lord of Bakhau, is thy name. I will not open unto thee, and I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the guardian of the leaf of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Elbow of the god Shu, when he placeth himself to protect Osiris, is thy name. We will not let thee enter in by us, say the posts of this door, unless thou tellest us our names. Children of the Uri goddesses is your name. Thou knowest us, they say. Pass on therefore by us. I will not let thee tread upon me, saith the floor of the hall of double Maati, because I am silent and I am holy, and because I do not know the names of thy 2 feet wherewith thou wouldst walk upon me. Therefore tell them to me. Traveller of the god Kaz is the name of my right foot, and staff of the goddess Hathor is the name of my left foot. Thou knowest me, it saith, pass on therefore over me. I will not make mention of thee, saith the guardian of the door of this hall of double Maati, unless thou tellest me my name. Discerner of hearts and searcher of the reins is thy name. Now will I make mention of thee to the god. But who is the god that dwelleth in his hour? Speak thou it. That is his name. Me'autaui, that is he who keepeth the record of the 2 lands, is his name. Who then is Me'autaui? He is Thoth. Come, saith Thoth. But why hast thou come? I have come, and I press forward that I may be mentioned. What now is thy condition? Even I am purified from evil things, and I am protected from the baleful deeds of those who live in their days, and I am not among them. Now will I make mention of thee to the god. Tell me now, who is he whose heaven is of fire, whose walls are surmounted by living uraei, and the floor of whose house is a stream of water? Who is he, I say? It is Osiris. Come forward then. Verily, thou shalt be mentioned to him. Thy cakes shall come from the Eye of Ra, and thine ale shall come from the Eye of Ra, and the sepulchral meals which shall be brought to thee upon earth shall come from the Eye of Ra. This hath been decreed for the Osiris, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, new triumphant. Rubric: the making of the representation of what shall happen in this hall of double Maati. This chapter shall be said by the deceased after he hath been cleansed and purified, and when he is arrayed in apparel, and is shod with white leather sandals, and his eyes have been painted with antimony, and his body hath been anointed with unguent of Anti, and when he offereth oxen and feathered fowl, and incense and cakes, and ale and garden herbs, and behold, thou shalt draw a representation of this in color upon a new tile molded from earth, upon which neither a pig nor other animals have trodden. And if thou doest this, book upon it, it in writing the deceased shall flourish, and his children shall flourish, and his name shall never fall into oblivion, and he shall be as one who filleth, that is, satisfieth the heart of the king and of his princes. And bread and cakes and sweetmeats and wine and pieces of flesh shall be given unto him upon the altar of the great God, and he shall not be turned back at any door in Amentet, and he shall be brought in along with the kings of Upper and Lower Egypt, and he shall be in the train of Osiris continually and regularly forever. Chapter 126. Vignette: a lake of fire, at each corner of which is seated a dog-headed ape. Text: the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Amen-hetep, triumphant, saith: Hail, ye 4 apes who sit in the bows of the boat of Ra, who convey right and truth to Neber-tchur, who sit in judgment on my misery and on my strength, who make the gods to rest contented by means of the flame of your mouths, and who offer holy offerings to the gods and sepulchral meals to the Khus, who live upon right and truth, and who feed upon right and truth of heart, who are without deceit and fraud, and to whom wickedness is an abomination. Do ye away with my evil deeds, and put ye away my sin, which deserves stripes upon earth, and destroy ye any evil whatsoever that belongeth unto me, and let there be no obstacle whatsoever on my part towards you. O grant ye that I may make my way through the underworld, Amahet. Let me enter into Re stau, let me pass through the hidden pylons of Amentet. O grant that there may be given to me cakes and ale and sweetmeats, even as they are given to the living Khus, and grant that I may enter in and come forth from Re stau. The 4 apes made answer, saying, Come, then, for we have done away with thy wickedness, and we have put away thy sin, along with the sin deserving of stripes which thou didst commit upon earth, and we have destroyed all the evil which belonged to thee upon the earth. Enter therefore into Re stau, and pass thou through the hidden pylons of Amentet, and there shall be given unto thee cakes and ale and sweetmeats, and shalt come forth, and thou shalt enter in at thy desire, even as do those Khus who are favoured of the god, and thou shalt be proclaimed or called each day in the horizon. Chapter 127a. Vignette: this version of the 127th chapter has not yet been found in the papyri containing the Theban Recension. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased stands with both hands raised in adoration before a table of offerings placed in the presence of 6 gods, 3 standing upright and 3 seated, each of whom holds in his hands a flail and a scepter. The first god has the head of a bull, the second is jackal-headed, the third is snake-headed, the fourth is human-headed, the fifth is bull-headed, and the sixth is human-headed. The last 3 have feathers emblematic of right and truth on their heads. Text: the book of the praise of the gods of the Qerti, which a man shall recite when he cometh forth before them to enter in to see the god in the great temple of the underworld, and he shall say: Homage to you, O ye gods of the Qerti, ye divine dwellers in Amentet. Homage to you, O ye guardians of the doors of the underworld, who keep ward over the god, who bear and proclaim the names of those who come into the presence of the god Osiris, and who hold yourselves ready, and who praise him, and who destroy the enemies of Ra. O send ye forth your light, and scatter ye the darkness which is about you, and behold ye the holy and divine mighty one, O ye who live even as he liveth, and call ye upon him that dwelleth within his divine disk. Lead ye the king of the north and of the south, Usur Maat Ra Setep and Amen, the son of the sun, Ramzes Meri Aman Ra Bek Maat. Through your doors may his divine soul enter into your hidden places, for he is one among you, and he hath shot forth calamities upon the serpent fiend Apep, and he hath beaten down the obstacles which Apep set up in Amentet. Thy word hath prevailed mightily over thine enemies, O great God, who livest in thy divine disk. Thy word hath prevailed mightily over thine enemies, O Osiris, governor of Amentet. Thy word hath prevailed mightily over thine enemies in heaven and in earth, O thou king of the north and of the south, Usur Maat Ra Setep and Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Meri Amen Ra Hek Maat, and over the sovereign princes of every god and of every goddess. O Osiris, governor of Amentet, he hath uttered words in the presence of the god in the valley of the dead, and he hath gained the mastery over the mighty sovereign princes. Hail, ye doorkeepers! Hail, ye doorkeepers, who guard your gates, who punish souls, who devour the bodies of the dead, who advance over them at their examination in the places of destruction, who give right and truth to the soul and to the divine Khu, the beneficent one, the mighty one, whose throne is holy in Akert, who is endowed with soul like Ra, and who is praised like Osiris. Lead ye along, the king of the north and of the south. Usur Maat Ra Setep en Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Meri Amen Ra Hek Maat. Unbolt ye for him the doors, and open ye the place of his Kerti for him. Behold, make ye his word to triumph over his enemies, and indeed let meat offerings and drink offerings be made unto him by the god of the double door, and let him put on the Nemes crown of him that dwelleth in the great and hidden shrine. Behold the image of Heru Khuti Harmachis, who is doubly true, and who is the divine soul, and the divine and perfect Khu. He hath prevailed with his hands. The two great and mighty gods cry out to the king of the north and south. Usur Maat Ra Setep en Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Meri Amen Ra Hek Maat. They rejoice in him, they sing praises to him, and clap their hands. They accord him their protection, and he liveth, the king of the north and south. Usur Maat Ra Setep en Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Meri Amen Ra Hek Maat, riseth like a living soul in heaven. He hath been commanded to make his transformations. He hath made himself victorious before the divine sovereign chiefs, and he hath made his way through the gates of heaven, and of earth, and of the underworld, even as hath Ra, the king of the north and south. Usur Maat Ra Setep en Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Meri Amen Ra Hek Maat, saith, Open unto me the gates of heaven and of earth and of the underworld, for I am the divine soul of Osiris, and I rest in him, and let me pass through their halls. Let the gods sing praises unto me when they see me. Let me enter, and let favor be shown unto me. Let me come forth, and let me be beloved, and let me go forward, for no defect or failing hath been found clinging unto me. Chapter 127b. Vignette: 16 gods in 4 groups, each containing 2 pairs. Before each group is a table of offerings. Text: Chapter to be recited on coming before the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris to offer praise unto the gods who are the gods of the underworld. Osiris, the chief scribe and draftsman, Ptah Mes, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in the Kerti, ye gods who dwell in Amentet, who keep ward over the gates of the underworld, and are the guardians thereof, who bear and proclaim the names of those who come into the presence of Osiris, who praise him, and who destroy the enemies of Ra. O send forth your light, and scatter ye the darkness which is about you, and look upon the face of Osiris, O ye who live even as he liveth, and praise ye him that dwelleth in his disk, and lead ye me away from your calamities. Let me come forth, and let me enter in through your secret places, for I am a mighty prince among you, for I have done away with evil there, and I have beaten down the obstacles which have been set up in Amentet. Thou hast been victorious over thine enemies, O thou that dwellest in thy disk. Thou hast been victorious over thine enemies, O Thoth, who producest statutes. Thou hast been victorious over thy enemies, O Osiris, the chief scribe and draftsman, Ptahmes, triumphant. Thou hast been triumphant over thine enemies, O Osiris, thou governor of Amentet, in heaven and upon earth, in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. And the food of Osiris, the governor of Amentet, is in the presence of the god whose name is hidden before the great divine sovereign chiefs. Hail, ye guardians of the doors, ye gods who keep ward over their habitations, who keep the reckoning, and who commit souls to destruction, who grant right and truth to the divine soul which is stablished, who are without evil in the abode of Akert, who are endowed with soul even as is Ra, and who are as is Osiris. Guide ye Osiris, the chief scribe, the draughtsman, Ptah Mes, triumphant, open ye unto him the gates of the underworld, and the uppermost part of his estate and his court. Behold, make ye him to be victorious over his enemies. Provide ye him with the offerings of the god of the underworld. Make noble the divine being who dwelleth in the Nemes crown, the lord of the knowledge of Akert. Behold, stablish this soul in right and truth, and let it become a perfect soul that hath gained the mastery with its two hands. The great and mighty gods cry out, he hath gotten the victory, and they rejoice in him, and they ascribe praise unto him with their hands, and they turn unto him their faces. The living one is triumphant, and is even like a living soul dwelling in heaven, and he hath been ordered to perform his transformations. Osiris triumphed over his enemies, and Osiris, the chief scribe and draughtsman, Ptah Mes, triumphant, hath gained the victory over his enemies in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who dwell in heaven, and in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who dwell upon the earth. Chapter 129. Vignette: the deceased standing before a table of offerings with both hands raised in adoration in the presence of the gods Osiris, Isis, Horus the son of Isis, and Nephthys. Text: a hymn of praise to Osiris. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O Osiris Un Nefer, triumphant, thou son of Nut, thou firstborn son of Seb, thou mighty one who comest forth from Nut, thou king in the city of Nefer Ur, thou governor of Amentet, thou lord of Abtu, Abydos, thou lord of souls, thou mighty one of strength, thou lord of the Atef crown in Sutton Benin, thou lord of the divine form in the city of Nifu Ur, thou lord of the tomb, thou mighty one of souls in Tatu, thou lord of sepulchral offerings, thou whose festivals are many in Tatu. The god Horus exalteth his father in every place or shrine, and he uniteth himself unto the goddess Isis and unto the goddess Nephthys, and the god Thoth reciteth for him the mighty glorifyings which are within him, and which come forth from his mouth, and the heart of Horus is stronger than that of all the gods. Rise up then, O Horus, thou son of Isis, and avenge thy father Osiris. Hail, O Osiris, I have come unto thee. I am Horus, and I have avenged thee, and I feed this day upon the sepulchral meals of oxen and feathered fowl, and upon all the beautiful things offered unto Osiris. Rise up, then, O Osiris, for I have struck down for thee all thine enemies, and I have taken vengeance upon them for thee. I am Horus upon this beautiful day of thy fair rising in thy soul, which exalteth thee along with itself on this day before thy divine sovereign princes. Hail, O Osiris, thy Ka hath come unto thee and is with thee, and thou resteth therein in thy name of Ka Hetep. I maketh thee glorious in thy name of Khu, and it maketh thee like unto the morning star in thy name of Pehu, and it openeth for thee the ways in thy name of Apuat. Hail, O Osiris, I have come unto thee, and I have set thine enemies under thy feet in every place, and thou art triumphant in the presence of the company of the gods and of the divine sovereign chiefs. Hail, O Osiris, thou hast received thy scepter and the place whereon thou art to rest, and thy steps are under thee. Thou bringest food to the gods, and thou bringest sepulchral meals unto those who dwell in their tombs. Thou hast given thy might unto the gods, and thou hast created the great God. Thou hast thy existence with them in their spiritual bodies. Thou gatherest thyself unto all the gods, and thou hearest the word of right and truth on the day when offerings to this god are ordered on the festivals of Uka. Chapter 129. See Chapter 100. Chapter 130. Vignette: in the Papyrus of Nu, this chapter has no vignette, but in the Sa'ite Recension the deceased is seen standing in the stern of a boat behind Ra and two other gods. Text: another chapter of making perfect the Khu, which is to be recited on the birthday of Osiris, and of making to live the soul forever. The Chancellor in Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: the heavens are opened, the earth is opened, the west is opened, the east is opened, the southern half of heaven is opened, the northern half of heaven is opened, The doors are opened and the gates are thrown wide open to Ra as he cometh forth from the horizon. The Sektet boat openeth for him the double doors, and the Matet boat bursteth open for him the gates. He breatheth, and the god Shu cometh into being, and he createth the goddess Temut. Those who are in the following of Osiris follow in his train, and the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, followeth on in the train of Ra. He taketh his iron weapon, and he forceth open the shrine even as doth Horus, and pressing onwards he advanceth unto the hidden things of his habitation with the libations of his divine shrine, the messenger of the god that loveth him. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, bringeth forth the right and the truth, and he maketh to advance the going forward of Osiris. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, taketh in his hands the cordage, and he bindeth fast the shrine. Storms are the things which he abominateth. Let no water flood be nigh unto him. Let not the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, be repulsed before Ra, and let him not be made to turn back. For behold, the eye is in his two hands. Let not the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, walk in the valley of darkness. Let him not enter into the lake of those who are evil, and let him have no existence among the damned, even for a moment. Let not the Osiris Nu fall headlong among those who would lead him captive, and let not his soul go in among them. Let his divine face take possession of the place behind the block of the god Septu. Hymns of praise be unto you, O ye divine beings of the thigh. The knives of God work in secret, and the two arms and hands of God cause the light to shine. It is doubly pleasant unto him to lead the old unto him along with the young at his season. Now behold, the god Thoth dwelleth within his hidden places, and he performeth the ceremonies of libation unto the god who reckoneth millions of years. And he maketh a way through the firmament, and he doeth away with storms and whirlwinds from his stronghold. And the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, arriveth in the places of his habitations. O ye divine beings of the thigh, do ye away with his sorrow and his suffering and his pain, and may the sorrow of the Osiris Nu be altogether put away. Let the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, gratify Ra. Let him make a way into the horizon of Ra. Let his boat be made ready for him. Let him sail on happily, and let Thoth put light into his heart. Then shall the Osiris Nu, triumphant, praise and glorify Ra, and Ra shall hearken unto his words, and he shall beat down the obstacles which come from his enemies. I have not been shipwrecked, I have not been turned back in the horizon, for I am Ra Osiris. And the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, shall not be shipwrecked in the great boat. Behold him whose face is in the god of the thigh, because the name of Ra is in the body of the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, and his honor is in his mouth. He shall speak unto Ra, and Ra shall hearken unto his words. Hymns of praise unto thee, O Ra, in the horizon, and homage unto thee, O thou that purifiest with light the denizens of heaven, O thou who hast sovereign power over heaven at that supreme moment when the paddles of thine enemies move with thee. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, cometh with the ordering of right and truth, for there is an iron firmament in Amentet which the fiend Apep hath broken through with his storms before the double Lion god, and this will the Osiris Nu set in order. O hearken ye, ye who dwell upon the top of the throne of majesty. The Osiris Nu shall come in among thy divine sovereign chiefs, and Ra shall deliver him from Apep each day, so that he may not come nigh unto him, and he shall make himself vigilant. The Osiris Nu shall have power over the things which are written. He shall receive sepulchral meals, and the god Thoth shall provide him with the things which should be prepared for him. The Osiris Nu maketh right and truth to go round about the bows in the great boat, and hath triumph among the divine sovereign chiefs, and he establisheth for millions of years. The divine chiefs guide him, and give unto him a passage in the boat with joy and gladness. The first ones among the company of the sailors of Ra are behind him, and he is happy. Right and truth are exalted, and they have come unto their divine Lord, and praises have been ascribed unto the god Neb Tchir. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, hath taken in his hands the weapon, and he hath made his way through heaven therewith. The denizens thereof have ascribed praises unto him as unto a divine being who standeth up and never sinketh to rest. The god Ra exalteth him by reason of what he hath done, and he causeth him to make of none effect the whirlwind and the storm. He looketh upon his splendours, and he stablisheth his oars, and the boat saileth round about in heaven, rising like the sun in the darkness. Thoth, the mighty one, leadeth the Osiris Nu within his eye, and he sitteth upon his thighs in the mighty boat of Khepera. He cometh into being, and the things which he saith come to pass. The Osiris Nu advanceth, and he journeyeth round about heaven unto Amentet. The fiery deities stand up before him, and the god Shu rejoiceth exceedingly, and they take in their hands the bows of the boat of Ra along with his divine mariners. Ra goeth round about, and he looketh upon Osiris. The Osiris Nu is at peace. The Osiris Nu is at peace. He hath not been driven back. The flame of thy moment hath not been taken away from him. O Ra, the whirlwind and storm of thy mouth have not come forth against him. He hath not journeyed upon the path of the crocodile, for he abominateth the crocodile, and it hath not drawn nigh unto him. The Osiris Nu embarketh in thy boat, O Ra. He is furnished with thy throne, and he receiveth thy spiritual form. The Osiris Nu travelleth over the paths of Ra at daybreak to drive back the fiend Nebit. He cometh upon the flame of thy boat, O Ra, upon that mighty thigh. The Osiris Nu knoweth it, and he attaineth unto thy boat, and behold, he sitteth therein, and he maketh sepulchral offerings. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a boat of the god Ra which hath been painted in colours in a pure place. And behold, thou shalt place a figure of the deceased in the bows thereof, and thou shalt paint a Sektet boat upon the right side thereof, and an Atet boat upon the left side thereof, and there shall be made unto them offerings of bread and cakes and wine and oil, and every kind of fair offering upon the birthday of Osiris. If these ceremonies be performed, his soul shall have existence, and shall live for ever, and shall not die a second time. The following is from the rubric to this chapter in the Sa'ite Recension. He shall know the hidden things of the underworld. He shall penetrate the hidden things in Neter Kertet, the underworld. This chapter was found in the large hall of the temple under the reign of His Majesty Hesepti, triumphant, and it was found in the cavern of the mountain which Horus made for his father Osiris Un-Nefer, triumphant. Now since Ra looketh upon this deceased in his own flesh, he shall look upon him as the company of the gods. The fear of him shall be great, and the awe of him shall be mighty in the heart of men, and gods, and Khus, and the damned. He shall be with his soul, and shall live for ever. He shall not die a second time in the underworld, and on the day of weighing of words no evil hap shall befall him. He shall be triumphant over his enemies, and his sepulchral meal shall be upon the altar of Ra in the course of each day, day by day. End of chapters 121 through 130. Chapters 131 through 140 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 131. Vignette. This chapter is without vignette, both in the Papyrus of Nu and in the Sa'ite Recension. Text: the chapter of having existence nigh unto Ra, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am that god Ra, who shineth in the night. Every being who followeth in his train shall have life in the following of the god Thoth, and he shall give unto him the risings of Horus in the darkness. The heart of Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, is glad because he is one of those beings, and his enemies have been destroyed by the divine princes. I am a follower of Ra, and I have received his iron weapon. I have come unto thee, O my father Ra, and I have advanced to the god Shu. I have cried unto the mighty goddess. I have equipped the god Hu, and I alone have removed the Nebt god from the path of Ra. I am a Khu, and I have come to the divine prince at the bounds of the horizon. I have met and I have received the mighty goddess. I have raised up thy soul in the following of thy strength, and my soul liveth through thy victory and thy mighty power. It is I who give commands in speech to Ra in heaven. Homage to thee, O great God, in the east of heaven. Let me embark in thy boat, O Ra. Let me open myself out in the form of a divine hawk. Let me give my commands in words. Let me do battle in my Sekhem. Let me be master under my vine. Let me embark in thy boat, O Ra, in peace, and let me sail in peace to the beautiful Amentet. Let the god Tem speak unto me, saying, Wouldst thou enter therein? The lady, the goddess Mehen, is 1,000,000 of years, yea, 2,000,000 years in extent, and dwelleth in the house of Urt and Nifert, and in the lake of 1,000,000 years. The whole company of the gods move about among those who are at the side of him who is the Lord of divisions of places. And I say, on every road and among these millions of years is Ra the Lord, and his path is in the fire. And they go round about behind him, and they go round about behind him. Chapter 132. Vignette: the deceased standing before a house and holding a long staff in his hand. In the Brocklehurst Papyrus, the soul of the deceased, in the form of a human-headed bird, is seen hovering over a house, by the side of which is a tree. Text: the chapter of causing a man to come back to see his house upon earth. The Osiris Ani saith, I am the lion god, coming forth with extended strides. I have shot arrows, and I have wounded the prey. I have shot arrows, and I have wounded the prey. I am the Eye of Horus, and I pass through the Eye of Horus at this season. I have arrived at the furrows. Let the Osiris Ani advance in peace. Chapter 133. Vignette: the god Ra, hawk-headed, and having upon his head the sun's disk, encircled with a serpent, seated upon a throne in a boat. In his right hand he holds a scepter, and in the left the emblem of life. Above him is the legend, Ra in his shrine. Before him, but outside the boat, stands Nebseni, who maketh adoration to Ra each day, with both hands raised in adoration. Text: the book of making perfect, the Khu, which is to be recited on the day of the month. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith, Ra riseth in his horizon, and his company of the gods follow after him. The god cometh forth out of his hidden habitations, and food falleth out of the eastern horizon of heaven. At the word of the goddess Nut, who maketh plain the paths of Ra, whereupon straightway the prince goeth round about. Lift up then thyself, O thou Ra, who dwellest in thy divine shrine. Draw thou into thyself the winds. Inhale the north wind. Swallow thou the skin of thy net on the day wherein thou breathest right and truth. Thou separatest the divine followers, and thou sailest in thy boat to Nut. The divine princes march onwards at thy word. Thou takest count of thy bones, thou gatherest together thy members. thou settest thy face towards the beautiful Amentet, and thou comest being renewed each day. Behold, thou art that image of gold, and thou dost possess the splendors of the disks of heaven, and art terrible. Thou comest being renewed each day. Hail, the horizon rejoiceth, and there are shouts of joy in the rigging of thy boat. When the gods who dwell in the heavens see the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief triumphant, they ascribe unto him as his due praises which are like unto those ascribed unto Ra. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief triumphant, is a divine prince, and he seeketh the Ureret crown of Ra, and he, the only one, is strong in good fortune in that supreme body which is of those divine beings who are in the presence of Ra. The Osiris Nu is strong both upon earth and in the underworld, and the Osiris Nu is strong like unto Ra every day. The Osiris Nu shall not tarry, and he shall not lie without motion in this land for ever. Being doubly beautiful, he shall see with his two eyes, and he shall hear with his two ears. Rightly and truly, rightly and truly. The Osiris Nu is like unto Ra, and he setteth in order the oars of his boat among those who are in the train of Nu. He doth not tell that which he hath seen, and he doth not repeat that which he hath heard in the secret places. Hail, let there be shouts of joy to the Osiris Nu, who is of the divine body of Ra, as he journeyeth over Nu, and who propitiateth the Ka of the god with that which he loveth. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, is a hawk, the transformations of which are mighty or manifold. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a boat 4 cubits in length, and made of green porcelain, on which have been painted the divine sovereign chiefs of the cities, and a heaven with its stars shall also be made, and thus thou shalt have made ceremonially pure by means of natron and incense. And behold, thou shalt make an image of Ra in yellow color upon a new plaque, and set it at the bows of the boat. And behold, thou shalt place an image of the Khu, which thou dost wish to make perfect, and place it in this boat, and thou shalt make it to travel about in the boat, which shall be made in the form of the boat of Ra, and he shall see the god Ra himself therein. Let not the eye of any man whatsoever look upon it, with the exception of thine own self, or thy father, or thy son, and guard this with great care. Now these things shall make the Khu perfect in the heart of Ra, and it shall give unto him power with the company of the gods, and the gods shall look upon him as a divine being like unto themselves, and mankind and the dead shall look upon him, and shall fall down upon their faces, and he shall be seen in the underworld in the form of the radiance of Ra. Chapter 134. Vignette: the boat of the sun, before which stand the deceased and his daughter. On the bows is perched the hawk of Horus, with the crown of the south upon his head. In the boat are the gods Shu, Tefnut, Seb Nut, Osiris, Isis, and Hathor, human-headed, and Horus hawk-headed. In the Sa'ite Recension the gods in the boat are 9 in number, and behind them is the disk of the sun. Text: another chapter of making perfect the Khu. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou who art within thy divine shrine, who shinest with rays of light, and sendest forth radiance from thyself, who decreest joy for millions of years unto those who love him, who givest their hearts' desire unto mankind, thou god Khepera within thy boat, who hast overthrown Apep. O ye children of the god Seb, overthrow ye the enemies of Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief triumphant, and destroy ye them from the boat of Ra, and the god Horus shall cut off their heads in heaven, where they are, in the form of feathered fowl, and their hind parts shall be on the earth in the form of animals, and in the lake in the form of fishes. Every male fiend and every female fiend shall the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, destroy, whether he descendeth from heaven, or whether he cometh forth from the earth, or whether they come upon the waters, or whether they advance towards the stars. The god Thoth, the son of Aner, coming forth from the Anerti, shall hack them in pieces. The Osiris Nu is silent and dumb. Cause ye this god, the mighty one of slaughter, the being greatly to be feared, to make himself clean in your blood, and to bathe himself in your gore, and ye shall certainly be destroyed by him from the boat of his father Ra. The Osiris Nu is the god Horus, to whom his mother the goddess Isis hath given birth, and whom the goddess Nephthys hath nursed and dandled, even like Horus when he repulsed the fiends of the god Suti. And when they see the Ureret crown stablished upon his head, they fall down upon their faces, and they glorify him. Behold, when men and gods and Khus and the dead see the Osiris Nu in the form of Horus with the Ureret crown stablished upon his head, they fall down upon their faces, and the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, is victorious over his enemies in the heights of heaven, and in the depths thereof, and before the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a hawk standing and having the white crown upon his head, and over figures of Tem, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Seti, and Nephthys, painted in yellow color upon a new plaque, which shall be placed in a model of the boat of the sun, along with a figure of the deceased whom thou wouldst make perfect. These shalt thou anoint with cedar oil, and incense shall be offered up to them on the fire, and feathered fowl shall be roasted. It is an act of praise to Ra as he journeyeth, and it shall cause a man to have his being along with Ra day by day, whithersoever the god voyageth, and it shall destroy the enemies of Ra in very truth, regularly and continually. Chapter 135. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text: another chapter to be recited when the moon reneweth itself on the day of the month. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: Osiris unfettereth, or as others say, openeth the storm cloud in the body of heaven, and is unfettered himself. Horus is made strong happily each day. He whose transformations are great or many hath offerings made unto him at the moment, and he hath made an end of the storm which is in the face of the Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant. Verily he cometh, and he is Ra in his journeying, and he is the four celestial gods in the heavens above. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, cometh forth in his day, and he embarketh among the tackle of the boat. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall become a perfect Khu in the underworld, and he shall not die therein a second time, and he shall eat his food side by side with Osiris. If this chapter be known by him upon earth, he shall be like unto Thoth, and he shall be adored by the living ones. He shall not fall headlong at the moment of royal flame of the goddess Bast, and the mighty princess shall make him to advance happily. Chapter 136a. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette in the Theban Recension. Text: another chapter of travelling in the great boat of Ra. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Behold now, O ye luminaries in Annu, ye people in Kher aba, the god Ka hath been born, his cordage hath been completed, and the instrument wherewith he maketh his way hath he grasped firmly. I have protected the implements of the gods, and I have delivered the boat Ka for him. I have come forth into heaven, and I have travelled therein with Ra in the form of an ape, and have turned back the paths of Nut at the staircase of the god Sebek. Chapter 136a. Vignette. In the Theban Recension this chapter has no vignette, but in the Sa'ite Recension the deceased stands in the boat of the god Ra, who is seated therein. Text: Another chapter of making perfect the Khu. It shall be recited on the festival of Six. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Behold now, O ye luminaries in Annu, Heliopolis, ye people in Kher aba, the god hath been born, his cordage hath been completed, and the instrument wherewith he maketh his way he hath grasped firmly, and the Osiris Nu is strong with them to direct the implement of the gods. The Osiris Nu hath delivered the boat of the sun therewith, and he cometh forth into heaven. The Osiris Nu saileth round about in heaven, he travelleth therein unto Nut, he journeyeth along with Ra, and he voyageth therein in the form of apes. He turneth back the water flood which is over the thigh of the goddess Nut at the staircase of the god Sabaku. The hearts of Seb and Nut are glad, and repeat the name which is Nu. Un-Neferu reneweth his youth, Ra is in his splendours of light, Unti hath his speech, and Io, the god of the inundation, is prince among the gods. The taste of sweetness hath forced a way into the heart of the destitute one, and the lord of thy outcries hath been done away with, and the oars of the company of the gods are in vigorous motion. Adored be thou, O divine soul, who art endowed more than the gods of the south and north in their splendours. Behold, grant thou that the Osiris Nu may be great in heaven, even as thou art great among the gods. Deliver thou him from every evil and murderous thing which may be wrought upon him by the fiend, and fortify thou his heart. Grant thou, moreover, that the Osiris Nu may be stronger than all the gods, all the Khus, and all the dead. The Osiris Nu is strong, and is the lord of powers. The Osiris Nu is the lord of right and truth, which the goddess Uatchit worketh. The strength which protects the Osiris Nu is the strength which protects the god Ra in heaven. O god Ra, grant thou that the Osiris Nu may travel on in thy boat in peace, and do thou prepare a road whereon thy boat may journey onwards, for the force which protecteth Osiris is the force which protecteth thee. The Osiris Nu driveth back the crocodile from Ra day by day. The Osiris Nu cometh even as doth Horus in the splendours of the horizon of heaven, and he directeth Ra through the mansions of the sky. The gods rejoice greatly when the Osiris Nu repulseth the crocodile. The Osiris Nu hath the amulet of the god, and the cloud of Nebet shall not come nigh unto him, and the divine guardians of the mansions of the sky shall not destroy him. The Osiris Nu is a divine being whose face is hidden, and he dwelleth within the great house as the chief of the shrine of the god. The Osiris Nu carrieth the words of the gods to Ra, and he cometh and maketh supplication unto the divine Lord with the words of his message. The Osiris Nu is strong of heart, and he maketh his offering at the moment among those who perform the ceremonies of sacrifice. Rubric: this chapter shall be said over a figure of the deceased, which shall be placed in a model of the boat of the sun, and behold, he that reciteth it shall be washed and shall be ceremonially pure, and he shall have burnt incense before Ra, and shall have offered wine and cakes and roasted fowl for the journey of the deceased in the boat of Ra. Now every Khu for whom such things are done shall have an existence among the living ones, and he shall never perish, and he shall have a being like unto that of the holy god. No evil thing whatsoever shall attack him, and he shall be like unto a happy Khu in Amentet, and he shall not die a second time. He shall eat and he shall drink in the presence of Osiris each day. He shall be born along with the kings of the north and of the south each and every day. He shall quaff water at the fountain head. He shall come forth by day even as doth Horus. He shall live and shall become like unto God, and he shall be hymned by the living ones even as is Ra each and every day, continually and regularly forever. Chapter 136b. Vignette: a boat in which is the head of a hawk, emblematic of Ra, whereupon is a disk encircled by a serpent. Over the bows and stern are utchats, or symbolic eyes. Text: the chapter of sailing in the great boat of Ra to pass over the circle of bright flame. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith, "Hail, ye bright and shining flames that keep your place behind Ra, and which slay behind him! The boat of Ra is in fear of the whirlwind and the storm. Shine ye forth, then, and make ye yourselves visible. I have come daily along with the god Sekhra from the bight of his holy lake, and I have seen the Maat goddesses pass along, and the lion gods who belong unto them. Hail, thou that dwellest in the coffer, who hast multitudes of plants! I have seen what is there. We rejoice, and their princes rejoice greatly, and their lesser gods are glad. I have made a way in front of the boat of Ra. I have lifted myself up into his divine disk. I shine brightly through his splendors. He hath furnished himself with the things which are his, taking possession thereof, as the Lord of right and truth. And behold, O ye company of the gods, and thou ancestor of the goddess Isis, grant ye that he may bear testimony to his father, the lord of those who are therein. I have weighed thee in him as chief, and I have brought to him the goddess Tefnut, and he liveth. Behold, come, come, and declare before him the testimony of right and truth of the Lord Tem. I cry out at eventide, and at his hour, saying, Grant ye unto me that I may come. I have brought unto him the jaws of the passages of the tomb. I have brought unto him the bones which are in Anu, Heliopolis. I have gathered together for him his manifold parts. I have driven back for him the serpent fiend Apep. I have spit upon his gashes for him. I have made my road, and I have passed in among you. I am he who dwelleth among the gods. Come, let me pass onwards in the boat of the Lord Sa. Behold, O Heru there is a flame, but the fire hath been extinguished. I have made my road, O ye divine fathers, and your divine apes. I have entered upon the horizon, and I have passed on to the side of the divine princes, and I have borne testimony unto him that dwelleth in his divine boat. I have gone forward over the circle of bright flame, which is behind the Lord of the lock of hair, which moveth round about. Behold, ye who cry out over yourselves, ye worms in your hidden places, grant ye that I may pass onwards, for I am the mighty one, the Lord of divine strength, and I am the spiritual body, Sa, of the Lord of divine right and truth, made by the goddess Uatchit. His strength which protecteth is my strength which protecteth, which is the strength which protecteth Ra. Grant ye that I may be in the following of Ra, and grant ye that I may go round about with him in Sekhet Hetep and in the two lands. I am a great god, and I have been judged by the company of his gods. Grant that divine sepulchral meals may be given unto me. Chapter 137a. Vignette: Four men, each holding a flame, standing in the presence of a god before whom are four pools or lakes. Text: The Chapter of the four blazing flames which are made for the Khu. Behold, thou shalt make four square troughs of clay, whereon thou shalt scatter incense, and thou shalt fill them with the milk of a white cow, and by means of these thou shalt extinguish the flame. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: The fire cometh to thy Ka, O Osiris, governor of Amenti. The fire cometh to thy Ka, O Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant. He that ordereth the night cometh after the day. The flame cometh to thy Ka, O Osiris, governor of those in Amenti. And the two sisters of Ra come likewise. Behold, the flame riseth in Abtu Abydos, and it cometh, and I cause it to come to the Eye of Horus. It is set in order upon thy brow, O Osiris, governor of Amenti, and it is fixed within thy shrine, and riseth upon thy brow. It is set in order upon thy breast, O Osiris Nu, and it is fixed upon thy brow. The Eye of Horus is protecting thee, O Osiris, governor of Amenti, and it keepeth thee in safety. It casteth down headlong all thine enemies for thee, and all thine enemies have fallen headlong before thee. O Osiris Nu, the Eye of Horus protecteth thee, it keepeth thee in safety, and it casteth down headlong all thine enemies. Thine enemies have fallen down headlong before thy Ka, O Osiris, governor of Amenti. The Eye of Horus protecteth thee, it keepeth thee in safety, and it hath cast down headlong all thine enemies. Thine enemies have fallen down headlong before thy Ka, O Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the Chancellor in Chief triumphant. The eye of Horus protecteth thee. It keepeth thee in safety. It hath cast down headlong for thee all thine enemies, and thine enemies have fallen down headlong before thee. The eye of Horus cometh, it is sound and well, and it sendeth forth rays like unto Ra in the horizon. It covereth over with darkness the powers of Suti. It taketh possession thereof, and it bringeth this flame against him upon its feet. The eye of Horus is sound and well. Thou eatest the flesh of thy body by means thereof, and thou givest praise thereto. The four flames enter into thy ka, O Osiris, governor of Amenti. The four flames enter into thy ka, O Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the Chancellor in Chief triumphant. Hail, ye children of Horus, Mesthi, Hapi, Tuamartef, and Kebesennuf. Ye have given your protection unto your divine father Osiris, the governor of Amenti. Grant ye your protection to the Osiris Nu triumphant. Now therefore, inasmuch as ye have destroyed the opponents of Osiris, the governor of Amenti, he liveth with the gods, and he hath smitten Suti with his hand and arm since light dawned upon the earth. And Horus hath gotten power, and he hath avenged his divine father Osiris himself. And inasmuch as your divine father hath been made vigorous through the union which ye have effected for him with the ka of Osiris, the governor of Amenti, now the eye of Horus hath avenged him, and it hath protected him, and it hath cast down headlong for him all his enemies, and all his enemies have fallen down before him. Even so do ye destroy the opponents of the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the Chancellor in Chief triumphant. Let him live with the gods, let him smite down his enemy, let him destroy him when light dawneth upon the earth. Let Horus gain power, and avenge the Osiris Nu. Let the Osiris Nu have vigor through the union which ye have effected for him with his ka. O Osiris Nu, the eye of Horus hath avenged thee, it hath cast down headlong all thine enemies for thee, and all thine enemies have fallen down headlong before thee. Hail, Osiris, governor of Amenti, grant thou light and fire to the happy soul which is in Sutton Henan, Heracleopolis. And, O ye children of Horus, grant ye power unto the living soul of the Osiris Nu within his flame. Let him not be repulsed, and let him not be driven back at the doors of Amentet. O let his offerings of bread and of linen garments be brought unto him among those of the lords of funeral oblations. O offer ye praises as unto a god to the Osiris Nu, destroyer of his opponents, in his form of right and truth, and in his attributes of a god of right and truth. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over 4 fires made of Atma cloth, which hath been anointed with Hatet unguent of the Henu, and they shall be placed in the hands of 4 men, who shall have the names of the pillars of Horus written upon their shoulders, and they shall burn the fires in the beautiful rays of Ra. This shall confer power and might upon the Khu among the stars which never set. If this chapter be recited for him, he shall never fail, and he shall become a living soul forever, and these fires shall make the Khu as vigorous as Osiris, the governor of Amenti, regularly and continually forever. It is a great struggle. Thou shalt not perform this ceremony before any human being except thine own self, or thy father, or thy son, because it is an exceedingly great mystery of Amentet, and it is a type of the hidden things of the underworld. For when this ceremony hath been performed, the gods and the Khus and the dead shall see him in the form of the governor of Amenti, and he shall have power and dominion like this god. If thou shalt undertake to perform for him what is ordered in this chapter of the 4 blazing flames each day, thou wilt cause the form of the deceased to come forth from every hall in the underworld, and from the 7 halls of Osiris, and he shall have an existence in the form of the god. He shall have power and dominion corresponding to that of the gods and the Khus forever and ever. He shall enter in through the hidden pylons, and shall not be turned back before the god Osiris. And it shall come to pass, if these things have been done for him, that he shall enter in and come forth. He shall not be turned back. No limit to his journeying shall be set, and he shall not have sentence of evil passed upon him on the day of the weighing of words before the god Osiris forever and ever. And thou shalt perform what is ordered in this book for the deceased, and he shall become perfect and pure, and thou shalt open his mouth with the iron instrument, and shalt write down these writings in accordance with the things which are found in the books of the royal son Heru-ta-ta-f, who discovered them in a hidden chest. Now they were in the handwriting of the god himself, in the temple of the goddess Unut, the lady of Unu, Hermopolis, during his journey to make an inspection of the temples and of the lands and of the funeral shrines of the gods. And these things shall be done secretly in the underworld. They are mysteries of the underworld, and they are a type of the mysteries of Neter Khert. And thou shalt say, I have come advancing quickly and casting light upon his footsteps, and hiding myself to cast light upon his hidden place. I stand up behind the Tet. I stand up behind the Tet of Ra, turning back the slaughter. I am protecting thee, O Osiris. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a Tet of crystal, which is set upon a brick made of green clay, whereupon hath been inscribed this chapter. Then thou shalt make a cavity in the west wall, and having turned the front of the Tet towards the east, therein thou shalt wall it up with earth moistened with cedar juice. It will repulse the enemies of Osiris, who set themselves at the east wall. And thou shalt say, I have driven back thy foes, and I have kept watch for thee. And he that is upon his mountain, that is Anubis, hath kept watch at thy moment, and hath repulsed thy foes for thee. I have driven back Crocodile for thee at thy moment, and I am protecting thee, O Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a figure of Anubis made of green clay, kneaded with incense, and set up on a brick of green clay, whereupon it hath been inscribed. Then thou shalt make a cavity in the east wall, and having turned the face of Anubis towards the west, therein thou shalt wall it up. It will repulse the enemies of Osiris, who set themselves at the southwest wall. And thou shalt say, I am the collar or girdle of sand around the hidden coffer, turning back the arm from the blazing flame of the funeral mountain. I have marched over the roads, and I am protecting the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a brick of green clay, whereupon it hath been inscribed. And thou shalt place incense in the middle thereof, and thou shalt smear it with pitch or resin, and set light to it. Then thou shalt make a cavity in the south wall, and having turned the front of the brick towards the north, therein thou shalt wall it up. It will repulse the enemies of Osiris, who set themselves at the north wall. And thou shalt say, O thou that comest to make a burning, I will not let thee do it. O thou that comest to shoot forth fire, I will not let thee do it. I will burn thee, I will shoot forth fire at thee, for I am protecting the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a brick of green clay, whereupon it hath been inscribed, along with a figure of a palm tree 7 fingers in height. And thou shalt open its mouth. Then thou shalt make a cavity in the north wall, and having turned the face of the figure towards the south, therein thou shalt wall it up. It will repulse the enemies of Osiris, who set themselves at the south wall. And behold, these things shall be performed by a man who is clean and is ceremonially pure, one who hath eaten neither meat nor fish, and who hath not recently had intercourse with women. And behold, thou shalt make offerings of cakes and ale, and shalt burn incense on the fire of these gods. And every Khu for whom these things shall be done shall become like a holy god in the underworld. He shall not be turned back at any gate in Amentet, and he shall be in the following of Osiris, wheresoever he goeth, regularly and continually. Chapter 137b. Vignette: the goddess Api, the lady who giveth protection, in the form of a hippopotamus, setting light to a vessel of incense. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is seen sitting upon a chair with 2 burning lamps on each side of him. There the chapter is called Chapter of Making the Flame to Burn Up. Text: the Chapter of Kindling of Flame by Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman in the Temple of Ptah. He saith, the white or shining eye of Horus cometh. The brilliant eye of Horus cometh. It cometh in peace. It sendeth forth rays of light unto Ra in the horizon, and it destroyeth the powers of Set according to the decree. It leadeth them on, and it taketh possession of him, and its flame is kindled against him. Its flame cometh and goeth about, and bringeth adoration. It cometh and goeth about heaven in the train of Ra, upon the 2 hands of thy 2 sisters, O Ra. The eye of Horus liveth, yea, liveth within the great hall. The eye of Horus liveth, yea, liveth, and is on Mount F. Chapter 138. Vignette: the standard emblematic of the nome of Teni, the capital of which was Abydos, surmounted by plumes and uraeus, etc., being set up by Isis and Osiris. On each side winged uchats, a fan or fly flapper held upright by an emblem of life, from which project human hands and arms, the hawk emblematic of Horus Sept, a ram having plumes above his horns, and three gods standing upright. On one side are the souls of Pe, and the jackal, emblem of Anpu, Anubis, or of Apuat, and on the other are the souls of Tep, and the jackal, emblem of Apuat, or of Anpu. Beneath the standard are the lion gods of the horizon, one of whom is called Yesterday, and the other Tomorrow. Text: the chapter of entering into Abtu, and of being in the following of Osiris. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith: Hail, ye gods who dwell in Abtu (Abydos), ye divine sovereign chiefs who are gathered together, come ye forward with joy and gladness to meet me. And look ye upon my divine father Osiris. I have been judged, and I have come forth from his shrine. I am Horus, the lord of Kempt, Egypt, and of the red hilly desert. I have taken possession thereof. There is none who hath power over him. His eye is mighty against his enemies. He hath avenged his divine father. He hath destroyed the water flood of his mother. He hath crushed his enemies. He hath put down violence mightily, and hath still the strength of the god Nebet. The divine prince of many peoples, the sovereign of the two lands, hath taken possession of the house of his divine father by means of the written decrees. I have been tried in the balance. My word is right and true. I have gained the mastery over my enemies, and bring to naught the things which they work against me. I am strong in the strength which protecteth me. I am the son of Osiris, and my divine father protecteth his body with strength and might. Chapter 139. See Chapter 123. Chapter 140. Vignette: the deceased kneeling with both hands raised in adoration before the jackal of Anubis, which is couchant on a pylon, a kneeling figure having an uchat on his head, and the god Ra. Text: the book which is to be recited on the last day of the second month of the season Pert, when the uchat is full in the second month of the season Pert. The Osiris Auf Ankh saith: the divine power hath risen and shineth in the horizon, and the god Tem hath risen out of the odour of that which floweth from him. The Khus shine in heaven, and Het Ben Benet rejoiceth, for there is among them a form which is like unto themselves, and there are shouts and cries of gladness within the shrine, and the sounds of those who rejoice go round about through the underworld, and homage is paid unto him at the decree of Tem and Heru Khuti (Harmachis). His Majesty ordereth the company of the gods to follow in the train of his Majesty. His Majesty ordereth the calling of the uchat with you to my members. He hath given strength to all my limbs, and hath made them vigorous, that which cometh forth from the mouth of his Majesty. His divine eye resteth upon its seat with his Majesty at that hour of the night, on the day of the fulfilment of the fourth hour, or 4 hours of the beautiful land, on the last day of the second month of the season Pert. The Majesty of the uchat is in the presence of the company of the gods, and his Majesty shineth as he shone in the primeval time, when the uchat was first upon his head. Ra Tem Uchatep Shu Seb Osiris Suti Horus Menth Ba Raher Nehe Tehuti Naam Techeta Nut Isis Nephthys Hathor Nekhet Mert Maat Ampu and Tamescheta are the soul and body of Ra. The computation of the uchat hath been made in the presence of the divine Lord of this earth. It is full to the uttermost, and it resteth or setteth. And these gods are rejoicing on this day, and they have their hands beneath them, and the festival of every god having been celebrated, they say: Hail, praise be unto thee, O thou who art as Ra! Rejoice in him, for the mariners of his boat sail round about, and he hath overthrown the fiend Apep. Hail, praise be unto thee, O thou who art as Ra, who maketh himself to come into being in the form of the god Khepera. Hail, praise be unto thee, O thou who art as Ra, for he hath destroyed his enemies. Hail, praise be unto Ra, for he hath crushed the heads of the children of impotent rebellion. And praise and rejoicing be unto the Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over an uchat of real lapis lazuli, or of mock stone plated with gold, before which shall be offered every kind of fair and pure oblation, when Ra showeth himself on the last day of the second month of the season Pert. And thou shalt make another uchat of jasper, and place it upon such part of the dead man's body as thou pleasest. And when this chapter hath been recited before the boat of Ra, the deceased shall be borne along with these gods, and he shall become one of them, and he shall be made to rise up in the underworld. And whilst this chapter is being recited, and likewise whilst the offerings are being made, at the time when the uchat is full, 4 altars shall be lighted for Ra Tem, and 4 for the uchat, and 4 for the gods who have been mentioned, and upon each of them shall there be bread cakes made of fine flour, and 5 white cakes and plants, and 5 white cakes and shy, and 5 bach, and of incense 1 measure, and of tek incense 1 measure, and 1 roasted joint of meat. End of chapters 131 through 140. Chapters 141 through 145 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapters 141 and 142. Vignette: the deceased, with hands raised in adoration, bowing before a table of offerings of every kind, or the deceased standing and offering incense and pouring out a libation before Osiris, or the god Osiris seated within a shrine on a throne, by the side of which stand Isis and Nephthys. On a lotus flower stand the 4 children of Horus, and on a standard is a jackal, emblematic of Anubis. These vignettes are figured by Naville, and differ entirely from the vignette which accompanies chapter 142 in the Sa'ite Recension. Originally, the text of chapters 141 and 142 formed one composition, but it might readily be divided into 2 sections, viz., the list of the gods to whom a man was directed to make offerings for the benefit of his father and his son, and a list of the names of Osiris, and this is what the editors of the Sa'ite Recension actually did, and they emphasized the division by giving to each section a distinct title. Text: Here beginneth the book which a man shall recite for his father or for his son during the festivals of Amentet, whereby he shall make him perfect with Ra and with the gods, and whereby he shall have his existence with them. It shall be recited on the 9th day of the festival. Behold, the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief triumphant, maketh offerings of cakes and ale, and oxen, and feathered fowl, and joints of roast meat, and he burneth incense. 1. To Osiris, the governor of Amenti. 2. To Ra Heru Khuti, Ra Hamarkhis. 3. To Nu. 4. To Maat. 5. To the boat of Ra. 6. To Temu. 7. To the great company of the gods. 8. To the little company of the gods. 9. To Horus, the lord of the Ureret crown. 10. To Shu. 11. To Tefnut. 12. To Seb. 13. To Nut. 14. To Isis. 15. To Nephthys. 16. To the temple of the Kas of Nebuchadnezzar. 17. To the raging one of heaven, who raiseth up the god. 18. To Aukert, dwelling in her place. 19. To the city of Met Khebetet, the Sahu of the god. 20. To the goddess greatly beloved with red hair. 21. To the goddess joined unto life with flowing hair. 22. To the goddess whose name is mighty in her works. 23. To the bull, the husband of the divine cow. 24. To the beautiful power of the beautiful rudder of the northern heaven. 25. To him that revolveth the guide of the two lands, the beautiful rudder of the western heaven. 26. To the god of light, who dwelleth in the temple of the Ashamu beings, the beautiful rudder of the eastern heaven. 27. To the dweller in the temple of the ruddy ones, the beautiful rudder of the southern heaven. 28. To Meshthi. 29. To Hapi. 30. To Tuam al Tef. 31. To Kebesenuf. 32. To the Atert of the south. 33. To the Atert of the north. 34. To the Sektet boat. 35. To the Atet boat. 36. To Thoth. 37. To the gods of the south. 38. To the gods of the north. 39. To the gods of the west. 40. To the gods of the east. 41. To the gods of the thigh. 42. To the gods of the funeral offerings. 43. To the great house. 44. To the temple of flame. 45. To the gods of the places of the dead. 46. To the gods of the horizon. 47. To the gods of the fields. 48. To the gods of the divine Perti. 49. To the gods of the divine Nesti. 50. To the roads of the south. 51. To the roads of the north. 52. To the roads of the east. 53. To the roads of the west. 55. 54. To the doors of the underworld. 55. To the pylons of the underworld. 56. To the leaves of the hidden doors. 57. To the hidden doors. 58. To the guardians of the leaves of the doors of the Tuat underworld. 59. To the hidden faces who guard the roads. 60. To the guardians who give divine food. 61. To the guardians of the funeral mountains who give happy faces. 62. To the flaming beings who give forth fire. 63. To the divine burning altars. 64. To those who scatter and extinguish the flame of fire in Amentet. 65. To Osiris Un-Nefer. 66. To Osiris Ankti. 67. To Osiris Lord of Life. 68. To Osiris Lord of Wholeness. 69. To Osiris Dweller in Peku. 70. To Osiris Orion Sa. 71. To Osiris Sa. 72. To Osiris Dweller in Temples. 73. To Osiris in Resenet. 74. To Osiris in Mehenet. 75. To Osiris Golden, one of millions of years. 76. To Osiris Body Urpit. 77. To Osiris Ptah, Lord of Life. 78. To Osiris Dweller in Re Stau. 79. To Osiris Dweller in the Funeral Mountain. 80. To Osiris in Adi. 81. To Osiris in Setet. 82. To Osiris in Netchefet. 83. To Osiris in Rezu. 84. To Osiris in Pe. 85. To Osiris in Neteru. 86. To Osiris in Sau the Lower. 87. To Osiris in Bakhet. 88. To Osiris in Sanu. 89. To Osiris in Rehenenet. 90. To Osiris in Apen. 91. To Osiris in Kephenu. 92. To Osiris Sekri in Pet She. 93. To Osiris Dweller in his city. 94. To Osiris in Pesk Re. 95. To Osiris in his habitations in the land of the north. 96. To Osiris in heaven. 97. To Osiris in his habitations in Restau. 98. To Osiris Netjesti. 99. To Osiris Atef Ur. 100. To Osiris Sekri. 101. To Osiris Governor of Eternity. 102. To Osiris the Begetter. 103. To Osiris in the water. 104. To Osiris in battle. 105. To Osiris Lord of everlastingness. 106. To Osiris Prince. 107. To Osiris Naiti. 108. To Osiris in Restau. 109. To Osiris upon his sand. 110. To Osiris Dweller in the hall of the cow. 111. To Osiris in Tananet. 112. To Osiris in Netabit. 113. To Osiris in Seah. 114. To Osiris in Beteshu. 115. To Osiris in Tepu. 116. To Osiris in Sau the Upper. 117. To Osiris in Nepert. 118. To Osiris in Shenu. 119. To Osiris in Henket. 120 to Osiris and Ta Sekri, 121 to Osiris and Shau, 122 to Osiris and Fat Heru, 123 to Osiris and Maati, 124 to Osiris in Henna. In the Sa'ite Recension, chapter 142 is much fuller than in the papyri extant which contain the Theban Recension. As there given, it is in a tabular form, and is divided into 6 sections, each containing 26 lines. It runs: Text: The book of making perfect the deceased, and of making him to advance with long strides, and to come forth by day in all the transformations which please him, and to know the names of the god Osiris in every place wherein he chooseth to be. The Osiris Auf Ankh, born of Sheret Amsu, triumphant, saith: 1. Osiris Un Nefer, Osiris the living one, Osiris lord of life, Osiris Neber Cher, Osiris opener of the back of the 2 lands, Osiris dweller in Osiris dweller in corn, Osiris Sa, Orion, Osiris holy crown of the souls of Anu, Heliopolis, Osiris dweller in Benenet, Osiris in Resenet, Osiris in Mehenet, Osiris lord of millions of years, Osiris son of the Erpeti, that is, Isis and Nephthys, Osiris Ptah, lord of life, Osiris dweller in Restah, Osiris governor of the world dwelling in Tatu, Osiris dweller in the funeral mountain, Osiris holy soul in Tatu, Osiris in Ati, Osiris in Heset, or as others say, in Neterseh, Osiris lord of Ta Ankh Tet, that is, land of life, Osiris in Sao, Sais, Osiris in Netchet, Osiris in the south, or as others say, among the divine sovereigns chiefs, Osiris in Pe. 2. Osiris in Tept, Osiris in Netra, Osiris in lower Sao, Sais, Osiris in upper Sao, Sais, Osiris in Anrut F, Osiris in the 2 hawk gods, Osiris in Sanu, Osiris in Renan, Osiris in Aper, Osiris in Kefenu, Osiris in Sekri, Osiris in Petet, Osiris in his temple in Restau, Osiris in Nefer, Osiris in Netet, Osiris dweller in his city, Osiris Henti, that is, Osiris of the 2 crocodiles, Osiris in Pekes, Osiris in his temple in the land of the south, Osiris in his temple in the land of the north, Osiris in heaven, Osiris on earth, Osiris upon his throne, Osiris in Atef Ur, Osiris Seker in the closed chest, Osiris prince of eternity in Anu. 3. Osiris the begetter, Osiris in the Sektet boat, Osiris in Rtu Nifu, Osiris lord of eternity, Osiris lord of everlastingness, Osiris in Tesher, Osiris in Neshet, Osiris in Ut Reset, Osiris in Ut Mate, Osiris in Aat Earth, Osiris in Apert, Osiris in Shenu, Osiris in Hekanut, or as others say, in Hesert, Osiris in Seker, Osiris in Shau, Osiris Fa Heru, Osiris in Upek, Osiris in Maati, Osiris in Mena, Osiris souls of his father, Osiris lord of the world, king of the gods, Osiris in Bener, Osiris Tai, Osiris on his sand, Osiris dweller in the hull of his cows, Osiris in Sa. 4. Osiris in Sapti, Osiris in Ashur, Osiris in all lands, Osiris dweller in the pool of the great double house, Osiris in Het Ben Benet, Osiris in Anu, Osiris the aged chief in Anu, Osiris in Hamak, Osiris in Akesh, Osiris in Pe of Nu, Osiris in the great temple, Osiris lord of life in Abtu, Osiris lord of Tatu, Osiris dweller in the throne of his habitations, Osiris prince in Abtu, Osiris prince in the hidden place, Osiris in life in Het Ka Ptah, Osiris lord of might, destroyer of the foe, Osiris bull in Kempt, Osiris Aheti, Osiris Se, Osiris Heru Kuti, Tem bull of the body of the great company of the gods, opener of the roads of the south, governor of the 2 lands, opener of the roads of the north, governor of heaven, Ptah, establisher of the holy seat of Ra. 5. One invoked in Het Ben Benet, Seb prince of the gods, Heru Heru Kentet An Maati, Heru Sa Auset, Amsu Suten, Heru Nekht, An Mut F Ab Kenemu, Heru Hetep, Heru Sekhai, Heru Kentkati, Heru Tehuti, An Heru Ampu Kenneter Se, Nut Isis, God in all her names, Re Sekhat, Shenthit, Hektit, Neshemet, Boat, Lord of eternity, Nit, Neith, Serket, Me'at, Ha, Hit, the four birthplaces in Abtu, Great Meshken, Meshken, Sebkebet, Meshken, Menket. 6. Meshken, Nephert, Amseth, Hapi, Tuamatef, Keb Senuf, Urias within the divine house, gods, guides of the Tuat, gods of the Kerti, gods, goddess within Abtu, shrines north south, devoted ones of Osiris, Osiris dweller in Amentet, Osiris in his every place, Osiris in his place in the land of the south, Osiris in his place in the land of the north, Osiris in every place where his Ka wisheth to be, Osiris in all his halls, Osiris in all his creations, Osiris in all his names, Osiris in all his holdings, Osiris in all his risings, Osiris in all his ornamentations, Osiris in all his stations, Heru Nech Tef F in his every name, Ampu dweller in the Say hall in his every name, Ampu in the town of embalmment. Chapter 143. Chapter 143 consists of the vignette to Chapter 142, which is found in the Sa'ite Recension only. This vignette is divided into 5 sections: a woman standing upright with arms pendant, a hawk upon a standard placed in a boat, a man with his left hand raised as if in invocation, standing in a boat. Before him are 2 discs, one large and one small. The Sektet boat, wherein are 2 hawks upon standards. A man, the deceased, standing upright with both hands raised in adoration. Chapter 144. Vignette: the 7 Arits, or mansions. Text: the chapter of entering in. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: 1. The first Arit, Sekhet Ra Asht Aru, is the name of the doorkeeper of the first Arit. Semetu is the name of the watcher, and Hekkeru is the name of the herald thereof. 2. The second Arit, Tunhat, is the name of the doorkeeper of the second Arit. Sekherah is the name of the watcher, and Sabes is the name of the herald thereof. 3. The third Arit, Amhuat, and Pef is the name of the doorkeeper of the third Arit. Resra is the name of the watcher, and Uaau is the name of the herald thereof. 4. The fourth Arit, Kesef Ra Ashkeru, is the name of the doorkeeper of the fourth Arit. Resab is the name of the watcher. Netekah Ra Kesef Atu is the name of the herald thereof. 5. The fifth Arit, Ankh Em Fentu, is the name of the doorkeeper of the fifth Arit. Ashabu is the name of the watcher, and Teb-her Kaheat is the name of the herald thereof. 6. The sixth Arit, Akentau Ke Ha Keru, is the name of the doorkeeper of the sixth Arit. An-Ra is the name of the watcher, and Metis Ra Ari Shi is the name of the herald thereof. 7. The seventh Arit, Metesen, is the name of the doorkeeper of the seventh Arit. Keru is the name of the watcher, and Kesef Ra Kemu is the name of the herald thereof. Hail, ye Arits! Hail, ye who make the Arits for Osiris! Hail, ye who watch your Arits! Hail, ye who herald the affairs of the 2 lands of the god Osiris each day! The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, knoweth you, and he knoweth your names. The Osiris Nu hath been born in Re stau, and every glory of the horizon, and every honour have been given unto him. The Osiris Nu is in the city of Pe, like the pure being Osiris. The Osiris Nu hath received acclamations in Re stau, and the gods lead him over the horizon along with the divine princes who are behind Osiris. I am the divine one among them, and I am their leader. The Osiris Nu is a Khu, the lord of the Khus, a Khu who worketh. The Osiris Nu celebrateth the monthly festival, and he is the herald of the half-monthly festival. Hail, thou that revolvest! The Osiris Nu is under the fiery eye of Horus, and he is under the hand of Thoth on the night when he travelleth over heaven in triumph. The Osiris Nu passeth onwards in peace, and he journeyeth in the boat of Ra. The strength which protecteth the Osiris Nu is the strength which protecteth the boat of Ra. The Osiris Nu hath a name greater than yours, and he is greater than ye are on the path of Maat. The Osiris abominateth defeat. The strength which protecteth the Osiris Nu is the strength which protecteth Horus, the firstborn of Ra. He hath made his heart, and the Osiris Nu shall not be constrained, and he shall not be repulsed at the Arits of the god Osiris. The Osiris Nu hath been provided with all things by the double Lion God, and the Pure One is in the following of Osiris, the governor of Amenti, throughout the course of each day daily. His fields are in Sekti Hetep, with the divine beings who know things, and with those who perform things for the Osiris Nu by the hand of Thoth, among those who make offerings of propitiation. And Anubis hath commanded him that dwelleth among offerings, that the offerings of the Osiris Nu shall be with him, and that they shall not be taken away from him by those divine beings who dwell in fetters. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief triumphant, cometh like unto Horus in the splendour of the horizon of heaven, and Ra hath set him in order for the Arits of the horizon. The gods rejoice in him when they meet him. The amulets of the god are for the Osiris Nu. The god Nebit shall not come to him, and the doorkeepers of the Arits shall not overthrow him. The Osiris Nu is hidden of face within the great celestial house, which is the shrine of the god, and he arriveth there in the following of the Pure One Hathor. The Osiris Nu createth multitudes of human beings. He maketh Maat to advance to Ra, and he destroyeth the twofold strength of Apep. The Osiris Nu maketh a way through the firmament. He driveth away the whirlwind and the storm. He maketh the mariners of Ra to live, and he maketh offerings to come unto the place where he is. The Osiris Nu causeth a boat to be made. He travelleth therein happily. The Osiris Nu maketh a way, and he advanceth thereon. The face of the Osiris Nu is like that of the god Ur-Pehef by reason of the might, and the Osiris Nu is the lord of might. The Osiris Nu is at rest in the horizon, and he is valiant to overthrow you. O ye Nehesu gods, make a path then for your lord Osiris. Rubric: this chapter shall be said over a drawing of the divine sovereign chiefs, which hath been done in yellow ink, on the boat of Ra, and offerings and oblations shall be made unto them, and sacrifices of feathered fowl and incense shall be burnt before them. These acts will make the deceased to live, and they will give him strength among these gods, and he shall neither be repulsed nor turned back at the pylons of the underworld. And moreover, thou shalt make a figure of the deceased in their presence, and thou shalt make it to come forth towards every one of these gates which are painted above, and thou shalt recite this chapter at the door of each of the Arits which are painted above, and at each one of them thou shalt make offerings, viz., the thigh, the head, the heart, and the hoof of a red bull, and 4 vessels of blood which hath not come from the beast, and amulets, and 16 loaves of white bread, and 8 pasen or person loaves, and 8 sheven loaves, and 8 kenfu loaves, and 8 habenu loaves, and 8 large vessels of beer, and 8 large vessels of grain, and 4 earthenware vessels filled with the milk of a white cow, and fresh herbs, and fresh olives, and unguent, and eye paint, and hatet unguent, and incense to be burnt on the fire. And this chapter shall be recited twice over each earthenware vessel, after the drawing or image hath been made at the 4th hour, going round about by day. And take good heed to the time in the heavens. Now when thou doest what is written in this book. Do not allow any person whatsoever to see thee, and this ceremony shall make long the strides of the deceased in heaven and on earth and in the underworld, and it shall benefit him in everything which he doeth, and he shall possess the things of the day regularly and continually. Chapter 145. Chapter 145 and 146 are two versions of one and the same text. Of these, chapter 145 is the longer, and the two different forms of it, of each of which unfortunately only a single imperfect copy is extant, are described by Naville. Both are ancient, one appearing in the tomb of Seti II, Mary en Ptah at Thebes, and the other in the papyrus of the royal military scribe Pa-ur. A better general view of the contents of chapter 145 will probably be obtained from the text as given in the Sa'ite recension than from the mutilated ancient forms now known. It is, moreover, fuller than the others, and the following translation has been made from it. Vignette: the 21 pylons of Sekhet A'an-Re of the house of Osiris. In each section the deceased stands with hands raised in adoration before a god who stands by the side of the shrine. Text: here begins the chapters of the pylons of Sekhet A'an-Re of the house of Osiris. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou first pylon of the Still Heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lady of tremblings, with lofty walls, the sovereign lady, the mistress of destruction, who setteth in order the words which drive back the whirlwind and the storm, who delivereth from destruction him that travelleth along the way, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Nereu. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Ra washeth himself when he leaveth the eastern part of the sky. I have anointed myself with Hati unguent made from the cedar, and I have arrayed myself in apparel of Menk, and I have with me my scepter of Heti wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou second pylon of the Still Heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lady of heaven, the mistress of the world, who terrifieth the earth from the place of thy body, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Mesptah. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Osiris washeth himself, to whom were given the Sektet boat and the Matet boat when he came forth over Urt and passed through the pylons. I have anointed myself with the unguent of the festivals. I have arrayed myself in apparel of Seshet, and I have with me my scepter of Benben wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou third pylon of the Still Heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lady of pylons, lady to whom abundant offerings are made, who giveth whatsoever is there, the guide of the offerings, who gratifieth the gods, who giveth the day for the sailing up of the boat Neshemet to Abtu Abydos, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Bek. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Ptah washeth when he saileth up to carry away the god Henu on the day of opening the face. I have anointed myself with Hati unguent made of Hekenu unguent and of Tehenu unguent. I have arrayed myself in apparel of Shesah, and I have with me my scepter of Ahen wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou fourth pylon of the Still Heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. She who prevaileth with knives, the mistress of the two lands, who destroyeth the enemies of the Still Heart, who maketh a decree for the escape of the needy from evil hap, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Hu Tepa. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Un Nefer, triumphant, washeth himself when he hath had a dispute with Set, and when victory is given unto him. I have anointed myself with Sanat unguent, and with Nen unguent I am pure. I have arrayed myself in Shesah apparel, like unto that in which thy son was arrayed, and I have with me my scepter of Tau-Tutu wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou fifth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name. I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lady of splendor, lady of praises, lofty one, Neber Tchert, the lady to whom supplications are made, and unto whom none entereth, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Erta Hen Rekal. I have washed myself in the water wherein Horus washed himself when he made himself the chief reader, and Samereth for his father Osiris. I have anointed myself with aber unguent made of holy offerings. I have upon me the skin of the panther, and I have with me my scepter wherewith to smite those who are black of heart. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou sixth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lady, to whom abundant supplication is made, the difference between whose height and breadth is unknown, and like of whom for strength hath not been overturned since the beginning. The number of the serpents which are there upon their bellies is unknown. The divine image, the strengthener out of the night, being born in the presence of the still heart, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Samti. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Thoth washed himself when he made himself the Tchat of Horus. I have anointed myself with Akka unguent. I have arrayed myself in apparel of Thestes, and I have with me my scepter of sept wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou seventh pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Water flood, which clotheth the feeble one, weeper for that which she loveth, shrouding the body, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Amnit. I have washed myself in the water wherein the goddesses Isis and Nephthys washed themselves when they passed the crocodile with his crocodiles on their way to the opening of the place of purity. I have anointed myself with Hekenu unguent. I have arrayed myself in Ankh apparel, and I have with me my scepter and my paddle. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou eighth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. She that belongeth to her lord, the mighty goddess, the gracious one, the lady who giveth birth to the divine form of her lord, or, as others say, who passeth through and traverseth the land, the head of which is millions of cubits in depth and in height, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Netchses. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Anpu washed when he had performed the office of embalmer and bandager, or, as others say, the chief reader of Osiris. I have anointed myself with Seft unguent. I have arrayed myself in apparel of Atma, and I have my garment of Enem stuff, or, as others say, of cat skin with me. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou ninth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Blazing flame of Horus, which cannot be extinguished, which having passed is followed by another, which is provided with tongues of flame that project to destroy, irresistible and impassable by any by reason of the injury which it doeth, is thy name. There is fear through the might of its roaring. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Khu-Chef. I have washed myself in the water wherein the Ram, lord of Tatu, washed himself thoroughly from one end of his body to the other. I have anointed myself with Out unguent of the divine members, and with Ankh unguent I have arrayed myself in a tunic of fair white linen, and I have with me my scepter of Benin wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou tenth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lofty of gates, who raiseth up those who cry, who art terrible unto him that would come unto thee. Or as others say, she who maketh one to make supplication by reason of the loudness of her voice. Vanquisher of the foe, who is not constrained by that which is within her, is thy name. The name of the god who watcheth thee is Seqen-ur. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Astes washed himself, when he entered in to be an advocate for Set within the hidden chamber. I have anointed myself with Teshen unguent, and I have with me a scepter made of the bone of the bird Tesher, having a head like that of a greyhound. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 11th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. She who repeateth slaughters, who burneth up the fiends, the mistress of every pylon, the lady to whom acclamation is made on the day of hearing iniquity, is thy name. Thou hast the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 12th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. She who journeyeth about in the two lands, who destroyeth those who come with flashings and with fire, the lady of splendor, who hearkeneth to the word of her Lord every day, is thy name. Thou hast the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 13th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. When the company of the gods is led along, their hands are raised in adoration before her face, and the watery abyss shineth with light by reason of those who are therein, is thy name. Thou hast the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 14th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Mighty one of souls, red of hair, Akhabit, who cometh forth by night, who destroyeth the fiends in their created forms, which their hands give to the still heart in his hour. The one who cometh and goeth is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 15th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Lady of valor, destroyer of the ruddy ones, who celebrateth the Hakar festivals when the fire is extinguished on the day of hearing cases of iniquity, is thy name. She hath judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 16th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Lady of victory, whose hand goeth after the fiends, who burneth with flames of fire when she cometh forth, creator of the mysteries of the earth, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 17th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Mighty one in the horizon, lady of the ruddy ones, destroyer in blood, Akhabit, power, lady of flame, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 18th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Lover of flame, pure one, hearkening unto thee. Behold, she loveth to cut off the heads of the venerated ones. Lady of the great house, destroyer of fiends at eventide, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith homage to thee. Saith Horus, O thou 19th pylon of the Still Heart, I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee, dispenser of strength, or as others say, of light, of the palace, the mighty one of the flame, the lady of the strength, and of the writings of Ptah himself is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith homage to thee. Saith Horus, O thou 20th pylon of the Still Heart, I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Stone of her lord, field with a serpent, clother what she createth, she hideth, taking possession of hearts, opener of herself is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith homage to thee. Saith Horus, O thou 21st pylon of the Still Heart, I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Sword that smiteth at the utterance of its own name, goddess with face turned backwards, the unknown one, overthrower of him that draweth nigh to her flame, is thy name. Thou keepest the secret things of the avenger of the god who guardeth thee, and his name is Amam. He maketh it to come to pass that the cedar trees grow not, that the acacia trees bring not forth, and that copper is not begotten in the mountain. The divine sovereign chiefs of this pylon are as 7 gods. Techen or At is the name of the one at the door. Hetep Mes is the name of the second. Mes Sep is the name of the third. Uch Re is the name of the fourth. Apuat is the name of the 5th. Bek is the name of the 6th, and Anpu is the name of the 7th. I have made my way. I am Amsu Heru, the avenger of his father, the heir of his father Un Nefer. I have come, and I have caused to be overthrown all the enemies of my father Osiris. I have come day by day with victory, doing myself the worship of the god in the house of his father Tem, the lord of Anu. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, is in the southern heaven. I have done what is right and true for him that made right and truth. I have celebrated the Haker festivals of the lord thereof. I have led the way in the festival. I have given cakes unto the lords of the altar, and I have brought offerings and oblations and cakes and ale and oxen and ducks to my father Osiris Un Nefer. I have my being in a body which hath the soul, and I make the Bennu bird to come forth at my words. I have come daily into the house of the god to make offerings of incense. I have brought garments of byssus, and I have sailed on the sacred lake in the Neshem boat. I have made Osiris the governor of Amentet to be triumphant over his enemies. I have carried away all his foes to the place of slaughter in the east, and they shall never come forth from the durance of the god Seb therein. I stand up for him along with the divine Kefau-i of Ra, and I make him to be triumphant. I have come even as a scribe, and I have made all things plain. I have made the god to have power over his legs. I have come into the house of him that is upon his hill, that is Anubis, and I have seen him that is ruler in the divine hall, that is Anubis. I have entered into Ristau, I have hidden myself, and I have found out the way. I have travelled unto An Rut F. I have clothed him that was naked. I have sailed up to Abtu Abydos. I have praised the gods Hu and Sao. I have entered into the house of Astes, and I have made supplication to the Kati gods and to Sekhet in the temple of Neith, or as others say, to the princes. I have entered into Ristau. I have hidden myself, and I have found out the way. I have travelled unto An Rut F. I have clothed him who was naked. I have sailed up to Abtu. I have praised Hu and Sao. I have received my crown at my rising, and I have crowned myself upon my throne in the habitation of my father and of the first company of the gods. I have worshipped in my birthplace of Ta Tchet Sertep, and my mouth is filled with right and truth. I have drowned the serpent Ak-Ka. I have come into the great house which giveth vigour unto the limbs, and it hath been granted unto me to sail about in the boat of Hai. The fragrance of Ant, unguent, ariseth from the hair of the beings who have knowledge. I have entered into the house of Astes, and I have made supplication unto the Kati gods and unto Sekhet in the temple of the prince. Saith the pylon, Thou hast come being a favoured one in Tatu, O Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant. son of Sheret Amsu, triumphant. End of chapters 141 through 145. Chapters 146 through 150 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 146. Vignettes: 14 shrines, in each of which a god is seated. Text: here begin the chapters of entering in at the hidden pylons of the house of Osiris in Sekhet Aanru the first. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, when he cometh to the first pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. Lady of tremblings, with lofty walls, the sovereign lady, the mistress of destruction, who setteth in order the words which drive back the whirlwind and the storm, who delivereth from destruction him that travelleth along the way, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Neri. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the second pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. Lady of heaven, the mistress of the world, who devoureth with fire, the lady of mortals, who knoweth mankind, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Mespeh, or Mespetah. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the third pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. Lady of the altar, the lady to whom abundant offerings are made, in whom every god rejoiceth on the day of sailing up to Abtu, Abydos, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Urtat Sebanka. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the fourth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. She who prevaileth with knives, the mistress of the world, destroyer of the foes of the still heart, who maketh the decree for the escape of the needy from evil hap, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Nekau. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the fifth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. Fire, the lady of flames, who inhaleth the supplications which are made to her, who permitteth not thee to enter in, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Henti Reku. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the sixth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. Lady of light, the lady to whom abundant supplication is made, the difference between her height and her breadth is unknown. The like of her hath never been found since the beginning. There is a serpent thereupon, whose size is not known. It was born in the presence of the still heart, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Semamti. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the seventh pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. Robe, which doth clothe the divine feeble one, weeping for what it loveth, and shrouding the body, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Akenti. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the eighth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. Blazing fire, the flame whereof cannot be quenched, provided with tongues of flame, which reach afar, the slaughtering one, the irresistible one, through whom a man may not pass by reason of the hurt which she doeth, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Khu Chet F. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the ninth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you, she who is in the front, the lady of strength, quiet of heart, who giveth birth to her lord, whose girth is 350 measures, who sendeth forth rays like the Uach stone of the south, who raiseth up the divine form and clotheth the feeble one, who giveth offerings to her lord every day, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Tchesef. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 10th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you, thou who art loud of voice, who raisest up those who cry, and who make supplication unto her whose voice is loud, the terrible one, the lady who is to be feared, who destroyeth not that which is in her, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Sekhen Ur. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 11th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee, she who slaughtereth always, the burner up of fiends, mistress of the every pylon, the lady to whom acclamation is made on the day of darkness, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 12th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee, thou who invokest thy two lands, who destroyest those who come with flashings and with fire, the lady of splendor, who hearkeneth unto the speech of her lord, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 13th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee. Osiris bringeth his two hands over her, and maketh the god Hapi, that is, the Nile, to send forth splendor out of his hidden places, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 14th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee. Lady of might, who danceth on the blood red ones, who keepeth the festival of Haker on the day of the hearing of faults, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The 15th pylon, the Osiris Heru M. Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh to this pylon, the fiend red of hair and eyes, who cometh forth by night, and doth fetter the fiend in his lair, may her hands be given to the still heart in his hour, and may she advance and go forward, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The 16th pylon, the Osiris Heru M. Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh forth to this pylon, terrible one, the lady of the rainstorm, who planteth ruin in the souls of men, the devourer of the dead bodies of mankind, the orderer and producer and creator of slaughter, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The 17th pylon, the Osiris Heru M. Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh forth to this pylon, hewer in pieces in blood, a hobbit, lady of hair, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The 18th pylon, the Osiris Heru M. Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh to this pylon, lover of the fire, pure of slaughterings which she loveth, cutter off of heads, venerated one, lady of the great house, destroyer of fiends at eventide, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The 19th pylon, the Osiris Heru M. Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh to this pylon, dispenser of light during her period of life, watcher of flames, the lady of the strength and of the writings of the god Ptah himself, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the bandages of Paran, or Perhetch. The 20th pylon, the Osiris Heru Mkebit, triumphant, saith when he cometh to this pylon, she who dwelleth within the cavern of her Lord, Clother is her name, she hideth what she hath created, she taketh possession of hearts, she swalloweth is thy name, she hath the judgment of the bandages of Paran or Perhetch. The 21st pylon, the Osiris Heru Mkebit, triumphant, saith when he cometh to this pylon, Knife which cutteth when its name is uttered, and slayeth those who advance towards its flames, is thy name, she hath secret plots and counsels. Chapter 147. The first Arit. Vignette: Ani and his wife Thuthu approaching the first Arit, at the entrance of which sit three gods having the head of a hare, of a serpent, and of a crocodile respectively. The name of the doorkeeper is Sekhet Hra Ashtaru. The name of the watcher is Semeti. The name of the herald is Hak Heru. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, shall say when he cometh unto the first Arit, I am the mighty one who createth his own light. I have come unto thee, O Osiris, and purified from that which defileth thee. I adore thee. Lead on. Name not the name of Re stau unto me. Homage to thee, O Osiris, in thy might and in thy strength in Re stau. Rise up and conquer, O Osiris, in Abtu. Thou goest round about heaven, thou sailest in the presence of Ra, thou lookest upon all the beings who have knowledge. Hail, Ra, thou who circlest in the sky. Verily I say, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body Sa of the god, and I say, let me not be driven hence, nor upon the wall of burning coals. Open the way in Re stau, ease the pain of Osiris, embrace that which the balance hath weighed, make a path for him in the great valley, make light to be on the way of Osiris. The second Arit. Vignette: An Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a lion, of a man, and of a dog respectively. Text: The name of the doorkeeper is Un Hat. The name of the watcher is Sekhet Ra. The name of the herald is Uset. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, shall say when he cometh to this Arit, he sitteth to do his heart's desire, and he weigheth words as the second of Thoth. The strength which protecteth Thoth humbleth the hidden Maat gods, who feed upon Maat throughout the years of their lives. I make offerings at the moment when he maketh his way. I pass on and enter upon the way. Grant thou that I may pass onwards, and that I may gain sight of Ra together with those who make offerings. The third Arit. Vignette: An Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a jackal, the head of a dog, and the head of a serpent respectively. Text: The name of the doorkeepers is Hawatu Ent Pehui. The name of the watcher is Seris Ra. The name of the herald is Aa. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I am the hidden one in the great deep. I am the judge of the Rehui. I have come, and I have done away with the offensive thing which was upon Osiris. I am fastening the place whereon he shall stand, which projecteth from the Ureret crown. I have perfected matters in Abtu. I have opened the way in Re stau. I have eased the pain which was in Osiris. I have made straight his standing place, and I have made his path. He shineth in Re stau. The fourth Arit. Vignette: An Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a man, of a hawk, and of a lion respectively. Text: The name of the doorkeeper is Kesef Hra Ashtakeru. The name of the watcher is Seres Tepu. The name of the herald is Kesef At. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I am the bull, the son of the ancestress of Osiris. O grant ye that his father, the lord of his godlike companions, may bear witness for him. I have weighed the guilty in judgment. I have brought unto his nostrils the life which is everlasting. I am the son of Osiris. I have made the way. I have passed thereover into Neter Khert. The fifth Arit. Vignette: An Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a hawk, of a man, and of a snake respectively. Text: the name of the doorkeeper is Ankh F. Emphen. The name of the watcher is Shabu. The name of the herald is Teb Ra Ha Keft. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, shall say when he cometh to this Arit: I have brought unto thee the bones of thy jaws in Re stau. I have brought thee thy backbone in Anu Heliopolis, gathering together its manifold parts therein. I have driven back Apep for thee. I have spit upon the wounds which are in him. I have made a path among you. I am the Ancient One among the gods. I have made the offering of Osiris. I have avenged him in triumph, gathering his bones and bringing together all his limbs. The sixth Arit. Vignette: an Arit guarded by three gods, the first having the head of a jackal, then the second and third the head of a dog. Text: the name of the doorkeeper is Atek Tau Kehak Karu. The name of the watcher is An Ra. The name of the herald is Atis Ra Ari Shi. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, shall say when he cometh to this Arit: I have come daily, I have come daily, I have made my way, I have passed along that which was created by Anpu (Anubis). I am the lord of the Ureret crown, possessing words of magical power, the avenger of Maat. I have avenged his eye, I have delivered Osiris, and I have made the way. The Osiris Ani passeth along with you in triumph. The seventh Arit. Vignette: an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a hare, of a lion, and of a man respectively. Text: the name of the doorkeeper is Sekemet M. Tesu Sen. The name of the watcher is Ea Mea Keru. The name of the herald is Kesef Kemi. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, shall say when he cometh to this Arit: I have come unto thee, O Osiris, who art cleansed of thine impurities. Thou goest round about heaven, thou seest Ra, thou seest the beings who have knowledge. Hail, only One! Behold, thou art in the Sektet boat, as it goeth round about the horizon of heaven. I speak what I will unto his spiritual body, Sa. It waxeth strong, and it cometh into being, even as he spake. Thou meetest his face. Prosper thou for me all the ways which lead unto thee. Chapter 148. Vignette: a hall or shrine, within which on the left Ani stands before two tables of offerings adoring Ra or Osiris, hawk-headed. Next are ranged seven kine and a bull, each animal having offerings before it. Behind are four rudders, emblematic of the cardinal points, and on the extreme right are four triads of gods. The speech of Ani reads: Homage to thee, O thou Lord of right and truth, the only One, the Lord of eternity and creator of everlastingness. I have come unto thee, O my Lord Ra. I have made offerings of herbs unto the seven kine and unto their bull. O ye who give cakes and ale unto the Khus, grant ye to my soul to be with you. May Osiris Ani be born upon your thighs. May he be like unto one of you for ever and for ever, and may he become a Khu in the beautiful Amenti. Text: the chapter of providing the deceased with food in the underworld. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Amenhetep, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou that shinest from thy disk, thou living soul, who comest forth from the horizon. The Osiris Nu knoweth thee, and he knoweth thy name, and he knoweth the name of thy seven kine, and of the bull that belongeth unto them. Hail, ye who give cakes and ale and splendor to the souls who are provided with food in the underworld. Grant ye cakes and ale unto the Osiris Nu, provide ye him with food, let him be in your following, and let him be born upon your thighs. Here follow the names of the seven kine and of their bull, with the address to them by the deceased. 1. Het Kau Nebit Chur. 2. Akert Kentet Auset S. 3. Meh Kebetet Sa Neter. 4. Mertu S. Tesher Sheni. 5. Kenemetem Ankh Anuit. 6. Sek Kemet Ren S. M. Abit S. 7. Shenat Pet Tooth the Set Neter. 8. Kat Chai Kawit. Hail ye cows and bull, grant ye cakes and ale and offerings of food to the Osiris Nu, and supply ye him with food, and make him to be a perfect khu in the underworld." Here follow the addresses to the four rudders by the deceased. 1. "Hail, thou beautiful power, thou beautiful rudder of the northern heaven." 2. "Hail, thou who revolvest, thou pilot of the two lands, thou beautiful rudder of the western heaven." 3. "Hail, thou shining one, who dwellest in the temple wherein are the gods in visible forms, thou beautiful rudder of the eastern heaven." 4. "Hail, thou who dwellest within the temple of the ruddy beings, thou beautiful rudder of the southern heaven. Grant ye cakes and ale and offerings of food and splendor to the khu of the Osiris Nu. Grant ye unto him life, and strength, and health, and abiding joy of heart upon earth. And grant ye unto him triumph in the horizon of Annu, and in heaven, and upon earth, and in the underworld." Here follow the address to the four triads. "Hail, ye fathers of the gods! Hail, ye mothers of the gods! Ye who are above the earth and who dwell in the underworld! Deliver ye the Osiris Nu from every obstacle of evil, from every attack of evil, from the cruel snare, and from the slaughtering knives, and from every wicked and evil thing whatsoever which ye could order to be done unto him by men, and by gods, and by the khus, and by the dead on this day, or on this night, or in this month, or in this half-monthly festival, or in this year, or in any of the seasons thereof whatsoever." Rubric: these words shall be said when Ra appeareth over figures of the gods written or painted in colour upon a board. And thou shalt place offerings and tchefau food before them, cakes, ale, flesh, feathered fowl, and incense, and they shall cause the deceased to possess sepulchral meals with Ra, and shall give him an abundance of food in the underworld, and shall deliver him from every evil thing whatsoever. And thou shalt not recite this book of Un Nefer in the presence of any person except thine own self. And if this be done for the deceased, Ra shall be a rudder for him, and shall be a strength protecting him, and he shall make an end of all his enemies for him in the underworld, and in heaven, and upon earth, and in every place wherever he may enter, and he shall have abundance of food regularly and continually forever. Chapter 149. The 14 Aats or divisions of Sekhet Anru. Vignette: the first Aat. The text: the first Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: "Hail, thou Aat of Amentet, wherein a man liveth upon cakes and ale! Remove thy wigs when I come towards thee. And behold, the mighty God who dwelleth in thee hath bound up my bones, and he hath stablished my members. And the Ahi, the Lord of hearts, hath gathered together my bones, and hath stablished the Ureret crown of Tem upon my head. And Neheb kau hath stablished for me my head. Full, and stablished is the balance. Thou shalt have dominion among the gods, O Am-su-Qet." Vignette: the second Aat, the horizon. Text: the second Aat, which is painted green. The god therein is Ra Heru Khuti. The Osiris Nu saith: "I am the mighty one of possessions in Sekhet Aaru. Hail, thou Sekhet Aaru, the walls of which are of iron. The height of the wheat thereof is 5 cubits, the ears thereof being 2 cubits long, and the stalks 3 cubits. The barley thereof is 7 cubits in height, the ears being 3 cubits long, and the stalks 4 cubits. And behold, the khus, each of whom therein is 9 cubits in height, reap the wheat and the barley side by side with Heru Khuti Harmachis. I know the door which is in the middle of Sekhet Aaru, wherefrom Ra cometh forth in the eastern part of heaven. The southern portion thereof is in the lake of the Karu fowl, and the northern portion thereof is in the canal of the Re fowl, in the place wherein Ra saileth round about means of the winds which bear him along. I am he who watcheth the leathers in the divine boat. I am in the boat, and I am he who doth navigate it without ceasing. I know the 2 sycamore trees of turquoise, from between which the god Ra doth emerge when he setteth out upon his journey over the pillars of Shu towards the door of the Lord of the East, wherefrom Ra cometh forth. I know the Sekhet Aaru of Ra. The wheat therein is 5 cubits in height, the ears being 2 cubits long, and the stalks 3 cubits. The barley thereof is 7 cubits in height, the ears being 3 cubits long, and the stalks 4 cubits. And behold, the Khus therein, who are 9 cubits in height, reap the wheat and the barley side by side with the divine souls of the East. Vignette: the third Aat, which is called the Aat of the Khus. Text: the third Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of the Khus, whereover none can sail, and wherein are the Khus. The fire thereof is blazing with flame. Hail, thou Aat of Khus, your faces are in the land. Make clear your ways, and purify ye your Aats. And what hath been decreed by Osiris, do ye for me for ever. I am the mighty one of the Teshert crown, which is on the brow of the god of light, and which maintaineth in life the 2 lands and the men and women thereof by means of the flame of its mouth. The god Ra hath been delivered from the fiend Apep. Vignette: the fourth Aat, wherein is inscribed the double mountain, doubly high and doubly great. Text: the fourth Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou who art chief of the hidden Aat. Hail, thou one who art lofty and great, who dwellest in the underworld, over whom the heaven spreadeth itself. Thou art 300 measures in length, and 230 measures in width, and thou hast over thee a serpent, the name of which is Sati Temui. He is 70 cubits in length, and he liveth by slaughtering the Khus and the dead who are in the underworld. I stand up in thy enclosure, O Maa. I sail round about, and I see the way which leadeth unto thee. I gather myself together to thee. I am the man, and clothe thy head. I am strong, and I have become strong. I am the god who is mighty in enchantments. My 2 eyes have been given to me, and I am glorious therewith. Who art thou, O Khu, that goest upon thy belly, and whose 2-fold strength is upon thy mountain? Grant thou unto me that I may go unto thee, and that thy 2-fold strength may be with me. I lift up myself by thy 2-fold strength. I have come, and I have vanquished the Akriu serpent of Ra. His peace is to me at eventide. I revolve in the heavens, and thou art in the mountain valley. A decree hath been made concerning thee upon earth. Vignette: the fifth Aat. Text: the fifth Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of the Khus, whereover none may pass. The Khus who are therein have thighs 7 cubits long, and they live upon the shades of the weak and helpless. Hail, thou Aat of the Khus, open ye unto me your ways, so that I may pass by you, and may go on to the beautiful Amentet, according to that which Osiris the Khu, the lord of Khus, hath decreed. I live by reason of my splendor. I perform every festival of the month, and I observe rightly the festival of the half months. I revolve, and the eye of Horus is under my hand in the following of Thoth. The mouth of every god and of every dead person devoureth mine enemy this day, and he falleth down at the block of slaughter. Vignette: the sixth Aat, with a fish inside it. Text: the sixth Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Amahet, which art holy unto the gods, and art hidden unto the Khus, and art baleful unto the dead. The name of the god who dwelleth therein is Seker At. Homage to thee, O Amahet. I have come to see the gods who dwell in thee. Uncover your faces, and lay down your head dresses when ye meet me, for behold, I am a mighty god among you, and I have come to prepare provisions for you. Let not Seker At have dominion over me. Let not the divine slaughterers come after me. Let not the murderous fiends come after me, but let me live upon sepulchral offerings among you. Vignette: the seventh Aat. Text: the seventh Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris triumphant saith: Hail, thou city of Ases, which art remote from sight, and the fire of which is in flame. There is a serpent within thee, and his name is Rerek. The length of his backbone is 7 cubits, and he liveth upon the Khus, and he annihilateth their glorious strength. Get thee back, O Rerek, who dwellest in the city of Ases, who devourest with thy mouth, and from whose eyes evil looks pour forth. Let thy bones be broken, and let thy emissions be impotent. Come thou not against me, and let not thy emissions come upon me. Let thy poison fall and lie dead upon the earth, and let thy 2 lips be in thy den. The Ka of the serpent hath fallen, and conversely I have gained glorious strength. The Maftet, that is lynx, hath cut off thy head. Vignette: the eighth Aat. Text: the eighth Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, Ha Hetep, great and mighty one of the canal! None can obtain the mastery over the water which is therein. It is mightily to be feared, and the roarings which are therein are mighty. The name of the god therein is Ka Ha Hetep, and he guardeth it gladly, so that none may enter. I am the Enur bird which is above the thigh of the god Anchor S, and I have brought the possessions of the earth to the god Tem, and I make strong and fortify the mariners of Ra. I have set the terror of myself in the divine lords of the shrine, and I have set the awe of me in the divine lords of things. Therefore I shall not be carried off to the slaughter block of those who would willingly destroy me. I am the guide of the northern horizon, and I know the god who is therein. Vignette: the ninth Aat, a crocodile thrusting his snout into a vase called Akesi. Text: the ninth Aat, which is to be painted yellow. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou city Akesi, which are hidden from the gods. The Khus know the name of which the gods are afraid. None can enter therein, and none can come forth therefrom except that holy god who dwelleth in his egg, and who putteth his fear into the gods, and the terror of himself into the Khus. The opening into the city is of fire, and the winds thereof destroy both nostrils and mouths, and the god hath made it for those who follow willingly in his train. None can breathe the winds thereof except that holy god who dwelleth in his egg. He hath made the city so that he may dwell therein at will, and none can enter therein except on the day of great transformations. Homage to thee, O thou holy god, who dwellest in thine egg. I have come unto thee that I may be among those who follow thee. Let me come forth from the city of Akesi. Let me enter therein. Let the gates thereof be opened unto me. Let me breathe the air which is therein, and let me have possession of the offerings thereof. Vignette: the tenth Aat, a man holding a knife in each hand, standing before. Above him is a serpent. Text: the tenth Aat, which is to be painted yellow. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou city of the gods Kahu, who take possession of the Khus and gain the mastery over the shades, Kaibit, who devour vigorous strength and consume filth when their eyes see, and who guard not the earth. Hail, ye who dwell in your Aats, cast yourselves upon your bellies when I pass by you. My glorious strength shall not be taken away, and none shall gain the mastery over my shade, for I am a divine hawk. Offerings of Anti unguent have been made ready by me, incense hath been offered by me, animals have been slaughtered by me. Isis hath made offerings to my head, Nephthys is behind me, and a road hath been made clear for me. Hail, serpent! Nau, bull of Nut, Neheb cow, I have come unto you, O gods. Deliver ye me, and grant ye unto me my glorious strength for ever. Vignette: the 11th Aat, wherein stands a jackal-headed god holding a knife. Text: the 11th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou city which art in the underworld, Neter Khert, which coverest over the body, and gainest the mastery over the Khus. None can come forth therefrom, and none can enter therein, by reason of fear of the opposing power which is therein. Now the gods who are therein look upon it in iron, and the dead who are therein look upon it in his slaughterings, except the gods who live therein in his mystery of the Khus. Hail, thou city of Atu, grant thou unto me that I may pass on, for I am the god who is mighty of enchantments, by reason of the knife which came forth from the god Suti. I have my feet and legs forever. I rise like Ra. I am strong through the eye of Horus. My heart is lifted up after it was brought low. I am glorious in heaven, and I am mighty upon earth. I fly like a hawk, and I cackle like the smen goose, and it hath been given to me to alight at the thigh of the lake. I stand up upon it. I sit down upon it. I rise up like a god. I eat of the food of Sekti Hetep, and I go onwards to the domain of the starry gods. The double doors of Maat are opened unto me, and the double doors of the land of the great deep are unbolted before me. I set up a ladder to heaven among the gods, and I am a divine being among them. I speak with the voice of the Smen goose, to which the gods listen, and my speech and my voice are those of the star Sept Sothis. Vignette: the 12th Aat, called Ashchetet em Ament. Text: the 12th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of the city of Unt, at the head of Re stau, the flame of which is a blazing fire. The gods are unable to approach thee, and the Khus are unable to gather together therein, by reason of the uraei which would blot out their names. Hail, thou Aat of Unt, I am in the form of the mighty God who dwelleth among the Khus and who dwelleth in thee. I am among the stars that never fail within thee. I shall never fail, and my name shall never fail. Hail, odor of the god, say they, the gods who dwell in the Aat of Unt. I shall be with you, I shall live with you. O ye gods who dwell in the Aat of Unt, love ye me more than your own gods, for I shall be with you forever in the presence of the followers of the great God. Vignette: the 13th Aat, called Uart ent Mu. Behind it stands the hippopotamus Hebetri F, with the right forepaw resting on a beetle. Text: the 13th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat, wherein the Khus gain no mastery. Thy waters are of fire, and the streams which are in thee burn with fire, and thy flame is of blazing fire. Those who are there and who wish to drink thy waters to quench their thirst cannot do so, by reason of the mighty dread which possesseth them, and by reason of the great terror which it causeth them to have. The gods and the Khus look upon the waters thereof and retreat without having quenched their thirst, and their hearts are not set at rest. And though they wish to enter into them, they cannot do so. The stream is filled with reeds, even as the stream which floweth from the issues which come forth from Osiris. I have gained the mastery over the waters thereof. I have drunk from the canal thereof, like the god who dwelleth in the Aat of the waters, and who is the guardian thereof. The gods are more afraid to drink the waters thereof than are the Khus, and they retreat therefrom. Homage to thee, O thou god who dwellest in the Aat of the waters. I have come unto thee. Grant thou that I may gain power over the waters thereof, and that I may drink from the canal thereof, even as thou dost allow to drink. The great God, from whom cometh Hap, that is the Nile, who maketh green things to come into being, who maketh to grow the things which grow, who maketh vigorous young plants and herbs, and who also giveth to the gods gifts which proceed from him, and offerings. And grant thou that I may come to Hap, and that I may gain power over young plants and herbs, for I am the son of thy body forever. Vignette: the 14th Aat, a range of mountains called Field of Kher Aba, a man holding a libation vase, the god Anubis, a hawk with a disk, a lion god, a man setting the Teshur crown upon a god, a hippopotamus, a crocodile, and a worm. Text: the 14th Aat, which is to be painted yellow. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of Kher Aba, which turneth back Hap at Tattu. Grant thou that Hap may come abundant in grain as he advanceth for the mouth of those who eat, and giving divine offerings to the gods, and sepulchral meals for the Khus. There is a serpent in the double Kirti of Abu, elephantine, at the mouth of Hap, and he cometh with water, and he standeth up upon the thigh of Kher Aba with his divine sovereign princes at the head of the canal, and seeth in his hour, which is the silence of the night. Hail, ye gods of Kher Aba, and ye sovereign princes at the head of the canal thereof. Let your pools be open to me, let your streams be open to me. Let me gain power over the water, let me rest on the canal, let me eat grain, let me be satisfied with your food. Let me lift myself up, let my heart be great, even as is that of the god who dwelleth in Kher Aba. Let offerings like unto yours be made to me. Let me not be destroyed by the issues which come forth from Osiris, and let me not be withdrawn therefrom forever. Here endeth the book in peace. Chapter 150. Vignette: 4 serpents, emblematic probably of the cardinal points, and 15 Aats. 1. Sekhet Aaru, the god wherein is Ra Heru Khuti, Ra Hamarkus. 2. The brow of fire, the god wherein is Fa Ankh, bearer of altars. 3. Mountain, exceedingly high. 4. Aat of the Khus. 5. Amahet, the god wherein is Seker Remu, overthrower of fish. 6. Aset. 7. Hasert, the god wherein is Phapet, bearer of heaven. 8. The brow of the gods, Kahu. 9. Atu, the god wherein is Sept, Sothis. 10. Unt, the god wherein is Hetemet Bayu, destroyer of souls. 11. The brow of the waters, the god wherein is Aa-Sekhemu. 12. Aat of Karaba, the god wherein is Hap Nile. 13. Stream of the lake of flames, which is in the fire. 14. Akesi, the god wherein is Maa Thet F. 15. The beautiful Amentet, the gods wherein live upon cakes and ale. End of chapters 146 through 150. Chapters 151 through 160 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 151. Vignette: the funeral chamber. In the center, upon a bier, lies the mummy of the deceased, and on one side is her soul in the form of a human-headed bird. The god Anubis, jackal-headed, stands on the other side, bending over the mummy. At the head of the bier kneels Nephthys, and at the foot Isis. The walls, which are here depicted as lying flat on the ground, are ornamented with emblems and texts, and at each corner stands one of the gods of the cardinal points. 2 Ushabtu figures, 2 souls of flame, etc., fill up the remaining spaces. Text: Thy right eye is like the Sektet boat, thy left eye is like the Atet boat. Thine eyebrows are like Anpu, thy fingers are like Thoth, thy hair is like Ptah Seeker. They make a fair way for thee, and they smite down for thee the fiends of Set. Isis saith, I have come to protect thee, O Osiris, with the north wind which cometh forth from Tem. I have strengthened for thee thy throat. I have caused thee to be with the god, and I have placed all thine enemies under thy feet. Nephthys saith, I go round about behind my sister Osiris Mut Hetep. I have come that I may protect thee, and my strength which protecteth shall be behind thee for ever and ever. The god Ra hearkeneth unto thy cry. Thou, O daughter of Hathor, art made to triumph. Thy head shall never be taken away from thee, and thou shalt be made to rise up in peace. A deity saith, if any would come to fetter thee, I will not allow him to do so. If any would come to hurl missiles at thee, I will not allow him to do so. But I will fetter thee, and I will hurl missiles at thee, and I am protecting thee, O Mut Hetep triumphant. The Tet saith, O thou that comest quickly, I turn back thy steps, O Khepra, and I illumine thy hidden place. I stand behind the Tet on the day of turning back slaughters, and I am protecting thee, O Mut Hetep triumphant before Osiris. The flame saith, I surround with sand the hidden tomb, and drive away him that would attack it. I lighten the funeral mountain, I cast light thereon, I traverse the way, and I protect Mut Hetep triumphant. Anubis, who is at the head of the divine hall, and who dwelleth upon his mountain, the lord of Tatchesert, saith, I have come to protect Osiris Mut Hetep triumphant. The living soul of Mut Hetep saith, let Ra be adored in heaven when he setteth on the western horizon of heaven. The living soul and the perfect Khu of Mut Hetep triumphant before Osiris say, adored be Ra when he riseth in the eastern horizon of heaven. The lady of the house, Mut Hetep, saith, hail, Shabti figure, if I be condemned, or if there be allotted to me any work to do in the underworld, behold, let opposition be set aside, such as is done by a man in his turn, namely, sowing the fields, and filling the channels with water, and bringing the sand of the west to the east. O, be thou present when I call upon thee." Mestha saith, "I am thy daughter, O Mut hetep, and I have come to protect thee. I make thy house to germinate and to be stablished firmly, according to what Ptah hath commanded, and according to what Ra hath commanded." Hapi saith, "I have come to protect thee, O Osiris Mut hetep. I bind up for thee thy head and thy members, I smite down thine enemies for thee beneath thee, and I give thee thy head for ever." Saith Tuamaut F, "I am thy daughter, who loveth thee, O Mut hetep, triumphant for ever. I have come, and I have avenged thee, O my father Osiris, upon him that did evil unto thee, and I have brought him under thy feet." Keb Senu F, "I am Keb Senu F, and I have come that I may protect Mut hetep. I have collected into a whole body for thee thy bones. I have gathered together for thee thy members. I have brought thy heart, and I do set it upon its seat within thy body, and I make thy house to germinate after thee." Chapter 151. Vignette: The god Anpu (Anubis) standing by the mummy of the deceased, which lies on a bier. Text: The god Anpu, who dwelleth in the city of embalmment, the governor of the divine house, placeth his two hands upon the Lord of life of Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman of the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, the son of the scribe and designer Thena, triumphant, born of the lady of the house Mut Resth, triumphant, and he furnisheth him with the things which belong to him. Homage to thee, O happy one, divine lord, who art endowed with the sight of the Utchat. Ptah Seker hath bound thee up, Anpu hath exalted thee, and Shu hath caused thee to be lifted up, O face of beauty, thou divine prince of eternity. Thou hast thine eye, O scribe Nebseni, thou lord of piety, and beautiful it is. Thy right eye is in the Sektet boat, and thy left eye is in the Atet boat, and thine eyebrows are of fair appearance in the presence of the company of the gods. Thy brow is in the protection of Anpu, and the back of thy head, O beautiful one, is before the holy hawk. Thy fingers are stablished with written works in the presence of the lord of Khemennu Thoth, who hath given to me the speech of the sacred books. Thy hair is beautiful before Ptah Seker, and thou, O scribe Nebseni, thou lord of piety, art beautiful before the great company of the gods. The great God looketh upon thee, and he leadeth thee along the path of happiness, and sepulchral meals are bestowed upon thee. He overthroweth for thee all thine enemies, and setteth them under thee in the presence of the great company of the gods who dwell in the mighty house of the Aged One, which is in Anu Heliopolis. Chapter 152. Vignette: The deceased standing before a house. Text: The chapter of building a house upon the earth. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: "Hail! Seb rejoiceth, for the Osiris Nu standeth up over his body, and he goeth round about among those who follow Ra. To men and to the gods who have given birth to their own fathers, I have ascribed praise, and they have sight. The goddess Sesheta hath brought the god Nebit, and Anpu Anubis hath called unto the Osiris Nu to build a house on the earth. Its foundation is in Anu Heliopolis, and the circuit thereof reacheth to Kher aba. The shrine is like that of the god Sekhem, who dwelleth in Sekhem, according to that which I have written for the renewal thereof, and men and women bring offerings and libations and ministrants. And Osiris saith unto the gods who are in his following, and who journey along, Behold ye the house which hath been built for Aku, who is provided with all his attributes, who cometh daily to renew himself among you. O hold ye him in awe, and ascribe ye unto him praises, and let him be a favored being with you. Look ye to what I have done and to what I have said." And Osiris saith concerning the god, "Let him come daily to renew himself among you, and let beasts for sacrifice be brought unto him by the south wind, and let grain be brought unto him by the north wind, and let barley be brought unto him from the ends of the earth. The mouth of Osiris hath ordered this for me. Drawing onward, may he go round about on his left hand, may he place himself on his right hand, and may he see men, and the gods, and the Khus, and the dead drawing him along with praises and cries of joy, and may he be a favored being with them. Chapter 153a. Vignette: a net fastened at one end to ground below or near water, by means of a stake driven through a coil of rope, which is drawn tight by the deceased. Text: the chapter of coming forth from the net. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou God who lookest behind thee, thou God who hast gained the mastery over thine heart. I go a fishing with the cordage of the uniter of the earth, and of him that maketh a way through the earth. Hail, ye fishers, who have given birth to your own fathers, who lay snares with your nets, and who go round about in the chambers of the waters. Take ye not me in the net, wherewith ye ensnared the helpless fiends, and rope me not in with the rope wherewith ye roped in the abominable earth followers, which had its wooden frame reaching unto heaven, and its weighted parts upon the earth. Let me come forth, that is escaped from the pegs thereof. Let me rejoice along with the god of the Hennu boat. Let me come forth from its bars. Let me rise up like the god Sebek, and let me make a flight to you away from the snare of the fowler, whose fingers are hidden. I know the pole with curved ends which is in it. Mighty finger of Sekri is its name. I know the Mechas which is in it. Thigh of the god Nemu is its name. I know the piece of wood which openeth in it. Hand of Isis is its name. I know the knife of slaughter which is in it. Slaughtering knife, wherewith Isis cut off a piece of flesh from Horus, is its name. I know the names of the frame and weights which are in it. Leg and thigh of the double lion god are their names. I know the name of the cordage wherewith it snareth living things. Vigor of Tem is its name. I know the name of the snarers who lay snares therewith. Akuru gods, ancestors of the Akabiu gods, are their names. I know the names of its hands, 2 hands of the great god, the Lord who heareth speech in Anu Heliopolis on the night of the festival of the half-month in the temple of the moon god, are their names. I know the name of the thigh which surroundeth it at its upper part. Thigh of iron whereupon the gods stand is its name. I know the name of the superintendent who receiveth the fish therefrom. Knife and vessel of the superintendent of the god is his name. I know the name of the table whereat he placeth himself. Table of Horus, whereat he sitteth in solitude in the darkness, and is not seen. The abjects fear him, and those therein ascribe unto him praises, is its name. I have come, and I am crowned, or have risen like the mighty god who leadeth along the earth, and I have gone down to the earth in the 2 great boats, and behold, the mighty one hath placed me within the temple of the mighty god. I have come along with the snarer. My wooden tools, a writ, are with me. My knife is with me, and my hacking knife is with me. I come forth, and I go round about, and I snare with the net. I know the name of the pole with curved ends. Temen-ru, flowing from the great finger of Osiris, is its name. I know the name of the 2 pieces of wood which hold fast. Hooks of the ancestors of Ra is the name of one, and hook of the ancestor of Hathor is the name of the other. I, even I, know the cords which are on the pole with curved ends. Cords of the Lord of mankind is their name. I know the name of the table. Hand of Isis is its name. I know the name of its ropes. Rope of the god, the firstborn, is their name. I know the name of the cordage. Cordage of the day is its name. I know the names of the fowlers and of the fishermen. Akuru gods, ancestors of Ra, is their name. I know the names of the Temamu. Ancestors of Seb is their name. I have brought unto thee that which thou eatest, and I have brought that which I eat, and thou eatest that which Seb eateth with Osiris. Hail, thou god whose face is behind him, thou god who hast gained the mastery over his heart, thou fisher and fowler of the opener of the earth. Hail, ye fishers who have given birth to your own fathers, and who lay snares within the city of Nefer-sent. Take ye me not into your net, and snare ye me not with the snares wherewith ye ensnared the helpless fiends, and wherewith ye caught the abominable earth followers, for I know the net. I know the upper framework and the lower heavy parts thereof. Behold me then, for I have come. I have my pole with curved ends with me. I have my mekhes with me. I have my table with me, and I have my slaughtering knife with me. I have come, and I have entered in, and I have myself pressed forward. Know ye that I, even I, know the name of the snarer of, or that which snareth foul in his place. I have smitten it, I have opened it out, I have struck it, and I have set it upon its seat. Now the mekhes which is with me is the thigh of the god Nemu, and the pole with curved ends which is with me is the finger of Sekeri, and the table which is with me is the hand of Isis, and the slaughtering knife which is with me is the slaughtering knife of the god Nemu. O grant that I may come. O grant then that I may sit in the boat of Ra. Let me sail forth on the lake of Testes towards the northern heaven. Let me do as do they who sing, when they sing praises of my Ka, and let me live as do they there. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, cometh forth upon your ladder, which Ra hath made for him, and Horus and Suti hold him fast by his hand. In the Sa'ite Recension, the following rubric is added to this chapter. This chapter shall be recited over a figure of the deceased, which shall be put in a boat. And behold, thou shalt make a sektet boat on his right side, and a matet boat on his left, and let them bring offerings of cakes, and of ale, and of all kinds of fair things, on the day of the birth of Osiris. The soul of him whom these things have been given shall live forever, and he shall not die a second time. Chapter 153b. Vignette: a net full of fish being drawn together by 3 dog-headed apes. Text: the chapter of coming forth from the catcher of the fish. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Hail, ye who lay snares, and ye who work the nets, and ye who are fishers. Hail, ye who have given birth to your own fathers. Know ye that I know the name of the great and mighty net. Ankhet, that is clincher, is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its cordage. Rut, that is vigor, of Isis, is its name. Know ye that I know the name of the Mehes. Thigh of Tem is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its pole with curved ends. Finger of Nemu is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its table. Hook of Ptah is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its slaughtering knife. Chopper of Isis is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its weights. Iron in heaven is their name. Know ye that I know the name of its rushes. Feathers or hair of the hawk is their name. Know ye that I know the name of the fishers. Ape is their name. Know ye that I know the name of the thigh. Thigh whereon standeth the temple of the moon is its name. Know ye that I know the name of the fowler. Prince, mighty one who sitteth on the eastern side of heaven is his name. I have not eaten, O great divine one. Behold, the great divine one hath given me drink. I have not seated myself upon my thighs in the waters, but I eat, and I satisfy myself with food before him. The seeds of death are in my body. I am Nekha, I am Ra, coming forth from Nu, the divine soul of the god. I create the god Hu, and wrong is the thing which I abominate. I am Osiris, the maker of Maat, whereon Ra doth live each and every day. I am invoked by the name of Bull, and I am addressed among the company of the gods by the name of Nekh. I create mine own self along with Nu in my name of Khepera, whereby I create myself each and every day. I am the god of divine splendor, and I rise up as Ra, the lord of the east. Life is given unto me through his comings forth therefrom. I have come into heaven, and I embrace my seat which is in the east, with the children of the princes who dwell in their fields, and I have delivered her that brought me forth in peace. I eat like the god Shu. I satisfy myself with food like the god Shu. I ease myself like the god Shu. The divine kings of the north and south are with me. The god Khonsu is with me, and those who bind up their heads are with me. Embrace ye then the flame in the land of the multitude. Chapter 154. Vignette: this chapter has no vignette in the Theban Recension. In the Sa'ite Recension, the mummy of the deceased is seen lying upon a bier with the sun shining upon it. Text: the chapter of not letting the body perish. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris. I came to embalm thee. Do thou embalm these my members, for I would not perish and come to an end, but would be even like unto my divine father Khepera, the divine type of him that never saw corruption. Come then, make strong my breath, then, O Lord of the winds, who dost magnify those divine beings who are like unto himself. Stablish me doubly, then, and fashion me strongly. O Lord of the funeral chest, grant thou that I may enter into the land of everlastingness, according to that which was done for thee, along with thy father Tem, whose body never saw corruption, and who is the being who never saw corruption. I have never done that which thou hatest, nay, I have cried out among those who love thy Ka. Let not my body become worms, but deliver me as thou didst thyself. I pray thee, let me not fall into rottenness, even as thou dost permit every god and every goddess and every animal and every reptile to see corruption when the soul hath gone forth from them after their death. And when the soul departeth or perisheth, a man seeth corruption, and the bones of his body rot and become wholly stinkingness. The members decay piecemeal, the bones crumble into a helpless mass, and the flesh becometh fetid liquid, and he becometh a brother unto the decay which cometh upon him, and he turneth into multitudes of worms, and he becometh altogether worms, and an end is made of him, and he perisheth in the sight of the god Shu, even as doth every god, and every goddess, and every feathered fowl, and every fish, and every creeping thing, and every reptile, and every animal, and everything whatsoever. Therefore shall they fall on their bellies when they recognize me, and behold, the fear of me shall terrify them. And thus likewise shall it be with every being after death, whether it be animal, or bird, or fish, or worm, or reptile. Let life come from its death, and let not decay caused by any reptile make an end of me, and let them not come against me in their various forms. Do not thou give me over unto that slaughterer who dwelleth in his torture chamber, who killeth the members and maketh them rot, being himself hidden, who worketh destruction upon many dead bodies, and liveth by slaughter. Let me live and perform his message, and let me do that which is commanded by him. Give me not over unto his fingers, let him not gain the mastery over me, for I am under thy command, O Lord of the gods. Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris. Thou hast thy being with thy members, thou didst not decay, thou didst not become worms, thou didst not diminish, thou didst not become corrupt, thou didst not putrefy, and thou didst not turn into worms. I am the god Khepera, and my members shall have an everlasting existence. I shall not decay, I shall not rot, I shall not putrefy, I shall not turn into worms, and I shall not see corruption before the eye of the god Shu. I shall have my being, I shall have my being. I shall live, I shall live. I shall germinate, I shall germinate, I shall germinate. I shall wake up in peace, I shall not putrefy. My intestines shall not perish, I shall not suffer injury. Mine eyes shall not decay, the form of my visage shall not disappear. Mine ear shall not become deaf, my head shall not be separated from my neck, my tongue shall not be carried away, my hair shall not be cut off, mine eyebrows shall not be shaved off, and no baleful injury shall come upon me. My body shall be established, and it shall neither fall into ruin nor be destroyed on this earth. Chapter 155, Vignette Atet. Text: The chapter of Atet of gold. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, saith: Rise up, thou, O Osiris. Thou hast thy backbone, O still heart. Thou hast the ligatures of thy neck and back, O still heart. Place thou thyself upon thy base. I put water beneath thee, and I bring unto thee a Tet of gold, that thou mayest rejoice therein. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a Tet of gold, set in a plinth of sycamore wood, which hath been steeped in water and uncum flowers, and it shall be placed at the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. If this amulet be placed at his neck, he shall become a perfect Khu in the underworld, and at the New Year festivals he shall be like those who are in the following of Osiris continually and forever. Chapter 156, Vignette A Buckle. Text: the chapter of a buckle of carnelian. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, saith: May the blood of Isis and the power of Isis and the enchantments of Isis be powers to protect this mighty one, and to guard him from him that would do unto him anything which he abominateth. Rubric: this chapter shall be said over a buckle of carnelian. which hath been steeped in water of ankami flowers, and set in a plinth of sycamore wood, and it shall be placed at the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. If these things be done for him, the powers of Isis shall protect his limbs, and Horus the son of Isis shall rejoice in him when he seeth him. And there shall be no hidden places on his path, and one hand shall be towards heaven, and one hand shall be towards earth, regularly and continually. Thou shalt not let any person who is with thee see it. Chapter 157. Vignette: a vulture with outstretched wings, holding the symbol of life in each talon. Text: the chapter of the vulture of gold which is to be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: Isis cometh and hovereth over the city, and she goeth about seeking the secret habitations of Horus as he emergeth from his papyrus swamps, and she lifteth up his shoulder which is in evil case. He is made one of the company in the divine boat, and the sovereignty of the whole world is decreed for him. He hath warred mightily, and he maketh his deeds to be remembered. He hath made fear of him to exist, and awe of him to have its being. His mother, the mighty lady, protecteth him, and she hath transferred her power to Horus. Rubric: this chapter shall be set over a vulture of gold, whereupon it hath been inscribed, and thou shalt place the vulture on the neck to protect the perfect deceased one on the day of the funeral, continually and regularly. Chapter 158. Vignette: a collar. Text: the chapter of a collar of gold which shall be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: O my father, my brother, my mother Isis, I am unswathed and I see. I am one of those who are unswathed and who see the gods said. Rubric: this chapter shall be set over a collar of gold, whereon it hath been engraved, and the collar shall be placed on the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. Chapter 159. Vignette: the Uach amulet. Text: the chapter of the Uach amulet, made of mother of emerald, which shall be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou who comest forth daily from the temple of the god! The mighty lady speaketh, and she goeth round about in the gate of the double house, and she taketh possession of the might of her father, that is to say, the Sahu, who is the bull of the goddess Renenet. She taketh those who are in her following, and she maketh an opportunity for those, the opportunity of the door. Rubric: this chapter shall be set over an Uach of mother of emerald, whereupon it hath been inscribed, and the Uach shall be placed on the neck of the deceased. Chapter 160. Vignette: Thoth, the great god, giving an Uach amulet of mother of emerald to the deceased. Text: the chapter of giving an Uach of mother of emerald to the scribe Nebseni, triumphant, who saith: I am the Uach of the mother of emerald, which cannot be injured, and which the hand of Thoth adoreth. Injury is a thing which I abominate. It is in sound state, and I am in sound state. It is not injured, and I am not injured. It is not worn away, and I am not worn away. The words of Thoth are at thy back, O thou who comest in peace, O divine prince of Anu, Heliopolis, thou mighty god who dwellest in the city of Pe. The god Shu advanceth to him and findeth him in the city of Shenmu, in his name Neshem, that is, mother of emerald. He maketh his place in the fortress of the mighty god. The god Tem resteth upon his eye, and his members shall not suffer injury. End of chapters 151 through 160. Chapters 161 through 170 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 161. Vignette: the god Thoth, opening the doors of the four winds. Text: the chapter of forcing an entrance into heaven. This Thoth doeth to make felicitous the way for him that would enter into the disk. 1. To the door of the west wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. Pure is the body in the earth, and pure are the bones of Osiris the Am Kent. Nefer Uben F. triumphant. 2. To the door of the east wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. Sound is he who is in the chest. Who is in the chest? Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant. 3. To the door of the north wind, Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. The Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant is strong in his members. Keb Senef guardeth them. 4. To the door of the south wind, Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. The bolts are drawn, and they pass through his foundation. Rubric: every Sahu for whom these divine figures have been painted upon his coffin shall make his way through these four entrances into heaven. That of the north wind belongeth to Osiris, that of the south wind to Ra, that of the west wind to Isis, and that of the east wind to Nephthys. Each one of these winds shall breathe into his nostrils as he entereth in his daily course. Let none who is outside know this chapter. It is a great mystery, and those who dwell in the swamps, that is, the ignorant, know it not. Thou shalt not do this in the presence of any person except thy father, or thy son, or thyself alone, for it is indeed an exceedingly great mystery which no man whatever knoweth. Chapter 162. Vignette: a cow having the disk with plumes between her horns, and wearing the collar from which is suspended the emblem of life round her neck. Text: the chapter of making heat to be under the head of the deceased. To be recited: Homage to thee, O thou god Par, thou mighty one, whose plumes are lofty, thou lord of the Ureret crown, who rulest with the whip. Thou art the lord of the phallus, thou growest as thou shinest with rays of light, and thy shiningest to the uttermost parts of earth and sky. Thou art the lord of transformations, and hast manifold skins which thou hidest in the Utchat at its birth. Thou art the mighty one of names among the gods, the mighty runner whose strides are mighty. Thou art the god, the mighty one, who comest and rescuest the needy one and the afflicted from him that oppresseth him. Give heed to my cry. I am the cow, and thy divine name is in my mouth, and I will utter it. Ha ka ha ka her is thy name. Ara Ker Sanquebathi is thy name. Ker Sarau is thy name. Kar Satha is thy name. I praise thy name. I am the cow that hearkeneth unto the petition on the day wherein thou placest heat under the head of Ra. O place it for him in the divine gate in Anu Heliopolis, and thou shalt make him to become even like him that is upon the earth. He is thy soul. O be gracious unto Osiris Alphon triumphant, and cause thou heat to exist under his head, for indeed he is the soul of the great divine body which resteth in Anu. Ku Keper Uru is his name. Barakatha Chara is his name. Be gracious then, and grant that he may become like unto one of those who are in thy following, for he is even as art thou. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over the image of a cow, which shall be made in fine gold and placed at the neck of the deceased, and it shall be written upon new papyrus and placed under his head. Then shall abundant warmth be in him throughout, even like that which was in him when he was upon earth. This hath exceedingly great protective power, for it was made by the cow for her son Ra when he was setting, and when his habitation was surrounded by a company of beings of fire. And the deceased shall become divine in the underworld, and he shall never be turned back at any of the gates thereof. And thou shalt say, when thou placest the image of this goddess at the neck of the deceased: O Amen, O Amen, who art in heaven, turn thy face upon the dead body of thy son, and make him sound and strong in the underworld. This is a composition of exceedingly great mystery. Let not the eye of any man whatsoever see it, for it is an abominable thing for every man to know it. Therefore hide it. Book of the Mistress of the Hidden Temple is its name. Chapter 163. Vignette: two winged Uchats on legs, and a serpent also upon legs, with a disk and horns upon his head. Text: the chapters which are taken from another work, and are here added to the Book of Coming Forth by Day. The chapter of not allowing the body of a man to moulder away in the underworld, and of delivering him from those who devour the souls that are shut in the underworld. and of not allowing to rise up against him the things which he abominated upon earth, and of making sound and strong his limbs and bones against worms, and against every god who would attack him in the underworld, and of causing him to come forth and to go in as he pleaseth, and to do whatsoever he hath in his heart to do without hindrance. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: I am the divine soul of the great divine body which is laid to rest in Athabu, which protecteth the body of Harethi, the which resteth in the marshes of Senhakaraha. O divine soul, which hath no languor of heart either in rising or setting, and which resteth within his divine body, which is laid to rest in Sen-haparakana, grant thou to Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, that he may deliver himself from the souls of the god of the savage face, who gaineth the mastery over hearts and taketh possession of limbs, and from whose mouths fire cometh forth to devour souls. Hail, thou who art lying prostrate within thy body, whose flame cometh into being from out of the fire, which blazeth within the sea or water, in such wise that the sea or water is raised up on high out of the fire thereof. Grant thou that the flame may leave the fire, wherever it may be, to raise up the hand of Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, and to make him to have an existence for ever and for ever. Verily, let his period of existence be as the period of existence of heaven, in the limitless boundaries thereof. Heaven holdeth thy soul, O Osiris Auf Ankh, and earth holdeth thy form. O deliver thou Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, and let him not be consumed by the Kawi, who devour the souls of those who have raised up evil. Let his soul have its being within his body, and let his body have its being with his soul. And let him be hidden within the pupil of the Uchat of the god whose name is Shari Shari Shapu Neter Ari Ka, who reposeth at the northwest of the brow of the Opt of the land of Kenset, Nubia, and journeyeth not to the east. Hail, God Amen, thou divine bull scarab, thou lord of the divine Uchats, God, the pupil of whose eye is terrible, is thy name. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu, triumphant, is the emanation of thy two eyes, the name of one of which is Sher Sherket, and Shapu Neter Arika of the other, though Shaka Amen Shakan Nasa at the brow of Tem, who illumineth the two lands, is his name in very truth. Grant that Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, may be of this land of Maat. Let him not be left in his solitude, for he is of this earth wherein he will no more appear, and An is his name. O let him be with a perfect khu, or as others say, a strong khu, and let him be the soul of the mighty body which is in Sao, the city of Neith. Rubric. This chapter is to be recited over a serpent having legs and wearing a disk and two horns, and over two Uchats having both eyes and wings. In the pupil of one of the Uchats there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand with the face of the divine soul, and having plumes and a back like a hawk. And in the pupil of the other there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand with the face of the goddess Neith, and having plumes and a back like a hawk. And this chapter shall be written with Anti, either upon a May stone or upon mother of emerald of the south, and dipped in water of the western lake of Kemt, Egypt, or upon a bandage of Uachet, linen wherewith a man should swathe every limb, and the deceased shall not be turned back at any gate of the underworld. He shall eat and drink and ease himself even as he did when he was upon earth, and none shall rise up to cry out against him, and he shall be protected from the hands of the enemy for ever and ever. If this book be recited for him upon earth, he shall not be seized by the messengers of attack who work evil in all the earth. He shall not have gashes inflicted upon him. He shall not die through the slaughter of Set, and he shall not be carried off to any place of restraint whatsoever, but he shall go in unto the Kenbet, and he shall come forth with triumph, and he shall go out to terrify the evildoers who exist in all the earth. Chapter 164. Vignette. A goddess with a head of a woman and two heads of a vulture, standing with outstretched wings. On each side of her is a dwarf with two heads, one of a man and one of a hawk. Each dwarf has a disk and plumes upon his head. Text. Another chapter. Homage to thee, O Sekhet Bast Ra, thou mistress of the gods, thou bearer of wings, lady of the honest bandlet, queen of the crowns of the south and of the north, only one, sovereign of her father superior, to whom the gods cannot be, thou mighty one of enchantments, in the boat of millions of years, thou who art preeminent, who risest in the seat of silence, mother of Pashakasa, royal wife of Parahaka Kaperu, mistress and lady of the tomb, mother in the horizon of heaven, gracious one, beloved, destroyer of rebellion, offerings are in thy grasp, and thou art standing in the bows of the boat of thy divine father to overthrow the fiend. Thou hast placed Maat in the bows of his boat. Thou art the fire goddess Ami Seshet, whose opportunity escapeth her not. Thy name is Kaharasa Parsaremkakaremet. Thou art like unto the mighty flame of Sakanakat, which is in the bows of the boat of thy father Hara Pukaka Shara Shah by you. For behold, this is the name uttered in the speech of the Negroes and of the Anti and of people of Ta Kansatet, Nubia. Praise be to thee, O lady, who art mightier than the gods, and words of adoration rise to thee from the 8 gods. The living souls who are in their chests praise thy mystery, O thou who art their mother, thou source from whom they sprang, who makest for them a place of repose in the hidden underworld, who makest sound their bones and preservest them from terror, who makest them strong in the abode of everlastingness, who preservest them from the evil chamber of the souls of the god of the terrible face, who is among the company of the gods. Babe, that comest forth from the god of the terrible face, who keepeth his body hidden, is thy name. Atari Am Chur Kemtu Renu. Parsheta is the name of one divine son. Pa Nema is the name of the other. Uchat of Sekhet, mighty lady, mistress of the gods, is thy name. Emanation of is the name of Mut, who maketh souls strong, and who maketh sound bodies, and who delivereth them from the abode of the fiends, which is in the evil chamber. The goddess saith with her own mouth, they shall never be fettered, and I will do according to what ye say, O ye Techawi of the divine son, for whom they performed the funeral rites. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a figure of Mut, which hath 3 heads. The first shall be like unto that of Pekut, and shall have upon it plumes. The second shall be like unto that of a man, and shall have upon it the crowns of the south and north. And the third shall be like unto that of a vulture, and shall have upon it plumes. And the figure shall have a phallus, and a pair of wings, and the claws of a lion, and it shall be painted with ant, and powder of uach mixed with yellow color, upon a bandage of honest linen. In front of it shall stand one dwarf, and behind it another, and each shall have upon him plumes, and one hand and arm shall be raised, and each shall have 2 faces, one of a hawk and one of a man, and the body of each shall be fat. Then shall the deceased be divine, along with the gods in the underworld. He shall never, never be turned back. His flesh and his bones shall be like those of one who hath never been dead. He shall drink water at the source of the stream. A homestead shall be given unto him in Sekhet Anre. He shall become a star of heaven. He shall set out against the serpent fiend Nekau, and against Tar, who are in the underworld. He shall not be shut in along with the souls which are fettered. He shall deliver himself wherever he may be, and worms shall not devour him. Chapter 165. Vignette: an Ithyphallic god with the body of a beetle. On his head are plumes, and his right hand and arm are raised. Behind him is a man who has a ram's head on each shoulder. Text: the chapter of arriving in port, to make the body germinate, and to drink water, and not to disappear. Recite the following: Hail, Bekenu, Bekenu, O Prince, Prince, O Amen, Amen, O Re Lukasa, O God, Prince of the gods of the eastern part of heaven, O Amen Na Thakurethi, Amen. O thou whose skin is hidden, whose form is secret, thou Lord of the 2 horns of Nut, thy name is Na Ari K, or as others say, Ka Ari Ka. Ka Sa'ika is thy name. Arathika Sathika is thy name. Amena An Ka Antek Shara, or as others say, Thek Shara Amen Karethi is thy name. O Amen, let me make supplication unto thee. I, even I, know thy name. Thy transformations are in my mouth. Thy skin is before my eyes. Come, I pray thee, and place thou thy heir and thy image. Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, born of Sheret, Amsu triumphant in the everlasting underworld. Grant thou that all his members may repose in Neter Kertet, the underworld, or, as others say, in Ekertet, the underworld. Let his whole body become like that of a god. Let him escape from the evil chamber, and let him not be imprisoned therein. I adore thy name. Thou hast made for me a skin, and thou hast comprehended my speech, and thou knowest it exceedingly well. Amen is thy name, O Retz Ashakah. I have made for thee a skin, namely a divine soul. Irakai is thy name. Markathai is thy name. Rerai is thy name. Nasab Bubu is thy name. Thanasa is thy name. Shara Shathakatha is thy name. O Amen, O Amen, O God, O God, O Amen, I adore thy name. Grant thou to me that I may comprehend thee. Grant thou that I may have peace in the Tuat underworld, and may possess all my members therein. And the divine soul which is in Nut saith, I will make my divine strength to protect thee, and I will perform everything which thou hast said. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a figure of the god of the lifted hand, which shall have plumes upon its head. The legs thereof shall be wide apart, and the middle portion of it shall be in the form of a beetle, and it shall be painted blue with lapis lazuli mixed with Kamai water. And it shall be recited over a figure with a head like unto that of a man, and the hands and arms thereof shall be stretched away from its body. Above its right shoulder shall there be the head of a ram, and above its left shoulder shall there be the head of a ram. And thou shalt paint upon a piece of linen a figure of the god of the lifted hand, immediately over his heart, and thou shalt paint the other figure over the breasts. Let not the god Sakati, who is in the underworld, know it. Then shall the deceased drink water from the source of the stream, and he shall shine like the stars in the heavens above. Chapter 166. Vignette: a headrest. Text: the chapter of the pillow. Thou art lifted up, O sick one that liest prostrate, O scribe Nebseni. They lift up thy head to the horizon. Thou art raised up, and dost triumph by reason of what hath been done for thee. Ptah hath overthrown thine enemies, according to what was ordered to be done for thee. Thou art Horus, the son of Hathor, Nesertet, who giveth back the head after the slaughter. Thy head shall not be carried away from thee after the slaughter. Thy head shall never, never be carried away from thee. Chapter 167. Vignette: the Utchat resting upon the emblem of gold. Text: the chapter of bringing the Utchat. Nebseni, the scribe, saith, the god Thoth hath brought the Utchat, and he hath made it to rest, or to be at peace, after it departed. O Ra, it was grievously afflicted by storm, but Thoth made it to be at rest after it had departed from the storm. I am sound, and it is sound. I am sound, and it is sound. And Nebseni, the lord of piety, is sound. Chapter 168. Vignette: a stream upon which sail three boats. The first contains Khenemu, the second Khepera, and the third Ra. Each god is seated in a shrine. Harpocrates occupies the place of lookout in the boats of Khenem and Ra. Behind the boats, Ra is seated on a throne which rests on the water. Two hands and arms stretch down from heaven and enshrine him. A man-headed sphinx on a bier, a god with a serpent on his head, two gods lying on biers with a serpent between, Anubis, a goddess seated, a bull on a pedestal, a man-headed lion, two gods and two goddesses, a bowed human figure and a mummy, a man holding a disc shedding light, two women lying face downwards, two male figures each carrying a human being on his head. Text: the 27 short lines of text which accompany this vignette consist of extracts from a version of the chapter which is given in full immediately following, and to this the reader is referred. Chapter 168. Section 1. Text: may they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that Osiris may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette: a god carrying a child upon his shoulders, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, the lord of offerings in Amentet, in the bight of Sekhet Hetep. Text: may they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that Osiris may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette: a god carrying a child upon his shoulders, and 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, the follower of the great god, the lord of the beautiful Amentet. Text: May they who smite Ra grant that cakes shall come unto Osiris as to the followers of Ra when he setteth. Vignette: a woman lying face downwards. And 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris when Horus the lord of Tehent cometh. Text: May they who possess offerings grant that Osiris shall exist, even as do those who are in the underworld. Vignette: a woman lying face downwards. And 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth and go in along with Ra forever. Text: May those who build up grant that Osiris shall arrive happily in the hall of double truth. Vignette: a woman lying face downwards. And 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, as Lord of offerings in the beautiful Amentet. Text: May those who make adorations grant that Osiris shall follow after Ra in his boat. Vignette: a god bowing to the ground. And 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides with the gods of the underworld. Text: May those who have offerings and who make sacrificial meals for the gods grant oblations of tchef fowl food to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette: a god holding upright a conical object. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, along with them whose souls shall stand up at the pylon. Section 2. The gods of the eighth Coherent in the underworld, whose attributes are hidden, and who wins. Text: May the gods who dwell in their shrines, the princes of Nu, grant that Osiris shall drink water. Vignette: a god in a shrine with 3 serpents in front of him and 3 behind him. At the entrance to the shrine is the number 14. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May his soul live and his body be preserved in the underworld. Text: May the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that the body of Osiris shall rest along with his Sa. Vignette: a woman and a god, and the number 14. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris by the side of the great god within his boat. Text: May Aha, that is, he who standeth, make Osiris to praise Ra when he riseth. Vignette: a god standing, holding a scepter. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant, who shall be with those who are over their altars. Text: May Amen, that is, the hidden one, give power unto Osiris in the hall of Seb. Vignette: a cow standing on a standard. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant, who knoweth all the mysteries of the Tuat. Text: May Sheta, that is, the secret one, make the body of Osiris to grow and to be sound upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase by Osiris, as the Lord of strides in the underworld and in Re style. Text: May Setek give cakes and ale to Osiris, along with you in the house of Osiris. Vignette: a god standing with a platform upon his head, whereon is a bull. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who hath entered into all the secret places of the Tuat. Text: May Sesheta Alsar, that is, he who maketh Osiris to be secret, grant that Osiris may be a lord of strides in the habitation of Teshet Sert. Vignette: a god standing with a platform upon his head, whereon is a bull. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth, when he becometh the lord of an abode in the underworld. Text: May Sherem not allow any evil thing to come to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, the soul that hearkeneth unto the words of the gods. Text: May Sta, that is, the leader, grant that Osiris may see Ra when he riseth and when he setteth. Vignette: a bull upon a standard. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May his limbs live, and may his limbs be sound forever. Text: May Senk, that is, splendor, give glory to Osiris upon earth, and make him strong in Amentet. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May his legs have power as the lord of an abode in Amentet. Text: May he who liveth in darkness, that is Horus, grant that Osiris shall be among those who are over their altars. Vignette: A crocodile-headed god standing upright. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who is in the everlasting Tuat. Text: May the of Osiris grant that he shall be near the great god, the Lord of Amentet. Vignette: A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May he become the lord of his hands, and have power over his heart in the underworld. Text: May those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be along with them in the underworld. Vignette: A god standing upright and hiding something with his hands. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May they bring me to the throne of Osiris. Text: May those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be sound, and that offering shall be before him continually. Vignette: As in number 13. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be a lord of horns, and shall listen unto the words of the gods. Text: May he whose limbs are hidden give right and truth to Osiris before Ra, and in the company of his gods. Vignette: A god standing upright. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, as lord of the phallus and ravisher of women forever. Text: May the souls who come forth open the mouth of Osiris among the gods who are along with them. Vignette: A bird on a tree, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris among the living ones, the lords of eternity. Text: May those who belong to their grant that Osiris may have power over his offerings upon earth, even as have the gods, the lords of offerings. Vignette: A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be endowed abundantly with Tuchifau food in the underworld. Text: May those who receive grant that Osiris shall enter in over all the secret places of the Tuat. Vignette: A god bowing to the ground in a star. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall have power over offerings upon earth and be the lord of altars. Text: May the Ananit, that is, widows, grant that Osiris shall be with the great god as possessor of a phallus before. Vignette: A woman kneeling on a couch. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be ordered to dwell in the secret place in the darkness. Text: May Osiris Anubis grant that Osiris may be a possessor of a seat in Ta Chesertet. Vignette: Anubis holding a hawk-headed scepter in each hand. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and pass through the pylon of Osiris. Section 3. The gods of the 10th Coherent in the Tuat, who are to be praised and whose mysteries are holy. Text: May those who are denizens of light grant that Osiris shall shine in the darkness. Vignette: A god standing upright, and the number 8. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who praiseth the great god in his abode day by day. Text: May the smiters grant that Osiris may be among those who sing praises. Vignette: A god standing upright, holding in his upraised hand a hatchet dripping with blood. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris on the day when he repulseth the serpent fiend by the mighty one of iniquity. Text: May the company of the gods who guard those who are in the Tuat give the breaths of life to Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: A god lying on a bier, and the number 9. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shooteth forth his hand and repulseth him that cometh. Text: May the company of the gods of the hidden hand give glory unto Osiris as unto the perfect Khus. Vignette: A god standing upright, and the number 9. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be sound upon earth and in the underworld. Text: May the hidden goddess grant that the soul of Osiris may grow, and that his body may be preserved, even as are those of the gods who dwell in the Tuat. Vignette: A woman standing before an Uchat. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, whose soul shall rest upon whatever seat he pleaseth. Text: May the souls of the gods who have come into being in the members of Osiris grant that he shall have peace. Vignette: a woman lying upon her back, and the number 21. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall receive his place in the land of the underworld. Text: May those who praise Ra not turn Osiris back at the pylons of the Tuat. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth by day and shall refresh himself in the place of coolness. Text: May the beings of warlike face grant coolness unto Osiris in the place of flame. Vignette: a woman standing upright, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit in the shrine with the great god. Section 4. The gods of the 11th Khereret of the Tuat. Text: May the goddess Amemet grant that Osiris shall be strong before the great god in the Tuat. Vignette: a woman in a shrine. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall become like the god Khepera in Amentet. Text: May the soul of Ament grant sepulchral meals unto Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, the lord of the abode of peace in the mountain of the underworld. Text: May the soul of the earth make Osiris to triumph over his enemies in heaven and upon earth. Vignette: a god standing upright with drooping hands, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, whose body shall be concealed from any that would look upon him. Text: May those who sing praises grant that Osiris shall be like the divine mariners who are in heaven. Vignette: a man standing upright with his hands raised. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he entereth through the hidden pylons. Text: May the company of the gods who rule over Ament grant that Osiris shall go in through the secret door of the house of Osiris. Vignette: a god lying upon a bier, and the number 9. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides among the lords of the Tuat. Text: May the company of the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that Osiris shall have power over his enemies. Vignette: a god lying upon or by the side of a serpent on a bier. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he becometh a perfect soul day by day. Text: May Ake grant that Osiris shall be with Ra, and that he shall walk over heaven for ever. Vignette: a god standing upright and holding a scepter. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he is in the following of him that dwelleth in the city of embalmment, that is, Anubis, the lord of Ta Chesert. Text: May those who Osiris grant that the soul of Osiris may live, and that it may never die a second time. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, for whom lamentation shall be decreed as for his god. Text: May the 9 watches grant that Osiris may wake up, and that he may never be destroyed. Vignette: Anubis on a standard, and the number 9. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant before Osiris, the lord of the land of the lake. Text: May the 9 mourners cause mourning to be made for Osiris, as was made for Osiris. Vignette: A woman lying on the ground, face downwards. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul cometh forth with the Khu. Text: May he that invoketh Ra invoke Osiris before Ra, and before the company of his gods. Vignette: A god crying out to someone. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul goeth into the hidden place and cometh forth from earth. Text: May Aken drive away every evil thing from Osiris forever. Vignette: A god standing upright with hands hanging down. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he cometh in peace and hath triumphed. Text: May those who dwell with Tesseret grant that Osiris may go in and come out with long strides like the lords of the Tuat. Vignette: A woman-headed serpent over a pylon. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and come forth through the door of the Tuat. Text: May the goddess Tessert grant that Osiris may have power over the water. Vignette: A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he shall walk up the great staircase. Text: May Mehenet, grant that Osiris may be a distinguished being in the Tuat forever. Vignette: a serpent on a pylon. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris as a perfect soul in his shrine. Text: may those who dwell with Mehenet grant that Osiris may walk with long strides in the holy place. Vignette: a woman standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris when he is with the followers of Horus. Text: may the company of the gods who hide Osiris grant that Osiris shall sit upon the throne which he loveth. Vignette: a seated god, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be among the lords of Maat. Text: may he that destroyeth the face open the face of Osiris, and let him see the Khu. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be in the following of the goddess Mehi of Amentet. Section 4. The gods of the 12th Coherent in the Tuat. Text: may Maat grant that Osiris may be a lord of the lake of Maati. Vignette: a god standing upright and holding a scepter. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris as a lord of offerings in Sekhet Aru. Text: may the gods who dwell in the land of the Tuat grant justice unto Osiris in the hall of double truth. Vignette: a god standing upright and holding a scepter. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall plow in Sekhet Hetep. Text: may the gods who dwell with Mehen grant that Osiris shall be in whatsoever place his Ka wisheth to be. Vignette: a god within the folds of a serpent. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come into being at the words of the Lord of Amentet. Text: may the gods who possess land grant a lake unto Osiris in Sekhet Anru. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit upon whatsoever place he would there. Text: may Her-ta grant an estate unto Osiris in Sekhet Hetep. Vignette: a snake-headed god. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be protected by amulets like the lords of the Tuat. Text: may the gods who dwell in the land grant offerings and tchau food and joints of meat to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright with arms hanging down, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris when Ra setteth in Manu. Text: may the chiefs of the secret things who dwell in the land place their wall behind Osiris, even as they do for the Still Heart. Vignette: a ram-headed scepter. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris when he cometh forth and goeth into the underworld. Text: may the gods who dwell in the folds of the serpent goddess Mehen grant a sight of the disk to Osiris. Vignette: a god within the folds of a serpent. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris as a Khu who hath gained power over fresh water. Text: may Anu Ba grant peace unto Osiris in Amentet. Vignette: a god bowing. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris in coming out and going into Ament, along with other folk therein. Chapter 169. Vignette: the chapter is without vignette. Text: the chapter of making to stand up the Henkit. The Amkent, Osiris Nefer Uben F. triumphant saith: Thou art the Lion God, thou art the double Lion God, thou art Horus, the avenger of his father Osiris. Thou art the 4 glorious gods. Acclamation is made unto thee along with cries of delight and sounds of joy, and the water from their haunches and from their thighs I bring unto thee. Thou art lifted up on thy right side, and thou art lifted up on thy left side. The god Seb hath opened for thee thy 2 eyes which were blind, and he hath given thee the power to stretch out thy legs in walking. Hath been bound unto thee thy heart Ab, thy mother, and thy heart Hat is in thy body. The soul is in heaven, and thy body is under the ground. There are cakes for thy body, and water for thy throat, and sweet breezes for thy nostrils, and thou art satisfied with offerings. Those who dwell in their shrines open their abodes unto thee. Thou hast thy provisions, and thou journeyest along. Thou art stablished upon that which emanateth from thy existence, and thou comest forth from heaven. The cord hath been coiled up for thee by the side of Ra, and thou snarest fish with the net in the stream from which thou drinkest vessels of water. Thou performest a journey on thy legs, and in going forward thou dost not stumble. Thou comest forth from over the earth. Thou dost not make thy appearance from below the walls thereof. Thy walls are not thrown down, and what there is of thine within hath been made for thee by the God of thy city. Thou art pure, thou art pure. Thy fore parts are washed by libations, and thy hinder parts are cleansed with resin and natron, and made cool with incense. Thou art made clean with the milk of the hap cow, and with the ale of the goddess Tenamit, and with natron. All the evil which clung to thee hath been done away with, and Tefnet, the daughter of Ra, hath made offerings on thy behalf, even as she did for her father Ra, and the funeral valley, which was the burial place of her father Osiris, hath been set in order for thee. I make to eat of the sweet things which he giveth there, the Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, that is to say, the celestial cakes, which are before Ra, and the grain and drink, and the 4 terrestrial cakes, which are before the god Seb, and the grain brought by the citizens. I have brought unto thee Sek Het Hetep, and the gifts thereof are before thee. Thou comest forth as Ra, thou hast gotten power as Ra, and thou hast gotten power over thy legs, and thou, O Osiris Nefer Uben F, hast gotten power over thy legs at every season and at every hour. Thou hast not been condemned in the judgment. Thou hast not been put under restraint. A guard hath not been set over thee. Thou hast not been imprisoned, and thou hast not been given over to the chamber of the fiends therein. The sand is gathered together before thy face, and guarded are the offerings which are for thee. Thy face is not suffered to be turned back, and thou art guarded, and dost not come forth. Thou hast received thy tunic, and thy sandals, and thy stick, and thy garment, and thy weapons for fighting of all kinds, wherewith thou shalt cut off heads. Thou shalt turn back the necks of thy foes, whom thou shalt take captive, and thou shalt keep away from thee death, so that it shall not come nigh unto thee. And the great God hath said concerning thee, bring him hither on the day when events take place. The hawk rejoiceth in thee, and the smen goose cackleth at thee. Ra openeth for thee the doors of heaven, and Seb unbolteth for thee the earth. Thy coup is mighty, and it is perfect, knowing thy name. Thy soul maketh a way through Ament, and thy perfect soul, O Nefer Uben F triumphant, hath the power of speech. Thy form is within Ra, and it resteth within the divine sovereign chiefs of him who uniteth the 2 paths. Mankind keepeth guard over it, and the double lion God guideth it to the place where thou, O Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, makest thy ka to rest. And behold, the 2 lands and mankind work the snare for thee. Thou livest, thy soul is strong, thy body is enduring and great. Thou hast sight of the fire, thou dost snuff the breeze, thy face doth penetrate into the house of darkness. Thou abidest at the gap, thou dost not see the whirlwind and the storm. Thou followest in the train of the prince of the 2 lands, and thou refreshest thyself on the branch of merit tree on both sides of the god Hekau. The goddess Seshetet sitteth before thee. The god Sa protecteth thy members. The steer and his cow give thee milk from the breast in the following of Sekhat Heru. Thou washest thyself at the mouth of the stream of Kher Abba. Thou art in favor with the princes of the cities of Pe and Tep. The god Thoth and thyself see each other, and Ra in heaven holdeth converse with thee. Thou comest forth from, and thou enterest into the Anat chamber, and thou holdest converse with the 2 divine combatants, that is, Horus and Set. Thy ka is with thee to make thee to rejoice. Thy heart is with thee to give thee thy transformations happy. Keep watch over thee. The company of the gods make thy heart glad. Thou comest forth to 4 cakes in the city of Sekhem, and 4 in the city of Akenu. Thou comest forth to 4 in the city of Anu, upon the altar of the lady of the 2 lands. The stars keep watch over thee by night. The lords of Anu have a favor unto thee. The god Hu is in thy mouth. Thy feet are not turned back, and thy members have life. Thou graspeth the sma in Abtu. The sacrificial cakes of the divine chiefs and the libations of the celestial beings are brought forward to thee with the offerings in the festival which are due to Osiris on the morning of the Uak festival for hidden things. Thou art ornamented with objects of gold, and thine apparel is interwoven with byssus. Hapi, that is the Nile, thrusteth himself upon thy body. Thou hast power over the tablet which is inscribed with lists of offerings, and thou drinkest water on both sides of the lake of Testes. The gods who are there have a favor unto thee, and thou comest forth from heaven along with the gods who make to advance the Ma'at of Ra, and thou art led into the presence of the company of the gods, and there is done for thee even as it is done for one of them. Thou art the cart bird of the geese, and the Ptah of the southern wall maketh an offering unto Nefer Uben F triumphant. Chapter 170. Vignette: the chapters without vignette. Text: the chapter of arranging the henket. The Osiris Nefer Uben F saith: Thy flesh have I given unto thee, thy bones have I fastened together for thee, thy members have I collected for thee. The earth submitteth itself unto thee, thy limbs are guarded. Thou art the mighty one within the egg. Thou art set in order, thou seest the gods, thou settest out on thy way, and thy hand reacheth unto the horizon and unto the holy place where thou wouldst be. There is acclamation made unto thee, and there are shouts of joy raised to thee at thine appearances at the altar. Horus maketh thee to stand up at his risings, even as he did him who is in the chamber of holiness. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant! The goddess Uaa hath given thee birth, and Ampu (Anubis), who dwelleth upon his hill, hath set thee in order, and he hath fastened for thee thy swathings. Hail, Nefer Uben F! The god Ptah Sekri hath given unto thee of the ornaments of the divine house which he hath. Hail, Nefer Uben F! The god Thoth himself cometh unto thee with the books of holy words, and he maketh thy hand to reach unto the horizon, even unto the place wherein thy Ka loveth to be. And Osiris worketh for thee on the night of journeying unto life. Thy white crown is stablished on thy brow. The god Nemu is with thee, and he giveth unto thee fine feathered fowl. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant! Thou hast been set in order upon thy funeral couch. Thou comest forth, and Ra, who is in the hidden horizon within his boat, hath set thee in order. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant! The god Tem, the father of the gods, hath made for thee the things which are to endure forever. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant! The god Amsu of Kebti hath set thee in order, and the gods of the shrine praise thee. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F! With twofold happiness thou settest out in peace to thine everlasting habitation, and to thine abode of eternity. Homage is paid unto thee in the cities of Pe and Tepu, in the shrine which thy Ka loveth, and before thine abode. And thou art the mighty one of souls, and hast set thee in order, and the gods embrace thee. Thou art like a god, and thou hast been begotten for transformations which are more numerous, and with a created form more perfect than those of the gods. Thou hast more light than the Khus, and thou art more mighty of souls than are those who are in them. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F! Ptah on his southern wall hath set thee in order, and he hath made to advance thine abode more than that of the gods. Hail, Osiris, the Amkent, Nefer Uben F! Thou art Horus, the son of Isis, begotten of Ptah, and Nut hath created thee a being of light, like unto Ra in the horizon, when he illumineth the two lands with his beauteous light. And the gods say unto thee, Come forward, advance now, and look thou upon the things which are thine in thine abode of everlastingness. The goddess Renetet, the heir and firstborn of Tem, hath set thee in order in the presence of the company of the gods of Nut. I, even I, am the heir of heaven, and the fellow of the god who maketh his light. I have come forth from the womb, and I shall grow young again, even as doth my father, and I shall not be prevented from making my answer in my season. End of chapters 161 through 70. Chapters 171 through 180 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 171. Vignette: this chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of tying on the garment of purity. Ab. O Tem, O Shu, O Tefnut, O Seb, O Nut, O Osiris, O Isis, O Set, O Nephthys, O Heru Khuti, Hamarchus, O Hathor in the great house, O Khepera, O Menthu, the lord of Thebes, O Amen, the lord of the thrones of the two lands, O great company of the gods, O little company of the gods, O gods and goddesses who dwell in Nu, O Sebek of the two Mate, O Sebek, in all thy manifold names, in thine every place wherein thy Ka hath delight, O gods of the south, O gods of the north, O ye who are in heaven, O ye who are upon earth, grant ye this garment of purity to the perfect Khu of Amen-hetep. Grant ye your strength unto him, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto Amen-hetep by means of this garment of purity. Hold ye him guiltless then for ever and ever, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto him. Chapter 172. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The first of the chapters of the arrangements or praisings which are to be performed in the underworld. I snuff the bet incense, I inhale the scent of Hesman, natron, and incense. I am pure with the purity of. Pure are the praises which come forth from my mouth, more pure than Maat itself, of the fish that are in the river, to the statue of the temple of Hesman, natron. Pure are the praises of the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the house of gold, begotten of the scribe and designer Thena, triumphant, born of the lady of the house Mutresth, triumphant. And as for the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, who is happy with a twofold happiness, Ptah hath a favor unto him, and he of the southern wall hath a favor unto him, and every god hath a favor unto him, and every goddess hath a favor unto him. Thy beauties are a stream bearing things which cause rest, and are like unto water which floweth nearer. Thy beauties are like a hall of festival, wherein each man may exalt his own god. Thy beauties are like unto the pillar of the god Ptah, and like the courtyard of incense of Ra. Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, hath been made a pillar of Ptah, and the libation vase of the god of the southern wall. 1. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art lamented. Verily thou art praised. Verily thou art exalted. Verily thou art glorious. Verily thou art strong. Hail, thou scribe Nebseni, thou who hast been raised up. Thou art raised up by means of the ceremonies which have been performed for thee. Thine enemies have fallen, and the god Ptah hath thrown down headlong thy foes. Thou hast triumphed over them, and thou hast gained power over them. They obey thy words, and they perform that which thou orderest them to do. Thou art raised up, and thy word is a law unto the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. 2. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy head, O my lord, is a standard, with locks of rippling hair, like unto the hair of a woman of Asia. Thy face shineth more brightly than the house of the moon god. The upper part of thy head is azure in color. Thy locks are blacker than the doors of the underworld. Thy hair is dark as night. Thy visage is decorated with an azure blue. The rays of Ra are upon thy face. Thy garments are of gold, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thine eyebrows are the two sister goddesses, who are at peace with each other, and whom Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy nose snuffeth in, and thy nostrils exhale, as it were, the winds from heaven. Thine eyes look towards Mount Bakau of the rising sun. Thine eyelashes are fixed each day, and the upper eyelids to which they belong are of veritable lapis lazuli. The apples of thine eyes are as offerings of peace, and the lower eyelids are filled with eye paint of Meschem. Thy two lips give unto thee law. They repeat unto thee the law of Ra, and they make to be at peace the hearts of the gods. Thy teeth are the two heads of the serpent goddess Mehen, which sport with the Horus gods. Thy tongue is made skillful, thy speech is more shrill than that of the Tcheru bird of the field. Thy jawbones are starry lamps. Thy breasts are stablished upon their seats, and they journey unto the funeral mountain of Amentet. 3. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy neck is decorated with gold, and it is girt about with refined copper. Thy gullet and throat are those of Anpu. Thy bones are the bones of the two Uach goddesses. Thy backbone is studded with gold, and is girt about with refined copper. Thy loins are those of Nephthys. Thy is a Nile which is without water. Thy buttocks are two crystal eggs. Thy thighs are strong for walking. Thou sittest upon thy seat, and the gods give unto thee thine eyes, O scribe Nebseni, thou lord of piety. 4. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Thy throat is the throat of Anpu. Thy members are plated with gold. Thy breasts are two crystal eggs which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy shoulders are made like unto crystal. Thine arms are established through the strength which protecteth them. Thy heart is glad each day. Thy breast is of the work of the two divine forms. Thy person adoreth the starry deities who dwell in the heights and depths of heaven. Thy belly is, as it were, the heavens. Thy navel is the Tuat, that is, underworld, which is open, and which ordereth the light in the darkness, and the offerings of which are Ankham flowers. And Nebseni praiseth the majesty of Thoth, the beloved one, saying, May his beauties be in my tomb, and may all the purity which he loveth be there, even as my God hath commanded for me. 5. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy two hands are a pool of water in the season of an abundant inundation, a pool of water fringed about with the divine offering of the water god. Thy thighs are encircled with gold. Thy knees are the plants of the waters, where are the nests of the birds. Thy feet are stablished each day. Thy legs lead thee into a path of happiness, O scribe Nebseni, thou favored one. Thy hands and arms are pillars set upon their pedestals. Thy fingers are strips of gold, the nails of which are like sharp flakes of flint, by reason of the works which they perform for thee. 6. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thou clothest thyself with the garment of purity, Abu, and behold, thou drawest off from thyself the Umet garment when thou goest up to stretch thyself upon the couch. Haunches of meat are cut for thy ka, O scribe Nebseni, and the breast or heart of the animal is offered unto thy Sahu. Thou receivest a garment of the finest linen from the hands of the ministrant of Ra. Thou eatest the cakes upon the cloth which the goddess Tit herself hath prepared. Thou eatest the haunch of the animal. Thou takest boldly the joint which Ra hath endowed with power in his holy place. Thou washest thy feet in the silver basins which the god Seker, the artificer, hath wrought. And behold, thou eatest of the cake which appeareth on the altar, and which the two divine fathers have sanctified. Thou eatest of the baked bread and of the hot meats of the storehouse. Thou smellest the flowers. Thy heart feareth not to advance to the altar of the offerings made to thee, and those who feed thee with food make for thee the loaves and bread cakes of the souls of Anu, Heliopolis, and they themselves bear them unto thee. Thine offerings are ordered for thee, and thy ordinances are in the gates of the great house. Thou risest up like Sa, Orion. Thou arrivest like the star bow, and the goddess Nut stretcheth out her hands unto thee. Sa, Orion, the son of Ra, and Nut, who gave birth to the gods, the two mighty gods in heaven, speak each to the other, saying, Take the scribe and draftsman Nebseni into thine arms, and I will take him into mine on this day, and let us make happiness for him, when praises are sung to him, and when mention is made of him, and when his name is in the mouth of all young men and maidens. Thou art raised up, O Nebseni, and thou hearest the songs of commemoration through the door of thy house. 7. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Anubis hath bestowed upon thee thy winding sheet. He hath wrought for thee according to his will. He hath provided thee with the ornaments of his bandages, for he is the overseer of the great god. Thou settest out on thy way, and thou hast been washed in the lake of perfection. Thou makest offerings in the celestial mansions, and thou propitiatest the lords of Annu, Heliopolis. The water of Ra is presented unto thee in vessels, and milk in large vases. Thou art raised up, and thou makest offerings upon the altar. Thou washest thy feet upon the stone of, on the banks of the lake of God. Thou comest forth, and thou seest Ra upon the pillars which are the arms of heaven, upon the head of Anmut-F, and upon the arms of Apuat. He openeth out for thee a way, and thou seest the horizon wherein is the place of purity which thou lovest. 8. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Offerings are allotted unto thee in the presence of Ra, and according to that which Horus and Thoth ordered for thee, thou hast had a beginning and an end. They invoke thee, O scribe Nebseni, and see thy splendor there, causing thee to come forth as a god, and to advance to the souls of Annu. Thou goest forth upon the great roads in thy Sa, who hast received the offerings of thy father upon thy 2 hands. Thou art furnished with linen garments each day at the beginning of the journey of the god through the gates of the great house. 9. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. The scribe Nebseni hath air for his nose, and breath for his nostrils, and 1,000 geese, and 50 baskets of pure and fair offerings. Hail, Nebseni, thine enemies have fallen down headlong, and they shall never more exist. Chapter 173. Vignette: Osiris, the great god, the lord of Abtu, the lord of transformations, the prince of eternity, seated in a shrine. The deceased stands with hands raised in adoration before the god, and the ground between them is covered with the bodies of birds and beasts which have been prepared for sacrifice. Text: The speeches of Horus to his divine father Osiris when he entereth in to see him, and when he cometh forth from near the great Abut chamber to look upon Ra, as Un Nefer, the lord of Ta Tchesert, when doth each embrace the other at the pleasure of his khu, there in the underworld. A hymn of praise to Osiris, governor of those in the underworld, the great god, the lord of Abydos, the king of eternity, the prince of everlastingness, the holy god in Re style, by the scribe Nebseni, who saith: I ascribe praise unto thee, O Lord of the gods, thou God One, who livest upon right and truth. Behold, I, thy son Horus, come unto thee. I have avenged thee, and I have brought to thee Maat, even to the place where is the company of thy gods. Grant thou that I may have my being among those who are in thy following, for I have overthrown all thy foes, and I have established all those who are of thy substance upon the earth for ever and ever. Here follow 40 declarations, each of which is preceded by the words: Hail, Osiris, I am thy son. I have come, and I have avenged thee, O my father Osiris. I have come, and I have overthrown for thee thine enemies. I have come, and I have done away with every evil thing which belongeth unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee him that attacked thee. I have come, and I have sent forth mine arm against those who were hostile towards thee. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the fiends of Set with their fetters upon them. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the land of the south, and I have united unto thee the land of the north. I have come, and I have established for thee divine offerings from the south and from the north. I have come, and I have plowed for thee the fields. I have come, and I have filled for thee the canals with water. I have come, and I have hoed up for thee the ground. I have come, and I have built cisterns for thee. I have come, and I have gone round about the soil for thee. I have come, and I have made sacrificial victims of those who were hostile to thee. I have come, and I have made sacrifices unto thee of thine animals and victims for slaughter. I have come, and I have supplied thee with food in abundance of the creatures which are upon earth. I have come, and I have brought unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee. I have come, and I have smitten for thee emasculated beasts. I have come, and I have netted for thee birds and feathered fowl. I have come, and I have taken captive for thee thine enemies in their chains. I have come, and I have fettered for thee thine enemies with fetters. I have come, and I have brought for thee cool water from Abu Elephantine, wherewith thou mayest refresh thine heart. I have come, and I have brought unto thee herbs of every kind. I have come, and I have stablished for thee those who are of thy substance daily. I have come, and I have made thy cakes in the city of Pe of the red barley. I have come, and I have made thy ale in the city of Tepu of the white grain. I have come, and I have plowed for thee wheat and barley in Sekhet Awaru. I have come, and I have reaped it for thee therein. I have come, and I have glorified thee. I have come, and I have given to thee thy souls. I have come, and I have given to thee thy power. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy terror. I have come, and I have given to thee thy victory. I have come, and I have given to thee thine eyes, which are the plumes on thy head. I have come, and I have given to thee Isis and Nephthys, that they may stablish thee. I have come, and I have filled for thee the eye of Horus with oil or unguent. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the eye of Horus, whereby thy face shall be destroyed. Chapter 174. Vignette: the deceased standing with her back towards a door from which she has just come forth. Text: the chapter of causing the khu to come forth from the great door. Mut Hetepeth, triumphant, saith: Thy son hath offered up for thee a sacrifice, and the divine mighty ones tremble when they look upon the slaughtering knife which is in thy hand when thou comest forth from the Tuat. Homage to thee, O god Sa'ah! The god Seb hath created thee, and the company of the gods have given birth unto thee. Horus resteth upon his eye, and the god Tem resteth upon his years, and the gods of the east and of the west rest upon the mighty one who hath come into existence within thy hand. A god hath been born now that I have been born. I see, and I have sight. I have my existence. I am lifted up upon my place. I have done what hath been decreed. I hate slumber. I have endowed with might the feeble one. He that dwelleth in the city of Netet hath made cakes for me in the city of Pe, and I have received my form in Anu, for it is Horus who hath commanded what shall be done for his father, the Lord of Winds, and the god Set quaketh. He hath raised me up, and Tem hath raised me up. O, I am the mighty one, and I have come forth from between the thighs of the company of the gods. I have been conceived by Sekhet and by Shes Kentet, and I have been brought forth at the door of the star Sept, Sothis, the foremost, one who with long strides bringeth along the celestial path of Ra day by day. I have come to my habitation as prince of the north and south, and I rise, or I am crowned, in the gate. Hail, thou of the double plumes, who art called by the name of my Shepes. I am the lotus which shineth in the land of purity, and which hath received me, and which maketh my abode at the nostrils of the great form. I have come into the lake of flame, and I have placed right and truth in the place of sin. I am the watcher of the Sesheru garments, and the watcher of the Uraeus on the night of the flood of the Great One. I rise like Nefertim, who is the lotus at the nostrils of Ra when he cometh forth from the horizon each day, and the gods are purified at the sight of the lady of the house, Mut Hetepeth, who is triumphant before the cause, and who gathereth together hearts for Se'aur, whom the god Se'amenti Ra holdeth. I have come upon my seat before the cause, and I have gathered together hearts for Se'aert, and I have my being as Se'ah, whom Ra the god of Amenti holdeth, and the Techech implement is with me. I recite the mighty words which are in the heart on the festival of the Ansi garment, and I am Sa'amenti Ra, the strong of heart within the hidden chamber of Nu. Chapter 175. Vignette: the deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration before the god Thoth, who is seated upon a pylon-shaped throne and has the emblem of life upon his knees. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith: Hail, Thoth! What is it that hath happened unto the divine children of Nut? They have done battle, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, they have created the fiends, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble. In truth, in all their doings, the mighty have worked against the weak. grant, O might of thought, that that which the god Tem hath decreed may be done. And thou regardest not evil, nor art thou provoked to anger, when they bring their years to confusion, and throng in and push to disturb their months. For in all that they have done unto thee they have worked iniquity in secret. I am thy writing pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, Hail, Temu, what manner of land is this into which I have come? It hath not water, it hath not air, it is depth unfathomable, it is black as the blackest night, and men wander helplessly therein. In it a man may not live in quietness of heart, nor may the longings of love be satisfied therein. But let the state of the shining ones be given unto me instead of water and air, and the satisfying of the longings of love, and let quietness of heart be given unto me instead of cakes and ale. The god Tem hath decreed that I shall see thy face, and that I shall not suffer from the things which pain me. May every god transmit unto thee his throne for millions of years. Thy throne hath descended unto thy son Horus, and the god Tem hath decreed that his course shall be among the holy princes. In truth he shall rule over thy throne, and he shall be heir of the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire. In truth it hath been decreed that in me he shall see his likeness, and that my face shall look upon the face of the Lord Tem. How long then have I to live? It is decreed that thou shalt live for millions of years, a life of millions of years. May it be granted unto me that I pass on unto the holy princes, for indeed I am doing away with all the wrong which I did, from the time when this earth came into being from Nu, when it sprang from the watery abyss, even as it was in the days of old. I am Fate, or Time, and Osiris, and I have made my transformations into the likeness of divers serpents. Man knoweth not, and the gods cannot behold the twofold beauty which I have made for Osiris, who is greater than all the gods. I have given unto him the region of the dead, and verily his son Horus is seated upon the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire as his heir. I have made him to have his throne in the boat of millions of years. Horus is stablished upon his throne among his friends and all that belonged unto him. Verily the soul of Set, which is greater than all the gods, hath departed. May it be granted that I bind his soul in the divine boat at my will, and that he may have fear of the divine body. O my father Osiris, thou hast done for me that which thy father Ra did for thee. May I abide upon the earth lastingly. May I keep possession of my throne. May my heir be strong. May my tomb and my friends who are upon earth flourish. May my enemies be given over to destruction and to the shackles of the goddess Serk. I am thy son, and Ra is my father. For me likewise thou hast made life, strength, and health. Horus is established upon his throne. Grant thou that the days of my life may come unto worship and honor. Chapter 176. Vignette. This chapter is without vignette. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: That which I abominate is the land of the east. Let me not enter into the torture chamber. Let there not be done unto me any of those things which the gods hold in abomination. For behold, I have passed as a pure being through the Mesket chamber. And let the god Neber-cher grant unto me his glorious power on the day of burial in the presence of the Lord of things. Rubric: if the deceased know this chapter, he shall become like a perfect khu in the underworld. Chapter 177. Vignette: the deceased standing upright, pure water is being poured out before him, and offerings of linen garments are being made unto him. Text: the chapter of raising up the khu, and of making the soul to live in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, who is in the favor of his gods, saith: Hail, Nut! Nut, who casteth thy father to earth, and settest Horus behind him. His wings grow like those of a hawk, and his plumes like those of him who seeth. His soul hath been brought unto him. He is filled with words of magical power, and his place is decreed for him opposite to the stars of the heaven. For behold, thou art a star of Nut by thyself. Thou seest the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, in happiness. and giving his commands under the Khus, and behold, the divine power, or prince, is not among them, and thy is not among them, unless thou art among them. Thou seest the chief Nebseni, the scribe and draughtsman of the temple of Ptah, in the form of a soul who hath the horns of the cows Semamet and an Unser the black. Hail, children of Sarah Beket, who have sucked milk from the 4 Uipu cows. Horus of the blue eyes cometh unto you. Protect ye Horus of the red eyes, who is sick. Let not his soul be turned back. Let his offerings be brought unto him. Let the things which are for his benefit be carried to him, and let them come upon the shoulder over the west. This only one advanceth to thee. The god speaketh thy words. The gods make thy name to be triumphant before the gods, and the company of the gods distinguish thee with their hands. The god of the field of the gods speaketh, and thou gainest the power over the door of Kas in their horizon. They unbolt for thee their doors, for they have a favor unto thee, and thou gainest power over their shrines. The god Seb and his company of gods enter in, and they come forth lifting on high their faces, and they look upon thee in the presence of the great god Amsu. Thy head, I make to stand up thy head for thee, and thou hast power thereover. His head diminisheth behind thee, but thy head shall not diminish, and thou shalt not be destroyed, and thou shalt do what thou hast to do before men and before the gods. Chapter 178. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of raising up the dead body, of giving sight to the eyes, of gaining power over the ears, of stablishing the head, and of providing the face with the power of protection. The Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the draughtsman of the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, saith: The eye of Horus is presented unto thee, and it feedeth thee with the food of offerings. Hail, ye who make the laborers to rejoice, and who raise up the heart and purify the body, who have eaten the eye of Horus, thou olive tree in Annu, destroy ye what evil there is in the body of Osiris Nebseni, the scribe and draughtsman in the temple of Ptah. O Osiris, let him not suffer thirst before his god, let him suffer neither hunger nor thirst, and let the god Kas carry them away, and let him do away with his hunger, O thou that fillest, O thou that fillest hearts. O chiefs who dispense cakes and ale, O ye who have charge of the water flood, command ye that cakes and ale be given unto the Osiris Nebseni, even as Ra himself commanded this thing. And moreover, Ra hath commanded those who are over the abundance of the year to take handfuls of wheat and barley, and to give them to him for his cakes. For behold, he is a great bull. These shall he give to the Osiris Nebseni. O guardian of the 5 cakes in the divine house, 3 cakes are in heaven before Ra, and 2 are upon earth before the company of the gods. May he burst through Nu, may he see. O Ra, be gracious unto the scribe Nebseni this day, be gracious. The scribe Nebseni is as a lord of piety, according to the command of Shu and Isis, and he hath been united unto the piety of happiness before his god. May the gods give cakes and ale unto the scribe Nebseni, and may they prepare for him all good and pure things this happy day, things for journeying and traveling, things of the eye of Horus, things of the boat, and all things which should enter into the sight of the god. Thou shalt have power over the water, and thou shalt advance to the table of offerings, having cakes and 4 measures of water. The eye of Horus hath ordered these things for the scribe Nebseni, and the god Shu hath ordered the means of subsistence for him, both cakes and ale. Watch, O judges of the form of Thoth, watch him that lieth in death. Wake up, O thou that dwellest in Kenset. Grant thou offerings in the presence of Thoth, the mighty god, who cometh forth from Hapi, that is, the Nile, and of Apuat, who cometh forth from Asert, for the mouth of Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, is pure. The company of the gods offer incense to the scribe Nebseni, and his mouth is pure, and his tongue which is therein is right and true. That which the scribe Nebseni abominateth is filth, and he hath freed himself therefrom, even as Set freed himself from it in the city of Rehu, and he has set out with Thoth for heaven. O ye who have delivered the scribe Nebseni along with yourselves, let him eat of that whereof ye eat. Let him drink of that whereof ye drink. Let him sit down upon that whereon ye sit. Let him be strong in the strength wherein ye are strong. Let him sail about where ye sail about. The scribe Nebseni hath drawn the net together in the region of Aaru, and he hath running water in Sekhet Hetep, and his offerings are among those of the gods. The water of the scribe Nebseni is the wine of Ra, and Nebseni goeth round about heaven, and travelleth therein like unto Thoth. It is an abomination unto the scribe Nebseni to suffer hunger and not to eat, and it is an abomination unto him to be thirsty and not to drink. But sepulchral meals have been given unto him by the Lord of eternity, who hath ordered these things for him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in the night and was brought forth in the daylight, and those who are in the following of Ra, the divine ancestors, adore him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in Nu and was brought forth in Nu, and he hath come and hath brought to you what he hath found of that which the eye of Horus hath shed upon the branches of the Ven tree. The governor of those in Amenti cometh to him, and bringeth to him the divine food and offerings of Horus, the governor of temples, and upon that whereon he doth live, the scribe Nebseni liveth also. And of that whereof he drinketh doth the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the temple of Ptah, drink also, and facing his offerings of cakes and ale is a haunch of meat also. Osiris the scribe Nebseni is triumphant, and he is favourite of Anubis, who is upon his hill. Hail, scribe Nebseni, thou hast the form wherein thou hadst thine existence upon earth, and thou livest and renewest thy youth each day. Thy face is uncovered, and thou seest the Lord of the horizon, who giveth to thee sepulchral meals in thy hour and in thy season of night. Horus hath avenged thee, and he hath destroyed the jawbones of thine enemies. He hath shut in the doer of violence at the mouth of his fortress. Hail, scribe Nebseni, thou hast no enemies in Hetur, and the scales balanced when thou wert weighed therein, and the hall wherein they were belonged to Osiris, the Lord of offerings of Amentet. And thou shalt enter in at will, and thou shalt see the great God in his form, and life shall be given to thy nostrils, and thou shalt triumph over thine enemies. Hail, scribe Nebseni, what thou abominatest is iniquity. The divine Lord of creation hath made peace with thee on the night of silencing the weeping, and sweet life, whereupon Thoth resteth, hath been given unto thee from the mouth of the company of the gods, and thou dost triumph over thine enemies, O scribe Nebseni. Thy mother Nut spreadeth herself over thee in her name of Shetet Pet, and she maketh thee to be a follower of the great God, and to be without enemies, and she delivereth thee from every evil thing in her name of Khenemet Urt, the divine mighty form, who dwelleth among her children, O scribe Nebseni. Hail, chiefs of the hours, ancestors of Ra, make ye a way for the scribe Nebseni, the Lord of piety, and let him pass within the circle of Osiris, the Lord of the life of the two lands, who liveth for ever. And let the scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the Lord of piety, the happy one, be in the following of Nefertem, the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, in the presence of the gods, and let him see Ra for ever. Chapter 179. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of advancing from yesterday and of coming forth by day, whereby he and his members shall be provided with food. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhetep triumphant, saith: Let my speech of yesterday be given unto me. I come daily. I have come forth from the God of creation. I am Sepes, coming forth from his tree, and I am Nun, coming forth from his might. I am the Lord of the Uret crown, and the god Neheb-kau. I am Tesher, who avengeth his eye. I died yesterday, but I come today. The mighty lady, who is the guardian of the door, hath made a way for me. I come forth by day against mine enemy, and I have gained the mastery over him. He hath been given over unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. And he shall come to an end before me in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who are in the underworld. The first great rank hath been given unto me by him, along with the shade and form of the living gods, and I have made my path. Mine enemy hath been brought unto me, and he hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. The things which concern me have been ended in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, who is clothed in his apparel. And behold, the governor of those in Amenti. I am the Lord of redness on the day of transformations. I am the Lord of knives, and injury shall not be done unto me. I have made my path. I am the scribe who writeth down the odorous things which are in the sweet-smelling incense, and the things which belong to the mighty ruddy one have been brought to me, and the mighty ruddy one hath been given to me. I have come forth by day against my enemy. I have brought him along. I have gained the power over him. He hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. He hath come to an end beneath me in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs, and I eat him in the great field on the altar of Ur-Achit. I have gained the mastery over him as Sekhet, the great lady. I am the Lord of transformations, for I have the transformations of every god, and they go round about in me. Chapter 180. Vignette: the deceased kneeling in supplication before three gods. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day, of praising Ra and Amentet, of ascribing praise unto those who dwell in the Tuat, of opening up a path for the perfect Khu in the underworld, of causing him to walk, of making long his footsteps, of going in and coming forth from the underworld, and of performing transformations like a living soul. The Osiris triumphant saith: Ra setteth as Osiris with all the diadems of the divine Khus and of the gods of Amentet. He is the one divine form, the hidden one of the Tuat, the holy soul at the head of Amentet, Un Nefer, whose duration of life is for ever and for ever. Words of praise are addressed to thee, O Osiris, in the Tuat, and thy son Horus hath satisfaction in thee, and he hath spoken unto thee the decree of words. Thou makest him to rise upon those who dwell in the Tuat like a mighty divine star, unto whom the things which are his have been brought in the Tuat. Thou travellest through it, O son of Ra, and comest forth like Tem. Words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, which is the throne chamber, dear to thy majesty, the king, the prince of Akert, the mighty ruler, who is crowned with the Ureret crown, the great god whose seat is hidden, the lord and weigher of words, and the sovereign of his divine chiefs. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and they have satisfaction in thee. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and the divine beings who weep pluck out their hair for thee, and they smite their hands together, and they praise thee, and they cry out before thee, and they weep for thee, and they rejoice that thy soul hath glorified thy dead body. The souls of Ra and Amentet are exalted, and in the zone of the Tuat the souls cry out in their songs of exaltation unto the souls of Ra, who dwelleth therein. The body and souls of the god Techench dwell in the Tuat, and his divine soul resteth therein. Hail, Osiris, I am a servant of thy temple, and one who dwelleth there within thy divine house, and thou utterest with command the words of the decree. Grant thou that I may rise like a luminary among the denizens of the Tuat, and like a mighty star unto whom in the Tuat the things which are his have been brought. Let me journey through it like the son of Ra, and let me come forth as Tem. Let me have rest in the Tuat. Let me gain the mastery over the darkness. Let me enter therein. Let me come forth therefrom. Let thy hands receive me, O Ta Teunen, and let the Hetepu gods lift me up. O stretch ye out your hands to me, for I, even I, know your names. Lead ye me along, praise ye me, O Hetepu gods, with your praises, for Ra rejoiceth over the praises which are offered unto me, even as he doth over those which are offered unto Osiris. I have stablished for you your offerings, and ye have obtained the mastery over your oblations, even as Ra hath commanded me to do. I am the god Mehu, and I am his heir upon the earth, and I have made my path. O ye Hetepu gods, grant ye that I may enter into the Tuat, and let me make a way into the beautiful Amentet. I have established the scepter of the god Sa, and the Nemi's crown for the god whose name is hidden. Look ye then, O Hetepu gods, and ye gods who are the gods of the Tuat, and grant that I may receive my glorious might, and let me rise like a luminary above his hidden place, and deliver ye me from the deadly stakes of those who are chained thereunto. Chain ye me not unto your deadly stakes, and give ye me not over to the habitation of the fiends who slay. I am the heir of Osiris, and I received his Nemi's crown in the Tuat. Look ye upon me, then, and let me rise like a luminary who hath come forth from your members, and let me come into being like my divine Father who is worshipped. Look ye upon me, then, and rejoice ye in me, and grant that I may rise up, and that I may come into being like him whose transformations were destroyed. Open ye a way unto my divine soul, O ye who stand upon your places. Grant ye that I may rest in the beautiful Amentet, and decree ye for me a seat in front of you. Open out ye to me your paths, and draw back for me the bolts of your doors. Behold, O Ra, as thou art the guide of this earth, so let the divine souls be my guides, and let me follow after the gods. I am he who guardeth his own pylon, and I am led along by those who lead. I am he who keepeth ward over his doors, and who setteth the gods in their places. I am he who dwelleth upon his standard within the Tuat. I am the god Henbi, the guardian of the lands of the gods. I am the boundaries of the Tuat. I am the god Hatepi in Aukert. My offerings have been made in Amentet by the divine souls who dwell in the gods. I am the god Meha-a-Nuti Ra. I am the hidden Bennu bird. I enter in as he resteth in the Tuat, and I come forth as he resteth in the Tuat. I am the lord of the celestial abodes, and I journey through the night sky after Ra. My offerings are in heaven in the field of Ra, and my sepulchral meals are on earth in the field of Eru. I travel through the Tuat like the beings who are with Ra, and I weigh words like the god Thoth. I stretch myself at my desire. I run forward with my strides in my spiritual form of hidden qualities, and my transformations are those of the double god Horus Set. I am the president of the food of the gods of the Tuat, and I give the sepulchral offerings of the Khus. I am the god of the mighty heart, who smiteth his enemies. Hail, ye gods and Khus, the ancestors of Ra, who follow after the divine soul which he hath. Lead ye me along as ye lead him along, and do ye who are the guides of Ra, and who are leaders, dwelling in the upper heaven, guide me, for I am like unto the divine and holy soul who is in Amentet. End of chapters 171 through 180. Chapters 181 through 190 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 181. Vignette: the deceased kneeling in adoration before three gods who are seated before a door. Behind are a lion-headed and a vulture-headed god, each of whom has a serpent above his head. Text: the chapter of entering in to the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, and to the gods who are guides in the Tuat, and to those who keep ward over their gates, and to those who are heralds of their halls, and to those who are the porters of the doors and pylons of Amentet, and of making the transformations like a living soul, and of praising Osiris, and of becoming the prince of the divine sovereign chiefs. The Osiris Kena triumphant saith: Homage to thee, O governor of Amentet, Un Nefer, lord of Ta Chetsert, O thou who art diademed like Ra. Verily I come to see thee, and to rejoice at thy beauties. His disk is thy disk, his rays of light are thy rays of light, his ureret crown is thy ureret crown, his majesty is thy majesty, his risings are thy risings, his beauties are thy beauties. The terror which he inspireth is the terror which thou inspirest. His odor is thy odor, his hall is thy hall, his seat is thy seat, his throne is thy throne, his air is thy air, his ornaments are thy ornaments, his decree is thy decree, his hidden place is thy hidden place, his things are thy things, his knowledge or powers is thy knowledge, the attributes of greatness which are his are thine, the power which protecteth him protecteth thee. He dieth not, and thou diest not. He is not triumphed over by his enemies, and thou art not triumphed over by thine enemies. No evil thing whatsoever hath happened unto him, and no evil thing whatsoever shall happen unto thee for ever and for ever. Homage to thee, O Osiris, son of Nut, lord of the two horns, whose Atef crown is exalted. May the Ureret crown be given unto him, along with sovereignty before the company of the gods. May the god Temu make terror of him to exist in the hearts of men and women, and gods and Khus and the dead. May dominion be given unto him in Annu, Heliopolis. May he be mighty of transformations in Tatu Mendes. May he be the Lord greatly feared in the Aati. May he be mighty in victory in Re Stau. May he be the Lord who is remembered with gladness in the great house. May he have manifold risings like a luminary in Abtu (Abydos). May triumph be given unto him in the presence of the company of the gods. May he gain the victory over the mighty powers. May the fear of him be made to go throughout the earth, and may the princes stand up upon their stations before the sovereign of the gods of the Tuat, the mighty form of heaven, the prince of the living ones, the king of those who are therein, and the glorifier of thousands in Kheraba. The denizens of heaven rejoice in him who is the Lord of the chosen offerings in the mansions above. A meat offering is made unto him in the city Het Ka Ptah Memphis, and the things of the night are prepared for him in Sekhem Letopolis. Behold, O mighty God, thou great one of twofold strength, thy son Horus avengeth thee. He doeth away with every evil thing whatsoever that belongeth to thee. He bindeth up in order for thee thy person. He gathereth together for thee thy members. He collecteth for thee thy bones. He bringeth to thee thy. Thou art raised up then, O Osiris. I have given unto thee thy hand, and make thee to stand up alive for ever and ever. The god Seb directeth thy mouth. The great company of the gods protecteth thee, and they accompany thee unto the door of the gate of the Tuat. Thy mother Nut placeth her hands behind thee. She giveth thee strength, and she reneweth the power which protecteth thee. Birds, thy two sisters Isis and Nephthys, come unto thee, and they unite thee unto life and strength and health, and thy heart rejoiceth before them. They in thee through love of thee, and they load thy hands for thee with things of all kinds. All the gods present unto thee provisions, and behold, they praise thee for ever. Happy art thou, O Osiris, for thou art crowned, and art endowed with strength, and art glorious, and thine attributes are established for thee. Thy face is like that of Anpu. Ra rejoiceth in thee, and he maketh himself to be a brother to thy beautiful person. Thou sittest upon thy throne. The god Seb maketh the libation for thee, and that which thou wishest to receive is in thy hands in Amentet. Thou sailest over the celestial regions each day. Thy mother Nut maketh thee to go forth on thy way, and thou settest in life in Amentet in the boat of Ra each day, along with Horus who loveth thee. The protecting strength of Ra guardeth thee. The words of might of Thoth are behind thee, and Isis maketh strength to follow after thy person. I have come to thee, O Lord of Ta Chesert, Osiris, governor of those who are in Amentet, Un Nefer, whose twofold existence is for ever and for ever. My heart is right and true, my hands are pure. I have brought things unto their divine Lord, and offerings unto the God who made them. I have come, and I have advanced to your cities. I have done that which was good upon earth. I have slain thine enemies for thee like sacrificial oxen. I have slaughtered for thee thy adversaries. I have made them to fall down upon their faces before thee. I am pure, even as thou art pure. I have made pure for thee thy festival, and I have upon thine altar to thy soul, and to thy form, and to the gods, and to the goddesses who are in thy train. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, things of evil shall not gain the mastery over him, and he shall not be turned back from any of the doors of Amentet, but he shall go in and come out, and cakes and ale and all beautiful things shall be given unto him in the presence of those who dwell in the Tuat. Chapter 182. Vignette: the deceased lying upon a bier within a funeral chest or coffer. Beneath the bier are three bases. At the foot stand Isis, Hapi, and Tuamartef, and at the head Nephthys, Mesha, and Keb Senef. In the upper and lower registers are a number of seated and standing man-headed and animal-headed deities, who hold in their hands snakes, lizards, and knives. Text: the book of stablishing Osiris firmly, of giving air to the still heart, whilst Thoth repulseth the foes of Osiris. who cometh there in his transformations, and is protected and made strong and guarded in the underworld by the operation of the will of Thoth himself, and Shu setteth upon him each day. Thoth saith, I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure, the Lord of the two horns, who maketh iniquity to be destroyed, the scribe of right and truth, who abominateth sin. Behold, he is the writing reed of the god Neber-cher, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the speech of wisdom and understanding, whose words have dominion over the two lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who trieth the right and truth for the gods, the judge of words in their essence, whose words triumph over violence. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the whirlwind and the storm. I have given the pleasant breeze of the north wind unto Osiris Un-Nefer, as he came forth from the womb of her who gave him birth. I have made Ra to set as Osiris, and Osiris setteth as Ra setteth. I have made him to enter into the hidden habitation, to vivify the heart of the still heart, the holy soul, who dwelleth in Amentet, and to shout cries of joy unto the still heart, Un-Nefer, the son of Nut. I am Thoth, the favoured one of Ra, the Lord of might, who bringeth to a prosperous end that which he doeth, the mighty one of enchantments, who is in the boat of millions of years, the Lord of laws, the subduer of the two lands, whose words of might gave strength to her that gave him birth, whose word doeth away with opposition and fighting, and who performeth the will of Ra in his shrine. I am Thoth, who made Osiris to triumph over his enemies. I am Thoth, who issueth the decree at dawn, whose sight followeth on again after his overthrow at his season, the guide of heaven and earth and the underworld, and the creator of the life of all nations and peoples. I gave air unto him that was in the hidden place, by means of the might of the magical words of my utterance, and Osiris triumpheth over his enemies. I came unto thee, O Lord of Ta Cheser, Osiris, bull of Ament, and thou wert strengthened for ever. I set everlastingness as a protection for thy members, and I came unto thee having protection in my hand, and I guarded thee with strength during the course of each and every day. Protection and life were behind this god, protection and life were behind this god, and his Ka was glorified with power. The king of the Tuat, the prince of Amentet, the victorious conqueror of heaven, hath the Atef crown firmly stablished upon him. He is diademed with the white crown, and he graspeth the crook and the whip. Unto him the great one of souls, the mighty one of the Ureret crown, every god gathereth together, and love for him who is Un-Nefer, and whose existence is for everlasting, and all eternity goeth through their bodies. Homage to thee, O governor of those who are in Amenti, who makest mortals to be born again, who renewest thy youth, thou comest, who dwellest in thy season, and who art more beautiful than thy son Horus hath avenged thee. The rank or dignity of Tem hath been conferred upon thee, O Un-Nefer. Thou art raised up, O bull of Amentet. Thou art stablished, yea, stablished in the body of Nut, who uniteth herself unto thee, and who cometh forth with thee. Thy heart is stablished upon that which supporteth it, and thy breast is as it was formerly. Thy nose is firmly fixed with life and power. Thou livest, and thou art renewed, and thou makest thyself young like Ra each and every day. Mighty, mighty is Osiris in victory, and he is firmly stablished with life. I am Thoth, and I have pacified Horus, and I have quieted the two divine combatants in their season of storm. I have come, and I have washed the ruddy one. I have quieted the stormy one, and I have filled him with all manner of evil things. I am Thoth, and I have made the things of the night in Sekhem Letopolis. I am Thoth, and I have come daily into the cities of Pe and Tepu. I have led along the offerings and oblations. I have given cakes with lavish hand to the Khus. I have protected the shoulder of Osiris. I have embalmed him. I have made sweet his odor, even as is that of the beautiful god. I am Thoth, and I have come each day into the city of Kher Aba. I have tied the cordage, and I have set in good order the Makhent boat, and I have brought it from the east to the west. I am more exalted upon my standard than any god in my name of he whose face is exalted. I have opened fair things in my name of Ap uat. that is, opener of the road, and I have ascribed praise and done homage unto Osiris Un Nefer, whose existence is forever and forever. Chapter 183. Vignette: The deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. Thoth, ibis-headed, standing upright and presenting symbols of strength and life. Text: Osiris Hu Nefer, the overseer of the palace of the Lord of the two lands, triumphant, praiseth Osiris, and acclaimeth him, and doeth homage unto Un Nefer, and boweth to the ground before the Lord of Ta Chesert, and exalteth those who are upon his sand, saying, I have come unto thee, O son of Nut, Osiris, prince of everlastingness. I am in the following of the god Thoth, and I have rejoiced at everything which he hath done for thee. He hath brought unto thee sweet air for thy nose, and life and strength to thy beautiful face, and the north wind which cometh forth from Tem for thy nostrils, O Lord of Ta Chesert. He hath made the god Shu to shine upon thy body. He hath illumined thy path with rays of splendor. He hath destroyed for thee all the evil defects which belong to thy members by the magical power of the words of his utterance. He hath made the two Horus brethren to be at peace for thee. He hath destroyed the storm wind and the hurricane. He hath made the two combatants to be gracious unto thee, and the two lands to be at peace before thee. He hath put away the wrath which was in their hearts, and each hath become reconciled unto his brother. Thy son Horus is triumphant in the presence of the whole company of the gods. The sovereignty over the world hath been given unto him, and his dominion is in the uttermost parts of the earth. The throne of the god Seb hath been adjudged unto him, along with the rank which hath been founded by the god Temu, and which hath been stablished by decrees in the chamber of books, and hath been inscribed upon an iron tablet, according to the command of thy father Ptah Tannen, when he sat upon the great throne. He hath set his brother upon that which the god Shu beareth up, to stretch out the waters over the mountains, and to make to spring up that which groweth upon the hills, and the grain which shooteth upon the earth, and he giveth increase by water and by land. Gods celestial and gods terrestrial transfer themselves to the service of thy son Horus, and they follow him into his hall, where a decree is passed that he shall be lord over them, and they perform it straightway. Thy heart rejoiceth, O Lord of the gods, thy heart rejoiceth greatly. Egypt and the Red Land are at peace, and they serve humbly under thy sovereign power. The temples are established upon their own lands. Cities and nomes possess firmly the property which they have in their names, and we will make to thee the divine offerings which we are bound to make, and offer sacrifices in thy name forever. Acclamations are made in thy name, libations are poured out to thy ka, sepulchral meals are brought unto thee by the Khus who are in thy following, and water is sprinkled upon the offerings upon both sides of the souls of the dead in this land. Every design which hath been ordered for thee according to his, that is, Ra's commands in the beginning hath been perfected. Now therefore, O son of Nut, thou art diademed as Neber is diademed at his rising. Thou livest, thou art stablished, thou renewest thy youth, and thou art true and perfect. Thy father Ra maketh strong thy members, and the company of the gods make acclamations unto thee. The goddess Isis is with thee, and she never leaveth thee. Thou art not overthrown by thine enemies. The lords of all lands praise thy beauties, even as they praise Ra when he riseth at the beginning of each day. Thou risest up like an exalted one upon thy standard. Thy beauties exalt the face of man, and make long his stride. I have given unto thee the sovereignty of thy father Seb, and the goddess Mut, thy mother, who gave birth to the gods, brought thee forth as the firstborn of 5 gods, and created thy beauties, and fashioned thy members. Thou art stablished as king, the white crown is upon thy head, and thou hast grasped in thy hands the crook and the whip. Whilst thou wert in the womb, and hadst not us yet come forth therefrom upon the earth, thou wert crowned lord of the 2 lands, and the Atef crown of Ra was upon thy brow. The gods come unto thee bowing low to the ground, and they hold thee in fear. They retreat and depart when they see thee with the terror of Ra, and the victory of thy majesty is in their hearts. Life is with thee, and offerings of meat and drink follow thee, and that which is thy due is offered up before thy face. Grant thou that I may follow in the train of thy majesty, even as I did upon earth. Let my soul be called into the presence, and let it be found by the side of the lords of right and truth. I have come into the city of God, the region which existed in primeval time, with my soul, and with my double, and with my khu, to dwell in this land. The God thereof is the Lord of right and truth. He is the Lord of the Tchefau food of the gods, and he is most holy. His land draweth unto itself every other land. The south cometh sailing down the river thereto, and the north, steered thither by winds, cometh daily to make festival therein according to the command of the God thereof, who is the Lord of peace therein. And doth he not say, the happiness thereof is a care unto me? The God who dwelleth therein worketh right and truth. Unto him that doeth these things he giveth old age, and to him that followeth after them rank and honor, and at length he attaineth unto a happy funeral and burial in Ta Chesert. I have come unto thee, and my hands hold right and truth, and my heart hath no crafty wickedness therein. I offer up before thee that which is thy due, and I know that whereon thou livest. I have not committed any sin in the land, and I have defrauded no man of that which is his. I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure. I am the Lord of purity, the destroyer of evil, the scribe of right and truth, and that which I abominate is sin. Behold me, for I am the writing reed of the god Neber Cher, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the word of wisdom and understanding, and whose speech hath dominion over the two lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who maketh the feeble one to gain the victory, and who avengeth the wretched and the oppressed on him that wrongeth him. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the storm, and I have brought the wind to Un Nefer, the beautiful breeze of the north wind, even as it came forth from the womb of his mother. I have caused him to enter into the hidden abode, to vivify the heart of the still heart. Un Nefer, the son of Nut, Horus, triumphant. Chapter 184. Vignette: the deceased standing upright before Osiris, who wears the Atef crown and holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Text: the chapter being nigh unto Osiris, the Osiris Uaa, the overseer of the estates of Amen, triumphant, saith. Chapter 185. Vignette: Osiris at the head of Abtu, the great god, prince of eternity and governor of Amentet, enthroned within a shrine. He holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Before him, with hands raised in adoration, stand the deceased and his wife, Hent Neteru, the lady of the house, the singing woman of Amen, triumphant. Text: the giving of praises unto Osiris, and paying homage unto the Lord of eternity, and propitiating the god in his will, and declaring the right and truth, the Lord of which is unknown. The Osiris Sutimes, the libationer and president of the altar chamber in the apse, the president of the scribes of the temple of Amen, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou holy God, thou mighty and beneficent being, thou prince of eternity, who dwellest in thy abode in the Sektet boat, thou whose risings are manifold in the Atet boat. To thee are praises rendered in heaven and upon earth. Peoples and nations exalt thee, and the majesty of the terror of him is in the hearts of men and Khus and the dead. Thy soul is in Tetet Mendes, and the terror of thee is in Suten Henen. Thou settest the visible emblems of thyself in Annu, and the greatness of thy transformations in the double place of purification. I have come unto thee, and my heart hath right and truth therein, and there is neither craft nor guile in my breast. Grant thou that I may have my being among the living, and that I may sail down and up the river among those who are in thy following. Chapter 186. Vignette: the goddess Hathor in the form of a hippopotamus, wearing upon her head a disk and horns. In her right hand she holds an unidentified object, and in her left the emblem of life. Before her are offerings, and behind her the cow Meh Urit, who may be identified with Hathor, looks forth from the funeral mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the tomb, and in the foreground grows a group of flowering plants. Text: Hathor, lady of Amentet, mighty dweller in the funeral mountain, lady of Tachesert, daughter or eye of Ra, dweller before him, beautiful of face in the boat of millions of years, the habitation or seat of peace, creator of law in the boat of the favored ones. Chapter 137. Vignette: This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: The chapter of entering in unto the company of the gods. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, O company of the gods of Ra! I have come before you. I am in the following of Ra. I have made my way, and I have passed in among you. Let not my hand be repulsed in whatsoever I do this day. Chapter 138. Vignette: This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: The chapter of the going in of the soul to build an abode and to come forth by day in human form. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amen-hetep, triumphant, saith: Come in peace, thou hast a khu. Enter thou in peace into the divine Utchat. Behold, thou hast a khu, together with a soul Ba and a shade Ka-ibit, to look thereupon. May it behold me when I am judged, in whatever place it may be, with my attributes, and with my form, and with my faculties of mind, and with all my attributes ordered and perfect, even as a soul which is provided with all things, and is divine. May I shine like Ra in his divine splendor in the temple. And may my soul and my shade come to me upon their legs from the place where I am judged, and behold me. May I stand up and sit down, and enter into the house of his body, which, behold, hath become one of the starry gods of Osiris, who travel by day and journey by night, and celebrate the festivals. Chapter 189. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: The chapter of not letting a man perform a journey being hungry, and of not letting him eat filth. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amen-hetep, triumphant, saith: The things which are an abomination unto me, the things which are an abomination unto me, I will not eat. What I abominate is filth, and I will not eat thereof in the place of the sepulchral cakes which are offered unto the Kas. Let me not be thrown down upon it, let it not light upon my body, let it not enter into my fingers, and let it not join itself unto my toes. Thou shalt live then upon that which the gods and the Khus decree for me in this place, and upon that which is brought unto thee there. Let me live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought unto me, 4 cakes before Horus, and 3 cakes before Thoth. The gods and the Khus shall say unto me, What manner of food wouldst thou have given unto thee? And I reply, Let me eat my food beneath the sycamore tree of the goddess Hathor, and let my times be among the divine beings who have alighted thereon. Let me have the power to order my own fields in Tatu, and my own growing crops in Anu. Let me live upon bread made of white barley, and let my beer be made from red grain, and may the persons of my father and mother be given unto me as guardians of my door, and for the ordering of the divine territory. Let me be sound and strong, let me have a large room, let me make a way, let me have my seat wherever I please, like a living soul, and let me never be kept in restraint by mine enemy. That which is an abomination unto me is filth, and I will not eat thereof. Let me never pass over filth and offal in Anu, but let it depart from me. I am the bull who ordereth his habitation. I fly like the mighty one, I cackle like the smen goose, and I alight upon the beautiful sycamore which standeth in the lake of Akeb. I come forth and I alight upon it. He who alighteth there in the form of the great God shall not be driven away therefrom. The things which I abominate I will not eat. The things which I abominate, the things which I abominate are filth and offal, and I will not eat thereof. The things which are an abomination unto my Ka are filth and offal. They shall never enter into my body, they shall never come into my hands, and I will never tread upon them with my sandals. O send ye not forth against me foul water, harm ye not me with the rod, give ye not unto me, snatch ye me not away from the edge of your deep cisterns, and let me not depart from you being overthrown. The divine Alchemu beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land, whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the cakes made of black grain, and upon ale made of white grain, and upon 4 cakes in Sekhet Hetep, which is more than the food of any or every god. Moreover, I have 4 loaves of bread during the course of each and every day, besides 4 loaves in Anu, which is more than the food of any or every god. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, What hast thou brought to eat in that holy furrow, on that day when I receive my offerings with anti-unguent? And I reply, I will not eat thereof, it shall not come into my hands, and I will not tread thereon with my sandals. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land, whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought, 4 in the temple of Horus, and 3 in the temple of Thoth. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Who then shall bring them unto thee? And I reply, The divine associate of the temples of the Heretchati, goddesses of Anu. And they say, Where wilt thou eat them? And I reply, Beneath the beams of the beautiful ark, to which hymns are sung as it is borne along, thither shall I be taken. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Wouldst thou live then upon the things which belong to another every day? And I reply, I will myself plow the fields of my estate in Sekhet Aru. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Who will protect them for thee? And I reply, The 2 divine daughters of the divine king of the north, besides those who belong to them. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Who will plow them for thee? And I reply, The divine chiefs who dwell among the gods of heaven and the gods of earth. The treading down of the earth shall be done for me by the cow goddess Hapiu, who dwelleth in the city of Sao, and the harvest shall be reaped for me by Suti, the Lord of heaven and of earth. Hail, ye who turn back the blossoms upon yourselves, ye whose transgressions are done away with, whose faces are holy. Behold, I am with the divine beings of Set at the mountain of Bakau, and I sit down along with the spiritual bodies who are perfect on the side of the lake of Osiris to rejoice my heart. Shall not I make the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, to know life? Chapter 190. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: the book of making perfect the khu within Ra, of making him to gain the mastery before Tem, of magnifying him before Osiris, of making him to be powerful before the governor of Amentet, and of causing him to be mighty before the company of the gods. Rubric: this book shall be recited on the first day of the month of the festival, on the festival of the sixth, on the festival of Uak, on the festival of Thoth, on the birthday of Osiris, on the festival of Sekri, and on the festival of the night of Haker. It will enable a man to pass through the hidden places of the Tuat, and to penetrate the secret habitations of Neter Kert, to break through mountains, and to open up a way through the secret valleys which are unknown. This chapter shall preserve or embalm the khu. It shall make broad his steps, it shall give him power to walk, it shall destroy the deafness of his face, and it shall enable him to make a way for his face with the god. When thou recitest this chapter, thou shalt not let any man whatsoever see thee, except him that is indeed dear to thy heart, and the priest who readeth the service Ker Heb. Thou shalt not let any other person see thee, and no servant shall come outside the chamber wherein thou art. Thou shalt recite this chapter inside a chamber lined with cloth, decorated literally, shot with stars throughout. The soul of every khu, that is, the deceased, for whom this book hath been recited, shall come forth among the living. He himself shall come forth by day, and he shall gain the mastery among the gods, and shall not be repulsed by them. And these gods shall revolve around about him, and they shall acknowledge, literally recognize him, and indeed he shall be as the divine one among them, and he shall make thee to know the transformations which shall come to him in the light. This book is indeed a very great mystery, and thou shalt never allow those who dwell in the papyrus swamps of the Delta, that is, ignorant folk, or any person whatsoever, to see it. End of chapters 181 through 190. End of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge.